people's biggest source of poison. And I think there's been a huge disconnect with people understanding, how we nourish our bodies and how we nourish our cells. It's critical. So nutrition is how you fuel your body. It's how you power your body. Your body takes in all those beautiful nutrients in your food and turns them into like eyeball cells. It turns them into white blood cells. Like our bodies are very powerful at healing and regenerating and replenishing, but it's from your food. That's where your body turns those things into all of the hormones and enzymes and white blood cells and all the things that you need to be at your best. So, it's a basic kind of thing I love to tell my kids, but I also tell, my clients and my patients, like, if you put junk food in your body, you're going to eventually feel like junk. It's literally how it works. You become what you eat. So nutrition is a massive piece. So I do try to focus first on nutrition, lifestyle, moving the body and exercising and releasing all those feel good hormones and balancing our sympathetic stress response that so many people are in. And that starts with nutrition and movement of the body and sleep. Like, I think those are the big keys for people's health. And then supplementation definitely comes into that part too, because most people aren't eating very well. And there's a lot of complicating factors that have caused our food not to have the same nutrient value as it used to.
Right. Yeah. My understanding is it's just our farming practices. So, 100 years ago, if you ate a tomato or ate a cup of spinach, it would have so much more nutrients than before.
Yeah.
I've heard, and I'd like your comment, that literally, even if you're trying to eat well, it's very, very difficult to get the nutrition you need out of our food right now.
Agreed. I think there is so many, things sprayed on our foods, especially in North America. Pesticides, herbicides, there's a lot of toxic things that are on the food, genetically modified foods and organisms, right? And then the soil is so depleted and dried, and because of all that chemical load as well that gets sprayed on the fields, and so yeah, food just doesn't have the nutrient value that it used to. And even with like meats and things, there's antibiotic use and there's a lot of chemical treatment there that's happening there, and the food isn't the original foods that the animals ate. So that all passes on to us. Like, we are what we eats. So I think it's very difficult these days for people to get what they need just strictly through their food. I know I personally use supplementation to help me be at my best. And I think it's like a very powerful tool and one of the only ways right now that people get that whole, panel of things they need for their bodies to function at their best.
Well, it's interesting that you said you basically used yourself as an example. You said, I personally supplement, and I'm getting person after person telling me, if you're not supplementing, you're basically you're not getting what you need, and I think that's important for people to hear. So it's not. I think everyone would agree. Wow, if we could get it out of our food like we used to, that's the most important thing. And you have to eat well, but we're literally in a world now with industrial farming that you have to supplement.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think like people often forget that like the original medicines and pharmaceuticals and all these things that were available to treat people, the originals were plants, herbs and supplements. Those are the original pharmaceuticals. So to me, they're nutraceuticals, and they come with such great benefits and not all the ill effects and the side effects. So, that's my primary medicine cabinet, if you will, for myself and my patients. So I think that there's many things that you can use that are natural that you don't ever have to really turn to big pharma unless there's something very serious or an emergency going on. But yeah, like I haven't had a drug in my body personally since I was 19. And I'm very proud of that. Not a single one, not an Advil, not a Tylenol, nothing. Even birthing my babies, they're all born at home and naturally at home, and I didn't do any intervention. So that is possible to people, especially if you get educated and you try to eat well and exercise and use supplementation. You can live a really healthy, well-rounded, powerful, abundant life. So that's definitely my goal, is to help people with that, just so that they can be at their best and not rely on some of the things that often don't serve them.
I imagine you've had experience with some of the people that you've helped that have really impacted you.
Yeah.
So, I want to ask you, like, what patient or patients have impacted you the most? And I mean, so I'm not asking you, well, what's your most successful? I'm asking what's impacted you the most, because sometimes that can be a patient that didn't have good outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking, in asking that question, there's been some great successes and there has been some not. Working with pregnancy and babies and kids, I was trained in a certain technique that would help with like pelvic alignment to help prep mothers for birth and try to help babies get in the best position. And, I got sent a lot of breech presentations with babies. And that one, there's a few that, we weren't able to help and support the body in getting in alignment. And often when mother gets in alignment, the baby just knows what to do and they get in proper head down position for birth. And, and there was a couple that didn't happen. And there was one in particular that the mom was just so devastated because she wanted to have a natural birth, but the baby was head up instead of head down. And, just seeing mothers kind of grieve their idea of having the natural birth or doing it the least, interventions, that's hard for women because you just sort of take it for granted that it's all going to go perfectly. So, so yeah, those were a few that really impacted me when I wasn't able to help moms, birth with ease and have non-intervention births. Like, if you could avoid a C-section, that would be ideal. And so there was times that we didn't get that result, and it definitely sticks with you. It absolutely impacts you. So that's definitely, one on the side that has landed for me. And I have some great success stories too that have been like, I have a young child that's been under my care that, and this is in my blood analysis, that had severe eczema. Like, I have never in my life seen any person with such like oozing skin all over their body and like just it like scratching and looking like she just was crawling out of her own skin. And her parents were desperate and had tried so many things. And I get a lot of people that have tried so many things and they come to me sometimes with like last ditch hope. And so, checked her blood. I do check babies and kids. Yeah, we put her on a whole gut protocol to help heal her gut because she had some unfortunate antibiotics when she was younger, which really disrupted her whole microbiome in her gut, which is the gateway into the body and allows absorption. And, it's expressing on the skin. It's all connected. Being your skin being your biggest detoxifying organ. So we worked on healing her gut. We got some of her D levels up. We did a few topical things to help ease, some glutathione and different things. And within 3-ish months, that little girl looks like a different person. And her skin is healing and she's smiling. And before, she was just miserable. Like, if you'd seen this child, it would just break your heart to see her skin. And it all started with gut health. So that's one of my most profound, for sure, that made a big impact on me. It made me cry because I was like, that little baby is going to be, she's happy now. She feels good. She can sleep. She's not going to scratch herself, to the point of bleeding. So that was a good one.
How old is she?
2.
She's 2. Okay. So we're just talking a little child, a toddler.
Yep. Just a toddler. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. And the medical doctors didn't have any solution for her.
No, they just had, like topical lotions and cortisone and, which are anti-inflammatories. And they would sometimes bring her a little bit of like relief from the itching, but it never resolved the issue. It kept like the parents were struggling with this for over a year. And it was just getting worse and worse because when eczema is that bad, like, poor children, they'll even itch in their sleep because it's so intense for them. They had to put little mittens and stuff on her. And so, yeah, she's like a different little person now. So.
Oh, that is exciting.
Yeah.
So in that case, so it came down to gut health.
Yep.
Were you able to determine that with the live blood cell analysis?
Yes. Yep.
So what do you see?
So in the dried samples, we do a live sample. So it's actually alive. It's really neat. People usually really love watching their own cells moving on the screen. Like you see white blood cells moving around, and they're going around and eating stuff. It's pretty incredible. But in the dried sample, that one would leave out to the air, so the cells die, and the blood is just like you're left with just the components of the blood, and it kind of acts like a map of the body. And so there's a few what we call layers. And so when I get to look at the lower levels and layers, it shows me gut lining and gut health. So for some people, they just maybe need some probiotics, which maybe they could do through some fermented foods or an actual like capsule, like an actual true probiotic in a capsule form. And that good microorganisms and those good bacteria can help balance their digestive tract, which I will say is one of the biggest things I see in my practice is gut issues. And most likely because of all the farming practices and the chemicals and the food and the dyes and all the sugar and all the acidity that people are consuming, right? So people's gut health is terrible. Now, some people, though, the actual lining of their digestive tract has had so much challenge to it that they develop what's called leaky gut syndrome. And we can see that on the dried sample. It literally shows up as holes and major red and inflammation. And when people are at that level, they've now lost the ability to absorb properly. It's highly inflammatory. They've lost the boundary in their lining, so it allows things to come in and out of the gut. That's why we call it leaky gut, that they don't have that control, like it's not happening naturally. So things will come in that shouldn't. Your body can wage an autoimmune response. Allergies, sensitivities will stem from leaky gut. So if you know that, you can work on healing the lining and then replenishing the good gut microorganisms and flora. And it's one of my most favorite things to do with people because it has such profound effects for everybody, because this is the gateway into the body. And it's also the majority of where your immune system lives. It's estimated 70 to 90% of your immune system lives in your gut. So if people knew that, they might eat a little better and support the gut a little more, because it impacts so many things. And I'm just scratching the surface there. But yeah, you can see that in the dried sample of blood analysis.
Okay, so you were able to see with this little 2-year-old girl, clearly there was a problem.
Yes.
And, and then start to build that up. And then after a couple of months, she got well.
Yeah, we used some really powerful supplements that are known to mend and heal the gut lining. It's like a whole blend. And I don't know what I would do without those supplements because I use them literally daily. So I use powders often for kids that are easy for them to just drink down with water. Or, and then I have the actual capsule or tablet form, which sometimes is easier depending on the person, or an adult often likes to just do the ease of the little tablets. But yeah, I don't know what I would do without that gut lining support. Because that's a whole other level of need, not just probiotics, which you could potentially just get through good fermented foods.
Now, what percentage of people coming to you for the first time have gone through the mainstream medical system first before they turn to you to try and solve their problems?
Wow. Yeah, most of them. There's a big, I feel like there's been a shift. I think people are having more of an awareness of that. You have to, it's your health. You have to take it in your own ownership. You have to advocate for yourself. I also think people are realizing that you can't just chase symptoms. Chasing symptoms often just leads to bigger symptoms. So much of our healthcare system is just treating symptoms instead of addressing root causes of things. And people are kind of tired of that because it doesn't work. I could drive my car down the highway, and if my engine light comes on, I could throw a piece of black tape over that engine light. That's probably not going to work out well. And I'm probably going to end up on the side of the road at a certain point. And the human body is really no different. And so symptoms are often just your body yelling at you and being like, hey, like you need to pay attention. There's something bigger going on. So I do think that there's been a shift of people wanting to address things in a different way and to really look at things more holistically and taking their own health in their own hands. Symptom care isn't working, if you ask me. But many people exhaust the medical system. They get all, like I looked at people's MRIs and CT scans and their blood labs, and many people are told, hey, your blood labs, you look normal. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong. And yet here they are struggling and going through really big things. And so there's many people that it's like they feel it's their last chance. Many injuries and things that people aren't associated with chemical load and heavy metals and different things. People, medical doctors aren't figuring that out. They don't know how to test for it nor look for it. So there's a lot of people that I would say, if I were to pick a percentage, I'd probably say 65% of the people that I see are coming to me as like, I've tried everything and something's wrong and I know it, but I'm not getting help in the other model.
Right, right. And what percentage of those, find, relief or have success, do you think?
I think a lot of them, especially just in educating on, health and wellness from a different paradigm, right? Helping people understand and get educated on, nourishing their body with good, clean, pure water, eating good, nutritious foods and getting back to basics, of our vegetables and our meats and our good fruits and trying to find organic sources of those. And maybe you source from a really good Alberta farmer who has grass-fed beef or, grass-finished, grass-fed beef. It's fun to share that stuff with people. So if people clean up, maybe get rid of the unhealthy fake fats and when they realize and understand how inflammatory they are. So, taking people through this journey and then you add in these supplements that are really, really healing. I have to say, like, I loved being a chiropractor. It was so powerful. I'll always love being a chiropractor. But I also have experienced a lot of great success doing blood analysis and helping people in a totally different way. It's one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had because the success rates are very high. And especially it's up to people. Like I can't go and chase them around, make sure they're doing all the things. So they have to do those things. But when people do, and they understand that it's up to them, to, take their health in their own hands and they comply and they do the different, comply is not the right word, but, they are an active player in their own health and wellness. It's incredible to me to watch how people can heal. I feel like people have forgotten that your body was made with an innate intelligence that knows how to heal. And if you tap into that, it's unbelievable what happens.
Well, I think you're hitting an important point. So the body has this incredible ability to heal, but it needs to be given what it needs. Like you can't build that brick wall without the bricks there. And it also needs to get rid of things that are hampering it. Like, you've mentioned heavy metals as an example. I'm curious to ask you, like, so if somebody has too much heavy metals, like what are you going to see in the blood analysis, and what problems are the patient, are the patients going to be manifesting with?
Yeah, heavy metals are really, it's profound because there is so much heavy metals and toxins around us. Like even you think about like soaps and skincare and all the chemicals that go right on our skin, 60 to 70% of those go right into the bloodstream, let alone what's in our food, let alone what's in medications and, shots and different things that people are putting right in their bloodstream. Heavy metals are going to cause a lot of toxicity in all different body systems. So it can manifest in a lot of different ways. Number one, it's highly inflammatory. So a lot of people end up with a lot of pain and soreness and swelling. Okay. But people will often get mineral deficiencies. This is something I don't think people understand, and you'd have to study it, right? Is that heavy metals and your minerals in your body that you take in through your food and natural salts and different things, minerals bind with heavy metals. If you have very high heavy metal content, all the minerals in your body get tied up with those heavy metals, and then they're not available for you to do all your different body processes and all the enzymatic processes that have to happen in order for you to feel good. So for instance, I could take magnesium, right? So many people are deficient in magnesium. It's mind-blowing. But magnesium is often tied up with heavy metals. And then it's also so critical to 600-ish enzymatic processes in the human body. Well, if you don't have those to do those enzymatic processes, you're going to feel really poor. Your sleep will be poor. You might lean towards muscle spasms. Your nerve system's going to be on high alert. You might have high blood pressure. those are all connected with magnesium. But if it's tied up and binded with your heavy metals, there's nothing you can do about it. So heavy metals can cause a lot of issues. Parasites, fungus, they love to feed on heavy metals. So often if people have high heavy metals, they have a lot of fungal and parasitic activity. So those are just some of the examples, but heavy metals can cause some very serious neurological issues as well, with like the brain and the nerve system.
Okay, so that's a huge problem, and you're surprised actually by how much or how many heavy metals are in people.
Yes, it is. I think it's a major issue for people, because the more and more chemical toxins people are exposed to, the higher and higher their heavy metals go. So it is a major issue. Sometimes I even recommend additional testing for people. If I see the heavy metals in the plasma, or if I see it in the dried sample, we can do hair and tissue testing to see what minerals people are deficient in, because that's going to give you a really good idea of what heavy metals you're high in. We can also do actual true fecal heavy metals, where we give someone very high potency mineral supplements to draw out the heavy metals in their body. We do it for 7 days, and then we do a fecal test, and we send that off to a company called Doctor's Data, and we can literally see what heavy metals people have in their body. And it's very eye-opening to see that. And when you start to remove those, because once you know what heavy metals you're dealing with, you can use minerals to bind with them powerfully and pull them out gently, and not in a way that causes a healing crisis. And it's incredible what happens with people. So sometimes I do additional testing if necessary, if I'm concerned about that.
Right. Okay. So I'm kind of dying to ask for another success story, or another, I should say, impactful patient story. And it's just, I quite enjoy hearing them, actually.
Yeah. Okay. I have one that really made an impact on me too. And this is not too long ago, but I had a gentleman, I'm not entirely sure he found me, someone referred, what have you. He had definitely been challenged over his life with like using alcohol, okay, which a lot of people do just socially, okay, but he definitely used more than he should have over the years. And his liver, your liver is filtering and cleaning your blood, and it's his liver was showing signs of major failure. So he had gone to his medical doctor, having a bunch of symptoms. He was getting help with, getting off the alcohol and not abusing that. But his doctor was very, very concerned, because on blood labs, his liver enzymes were incredibly elevated. And when liver enzymes are elevated, that's serious. Like there's a mayday happening from your liver. It's like we're going down. The liver is such a forgiving and really replenishing. Like it can heal from very extreme things. But the medical doctor said, well, just you can't drink, and we're going to just see how your liver does. So he came to me, and, I checked him, and I could see liver indicators, and they were very extreme in his case. And I did get to look at his blood labs. But I said to him, well, what did they tell you to do to support your liver in healing and cleansing and detoxifying? And he said, well, nothing. They just told me to not drink. And I said, well, we're going to do some liver support and liver cleansing here. Okay. And we did a really, really powerful liquid supplement with him that is known to purge and clear out what are called your hepatocytes, your actual liver cells. And we did the most intensive liver cleanse I've ever done with anyone in my life. We had nothing to lose, though, because his liver was literally failing. Okay. Cirrhosis. And it was so cool to see when he went back and did his lab 6 months later with his doc, his liver enzymes were in the normal range. And his doctors were like, they couldn't even comprehend what happened. They're like, there's no way that your liver there's no way. Like, how did you do that? So he got to actually educate them that he was doing some liver cleansing. And he did a really powerful liquid liver cleanse. And then we upped his glutathione, which is one of my most favorite supplements in the world to use. And he's doing very well. So that's a big one for me. And it just shows, again, how powerful our organs and glands and how regenerative the body is if you give it some good attention.
Right. So because sclerosis of the liver is, I think the conventional medical wisdom is that's not reversible.
That's right.
And that's once you get to that stage, you're in real trouble. You're in danger of dying.
That's right. Yeah. When people go into that much liver, chaos and liver failure, right? They think that there's nothing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
So there is things you can do. And the better
And
your liver functions, then all the 500 functions that it does, they're all going to work better. So he's very happy, and he's doing really well. And yeah, it's really exciting. I think everybody should love on their liver. There's beautiful foods that do that. There's some herbal teas that can do that. And there's definitely some liver cleanses that can do that. Because no matter what we do, even when we try to eat perfectly and to avoid all this chemical stuff, it's very hard to get away from all of it. So that's another big one that is an important thing to do, especially as we grow up and age, is giving some love on your liver, is what I call it. And there's wonderful things you can do.
Now this is a case literally that likely was life and death.
Yes, if it had progressed, and if he hadn't had any support to undo some of the damage, it would have been very serious. He had some of the highest liver enzymes elevation on labs that I've seen. So yeah, it's a great turnaround. It gives you faith. Like, I've always really had huge faith in the body to heal, but those stories, it's like, wow, like it just really makes you be like, just so excited about what you do. And knowing that you can make a huge impact in people's lives, and knowing that they are the ones that do it, right? And they can trust their bodies again, and they can turn their health around. It takes 4 months for your red blood cells to turn over. They're fully new in 4 months, no matter what you do. Okay. They're always turning over. But if someone were to make some just little changes, or even some big ones, but that aren't that like significant, if you think about it, like he did a liver cleanse 4 months straight. I've never done that before with anyone. But it was incredible what shifted and changed.
Yeah. And so this kind of brings me to the point, like you've made it really clear. A, you need supplements just to be healthy, but B, they're super important in your practice for helping people. We're in this environment where Health Canada is trying to take many of them away.
Yeah.
And actually seems, intent, like long term, to totally reduce the number and access. Would there be a health consequence if you lost access to the natural supplements that you're using to help people?
I honestly, Sean, I can't even imagine that. Like, I can't imagine it in my practice, and the impact on people and how I would help them. I can't imagine that in my own life, because that's all I've ever used for my own family, right? I honestly, that the thought of that completely frightens me. Even access to vitamin D, like something as basic as that. And yet it's so critical to health and wellness. It's a hormone, and people don't realize this, but that alone, Canadians don't get enough D because we don't get sun exposure for half of the year. We're all bundled up. That at a minimum can change someone's depression. It can change their bone density, can change your immune function. Like, I can't imagine just not having access to even some of the most basic things, but to have the access to the wide range that I know I get to have. Honestly, that would be devastating. It would be devastating to me as a practitioner and to my clients, because the turnaround that can happen in people's health when they thought there was no hope because of natural supplements, that would be absolutely devastating.
Yeah. Okay. And then the last question that I like to ask people that are attending at the show, and, I didn't give any warning about this question, is just, what would your message be to Ottawa? Or what is your message to Ottawa? And so Ottawa, it can be Health Canada, it can be Parliament, it can be both. What is it that you would like to say to Ottawa? That's a good question.
It is a great question.
And you have to be, you have to use appropriate language here. There could be kids watching. So
agreed. Yes. Well, what I would say is that you need to trust the practitioners who have studied this, and trust some of the amazing companies that we have right in Canada that produce some very high quality nutraceuticals and supplements. and let us be the experts of that, because we're the ones that have studied that. And also allow, like, I don't even like the word allowing. I think people should be allowed to choose what they do and how they direct the journey of their own health and wellness. And so to not allow those to be available would be, absolutely detrimental. You got to let people choose. It's our bodies, it's our health. We're responsible if we choose to eat terribly or if we eat well. We're responsible if we choose to, maybe choose medications or maybe choose supplementation. But that's up to us. It's not up to them. We get to be in charge of our own selves and our own journey. So I think it's really important that they kind of get their hands off of this and let people make the choices for themselves. That's what I think would be my biggest message. And trust the people who've studied it too, because we're here to help. There's beautiful things that can be done with medicine, beautiful things that can be done in natural, healthcare. And can we not just work together to serve people at the best of our ability? And why wouldn't you want people to have access to all of those amazing tools?
Well, Dr. Nicol, that thank you for sharing with us on that, and thank you for that question, or the answer to that question. On behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association and the World's Greatest Health Show, I sincerely thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Well, thank you for all you do, Sean. I'm just beyond grateful for you and everything you guys are doing.
Let's talk about Section 23 of the Act, which is a very unique section. This is different than in the Food and Drug Act. This section deals with, are the government employees liable? And it basically says they are liable, except in the narrow circumstance of where they're removing a product where they have evidence that the product will, poses a significant risk, and the risk of removing the product is less than leaving it on the market. This is really important because under the Food and Drug Act that we're currently regulated under, there have been instances of state employees causing significant harm and death, and they were warned in advance. There's one case that I'm aware of where, because I was involved in a court case, I speak about it publicly quite frequently, where doctors and psychiatrists and people were writing and phoning Health Canada and saying, we need access to this product or there will be harm or there will be death. I'm aware of a senior public figure who was holding press conferences warning of deaths and then blaming Health Canada for deaths, and yet these employees continued taking the product away, and the court found that what Health Canada was doing was dangerous and actually acquitted, saying it was necessary, it was legally necessary for people to have access to this product. So what we're saying is it's not okay for government employees to think that they can harm us by taking products we rely on away, especially when they're being told. You or I would be criminally liable, we would be civilly liable, but they're not. This section says they are. In the area of health, anyone who is going to harm you and put your life at risk needs to know that they don't get a free pass just because they're a government employee.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me today Professor Bruce Pardy. Bruce, welcome to the health show.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm really looking forward to this conversation. For anyone watching who doesn't know Professor Pardy, so he is a professor of law at Queen's University. He is the executive director of Rights Probe, which is a think tank on rights issues. He's a member of the Ontario Bar. He lectures and writes profusely on rights issues. And so I'm excited about this conversation, Bruce, because you just have a way of actually thinking of things in a very deep way that I have to say I've found profound. And so I wanted to have a discussion with you about kind of where we give authority, and maybe just to help those viewing, I'll kind of set up where we are legally. So we're in the situation in Canada where we're in what's called a drug model. So in our Food and Drug Act, we've defined drugs so broadly that it includes anything used for a therapeutic purpose, whether it's chemical, whether it's natural. So it could be, a chemical drug like Vioxx that we know is really dangerous. It could be something as harmless as ginger tea that we've been using for thousands of years to treat nausea. So everything's a drug. But, then what we've done is we've required, before you can sell a drug, you have to get Health Canada pre-approval. So in effect, every drug's illegal in Canada, regardless of whether it's ginger tea or Vioxx. And so Health Canada is the gatekeeper. So we can only legally treat ourselves with treatments that Health Canada says we can access, which is interesting. And then we've also structured our drug law where Health Canada only approves for serious conditions patented drugs. So if anyone watching this was to go to the hospital, so let's say you had a heart attack, let's say you've been screened for cancer and they text you during this, this interview saying it's stage 4, rush to emergency, or, maybe you find what we're saying upsetting, you have a nervous breakdown. It doesn't matter why you go to the hospital. You're only going to be offered synthetic chemicals by and large. I mean, there's the odd exception, but by and large, you're going to be offered synthetic chemicals as the treatment because they're the only legal treatments. So not only is Health Canada the sole gatekeeper of what is legal, but they've structured it so that the only legal treatments in our government-funded healthcare are synthetic chemicals. So, Bruce, from a legal philosophical perspective, there's some issues here. Do you want to kind of give us what you're thinking and what your thoughts are?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Sean. It's a real problem, and so I like to start sometimes with this proposition. People, a lot of Canadians, are used to the idea that the state is there to protect us, and that sometimes the state will get it wrong. But when it gets it wrong, that there's an argument to be had, a debate to be had about whether or not the decision it's made is in the public interest, or whether it's correct, or whether it's consistent with the data, or whether it produces the best outcomes. And they think that that is where the debate is happening. But it's actually not, because it really comes down to a question of authority, not of correctness, not of science, not of proper outcomes, not of reasonableness, but of authority. So we have a legal regime in which the state, in this case, the federal authorities in charge of drug approval, are given authority to decide things in our interest. And that means that whatever they decide is in our interest. Now, people might say, but this particular decision is not in my interest. That's beside the point. That's not the criteria. The criteria is not whether or not it's actually in your interest. The criteria is whether or not the person with authority made the decision. And if they did, therefore, by definition in the law, it is in your interest. even if it's not. Right? So we're stuck in this legal paradigm, if you like, and that paradigm comes from originally this orientation that you mentioned, which is the definition of drug is very broad. You have these synthetic, patented creations called drugs, and a lot of people think that it's appropriate for the government to be checking those drugs for their efficacy and their side effects before they're given approval. And it's hard to argue about that, but that's the trap, because once you have the state in the position of deciding whether something, a drug, anything, is something that the public should have access to, then that idea can be extrapolated. And that's where we are now. If they're doing this for drugs, because you're taking a drug to, to get better, well, why wouldn't they be doing that for all the other things that you take to get better? And so, in effect, instead of now being the gatekeeper for our health for these, new strange things that are being invented, this is being turned on those things that people have relied upon for a long, long time for their health and are being subjected to the same kind of criteria. And, one thing we should add about this is that along with the authority, we're in a system, and you know more about this system than I do, but we're in a system that lacks transparency.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I remember years and years, decades ago, when I was articling for a big law firm in Toronto, I was given an assignment to the firm had a client that wanted to develop a new drug, and it was a newcomer to the area and didn't know how to do it. So I was given the assignment of going, into the statutes and the regulations to figure out what the process was to get approval for this drug. And so I went to the statute. It wasn't clear there. I went to the regulations. It wasn't clear there. It wasn't written down anywhere that I could find. And this is the very old days before the internet, before the web. You couldn't just ask Grok. It wasn't clear. Mm-hmm. And so I remember ending up calling on the phone to get somebody in the office to say, look, we have a client who wants to do this. How do you do this? What are your steps? And, they explained it to me. But the point is, this is not obvious. And in many respects, this is hidden from the public. The process of that they go through from beginning to end, and the criteria they apply to giving the thumbs up or thumbs down to a drug or a health food product is not clear at all. So you got the bad combination of more or less unbridled authority combined with the fact that everything is hidden. You don't really know what's going on.
Can we just back up to almost the beginning? So what are your thoughts? Because, here we placed ourselves in a position where Health Canada is the sole body that gets to decide whether, we can use a treatment or we can't use a treatment. And isn't there a question, like, why should they be the ones that decide that? I mean, right. Can we unpack that a little bit? Because to me, that's a really fascinating question, because like it or not, we're all on a health journey. We're in a body, and we can't share it with anyone. I mean, if you get sick, you're the only one that experiences that. I mean, I can try and be empathetic, but I can't. It's your journey alone. And because it's your journey alone, I would think you should be the one to decide how you're going to prevent getting sick and how you're going to treat being sick. And there's only been one class of society before Canadians, so Canadians the second class, one class of people ever that actually didn't get to decide what happens to the body, and we call those slaves.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the slave owner decides what treatment a slave gets. That's one of the main reasons slavery is so offensive, is somebody else has power over your body, and we've given Health Canada power over our body. So do you want to discuss that a little bit?
Sure. Let's start with this. the situation you're describing is actually worse than the COVID experience. And I'll explain what I mean. During COVID, as lots of people know, we were subject to rules, lockdowns and vaccine passports, pressure exerted to make you get a medical treatment that you maybe you didn't want. That was a terrible thing. But the distinction between that and what you're talking about is this. During COVID, they at least pretended to have the rationale of the public good. And in other words, you need to take this in order to protect everybody. Now, that turned out to be nonsense, but it was at least a claim. In this case, that factor is absent. They are controlling what you can take, not for the greater good, not for public health, not for protection of your neighbors. It is only and solely for the protection of you and all the other individuals who might take the product. So in other words, what they've done is step into this space and say, yeah, we are going to tell you what you can and cannot do for your own health and for nobody else's.
Like, Bruce, can I just step in? I think it's actually worse than you're saying, because you're kind of saying they're doing it for our individual health as opposed to, generally the public generally. But actually, I had a funny experience because, you've run trials and how as a lawyer, if you're cross-examining somebody, you'll ask them some questions that they've got to answer yes to. So you can kind of create a logical box for them. And then,
Right.
They're kind of stuck. And so I'm in this trial in Calgary at, it was, the company was called Synergy, and there's a Health Canada inspector on the stand. And I'm now in this process of trying to set her up in this logical box.
Uh-huh.
And one of my leading questions that I was certain I was going to get a yes on was something like, well, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. Now, I hadn't figured it out yet. And so I'm expecting a yes, and I don't get a yes, Bruce. And, so I keep the poker face and I just pretend there's nothing wrong, but I've got to circle around. I need this, yes. So
Yes.
I keep trying to circle around. And not only does she not give me a yes, but she actually, tells me the truth. So she's sworn to tell the truth. She's getting frustrated with me trying to get her to say yes.
Yes.
And she sets me straight. And she says to me, no, as a Health Canada inspector, we're not there to protect your health. We're there to enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. Now,
Right.
I can look back at this today and go, well, of course,
Yes.
you're
Yes.
there. You're the
Yes.
police.
Yes.
You're there to enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. And when you
Yeah.
look at the Food and Drug Act, Bruce, and the regulations, they are not under a positive duty to act in the public interest, which is very
Right.
surprising.
Yep.
And there's no duty on them to get good health outcomes. So
Right.
there's
Right.
actually no duty on them at all.
No.
To protect me or you or anyone else.
No, I agreed. Agreed. There certainly is no legal duty, certainly no enforceable legal duty. Absolutely correct. And very interesting cross-examination. Interesting that she would give you that kind of accurate answer, right? It's a literally correct legal answer.
Well, it actually got worse. There was a different, I forget, that inspector's name just off the top of my head, but this was a case where the court actually acquitted, saying it was legally necessary for the company to defy Health Canada, or there would have been more deaths. Like,
Uh-huh.
no one can read the transcript and not conclude there were a number of deaths, because there were a number of deaths, and Health Canada knew there would be a number of deaths. Like, so before they restricted access, they had like just hundreds of pages of communications. This is back before email. Of written communications from psychiatrists and doctors and patients saying, you take this product away and there's going to be death. Psychiatrists saying, my patient, like, We've tried everything else. The only thing that worked. Doctors saying the same thing, and then people begging for their lives. And that's just one example. Like they basically even created a crisis line. So people could call when they were restricting access. Well, those people took notes, and we basically have 800 pages of people begging for their lives. So
Wow.
we got this one inspector on the stand. I think his name was Miles Brousseau. And I'm pointing out to him all this evidence that of harm if you take the product away.
Right.
And I asked something like, well, if you had evidence that, your actions were actually, leading to harm, like, would you carry on? And I might have even phrased it like causing death. Like, however I phrased it when he answered, it was one of those moments where in the courtroom, time stopped. Like, it was like you couldn't breathe, you couldn't take a breath because you couldn't believe what you just heard.
Right.
And, so it's quite spectacular. Like they never actually asked the question, are we going to get good health outcomes?
Right. And this underlines the point, right? That the authority point, that this is based upon authority and not based upon requiring good outcomes. This is a regime that is, well, I suppose you could say that it is based upon the superiority, the legitimacy of expertise. The people in the bureaucracy are the people, presumably, with the expertise to make judgments about these things, and we are not going to hold them to the responsibility, certainly not the enforceable responsibility, of providing good outcomes. We're just going to trust them. They can do whatever they think is correct, and we're going to give them authority to do that, and end of story. It's on the one hand, it's nuts, but on the other hand, it's consistent with the way we've designed government and the way we think about the government. And that's part of the problem. It's hard to get people to break out of the paradigm so that they can see that this is crazy. Your ability to make your own decisions about your own health and what one you take, and your own assessment of benefits and costs has been taken away. But here we are.
And I want to move to something else, because you had started and you used the term, correctness earlier. And as a lawyer, I know you're talking about a legal standard or review, but people watching. So we've got the one issue where, wait a second, somehow we've given Health Canada literally the authority of life and death over us, because what we're allowed to do to prevent illness and treat ourselves is a matter of life and death. It's a matter of sickness and health. So we've given them that power. That's one issue. But, and that's the real question. Why are they the ones with the authority rather than us? Right? Like, sure. I think we could all agree, hey, you got this professional body. They can educate us. They can make recommendations. But to actually say, to be the final authority, that's a different matter. But another issue is even if they do crazy, dumb things that cause harm, there's really no remedy, is there?
No.
No. Like, can you
no,
explain in courts how, like, we've really lost the ability to correct bad government decisions, let alone get any, recourse?
Well, they have insulated themselves. I mean, the whole system, the legal system, has insulated them from that kind of consequence. And you alluded to, the administrative law standard of correctness. So when you have, and let me just explain this for the people who are watching this just very briefly. When you have an administrative decision maker, like somebody, assessing drugs, somebody at Health Canada, and they are proceeding under the authority of a statute, as they do, and they make a decision about something. And let's say the decision doesn't work out very well. Let's say it has the bad knock-on effects for people down the line. That decision can be challenged in court by asking the court to judicially review it. But that's not the same thing as suing them. It is asking the court to assess whether or not the person who made the decision did so within the authority that they have. And if they did make it within the authority that they have, then the decision is what it is. And nobody can do anything about it. And they use you use two different kinds of criteria in different circumstances to assess whether or not the decision is going to be upheld or quashed. And those two standards are correctness and reasonableness. And reasonableness is a much, as the word sounds, it's a much looser kind of set of criteria, and it is the standard criteria. So I like to put it this way: within the realm of administrative law, when you're assessing the decisions of administrative decision makers, when you get a reasonableness standard applied to the case, what essentially the law is saying is, well, this person can be wrong. This person can be wrong because we're not applying correctness. This person can be wrong. They just can't be unreasonably wrong. And so in this system that we think is run by the rule of law, you have decision makers of all kinds inside governments potentially making decisions that are not correct, that the law will not remedy. And so in a sense, we have unleashed the authority of the bureaucratic decision maker.
Yeah, like I mean, the rule of law, I think most of us think of the rule of law as this, the king or our state. Everyone is subject to the same law, including the government.
Right.
And because we say we have that, and I know you're smiling, like I don't believe we have that at all.
No.
In fact, I know to my core that we don't have the rule of law.
Right.
But, so we've got this impression that we've got this court system to protect us. And that, so if somebody like so if Health Canada makes a decision that is harmful to us, that somehow the courts are going to correct this. But what you're saying is, for almost all of these administrative decisions, usually it's this issue of reasonableness, and courts, so the court can find the decision is wrong. You should have made a different decision. But if you could have reasonably, okay, we can see how this person arrived at the wrong decision. Too bad, so sad, there's nothing you can do, which I think people hearing this for the first time will go, well, that's madness. Why wouldn't you overturn a decision, court, that you consider to be incorrect? Doesn't that serve the citizen? And in theory, if the state is there to help the citizen, doesn't that serve the state?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, because we're in an era of the administrative state, which is not, as you suggest, really the rule of law. I like to call it rule by law, not rule of law. And here's the difference.
Like that.
Right?
Yeah.
The difference is, as you said, that one of the ideas of the rule of law is that everybody, including our rulers, are subject to the same laws that are put in place. And those laws, as Hayek put it, are fixed and announced beforehand. So everybody knows what the laws are. Everybody's subject to them, ruler and ruled. And it will be consistent from case to case to case and situation to situation. Okay? We're nowhere near that now, because we have an administrative state, a bureaucratic state that makes decisions and policies and guidelines on the fly all the time about all kinds of things. So if you can make the rules up as you go, then that means you're not subject to the rules yourself. If you're the bureaucracy, you're making the rules. That's not the rule of law. That's rule by law. And what I mean by that is they're using the law as a tool now to make up as they go, so that they can say, well, we have a policy, or we have a regulation, or we have a guideline. That's the law. You will do this. Because we have, going back to the idea of authority, we have the authority to make those rules. We've made that rule. It's a tool to govern how you behave, and that's the way it's going to be.
And I think some people, I think there's a general perception the government's, liable to, follow the law, and they don't get they'll get slapped if they step out of hand. You're describing how, administrative law has basically evolved. So you can't review government decision making. And it's also evolved to where, it's almost impossible to sue them. Like I a case that comes to mind in, you know, the context of drug regulation is, you know, in Winnipeg, there was a company, you know, making a natural health product, and Health Canada said, oh, your product spiked. Our lab says your product spiked. And they had 2 different labs, at least, you know, independent labs, test the same batch and said, no, it's not spiked. There's nothing wrong. But Health Canada drove them into the ground, you know, all this publicity, recall notice, the media, you know, dutifully reports all of this, stop selling all of this. So the company's hammered, but they carry on a lawsuit. And, you know, basically it's determined, as I recall, that, yeah, Health Canada lab was mistaken. But Health Canada doesn't owe you as a manufacturer a duty of care, because Health Canada is protecting this broad public interest.
Right.
And then we recently have the Hartman case,
Yes.
where basically, okay, so here, you know, there's been no findings of facts, but what's being pled is that, you know, a drug approved by Health Canada led to a death unreasonably of a teenage boy.
Yes.
And the father's suing, and the court says, yes, but Health Canada doesn't owe your child who, you know, died a duty of care. You can't sue because the decision was made in the public interest. Well,
correct.
If the government can harm me with bad decisions, either destroy my livelihood or, you know, kill someone I love with a bad decision, and there's no recourse, like, where are we?
Well, so these are very interesting cases, and people may be outraged about them, and I think they should be. But I think it's very important to be outraged about the right thing. So the problem that I would put it this way: the problem in those cases is not that, you know, some judge in some court came out with this outrageous decision saying that Health Canada didn't owe a duty to the boy. Okay, that's not the problem. The problem is the judge is correct. That's a proper application of the law of negligence. That's the way the law works. The law the law says in this area that a bureaucracy like Health Canada does not, in fact, owe a duty to individual people because they have authority that excludes that. So the outrage here is not the specific judge. It is the way the law is right now, and the way that our public authorities are given power to make decisions for which they are not accountable in the courts.
And if you're not accountable, then you're not actually watching and worrying to make sure that you are acting in somebody's interest, be they individuals or the public at large.
That's true. That's true. And let's go further. It also allows the power of the regulator to be captured and to be making decisions for maybe not the kinds of reasons that the public would assume. And in my opinion, this is very possibly happening with respect to the health products, right? So we think, or many people think, that, you know, that drug approval is for the purpose. It exists for the purpose of protecting the public from drugs that are invented and don't want to be unleashed on the public. Okay, but that whole thing now potentially is being flipped, right? So the actions of the regulator to insist that health remedies are tested under the same kind of criteria may actually have the effect of protecting the pharmaceutical industry from competition. So instead of protecting you from some pharmaceuticals, the regime is protecting pharmaceuticals from your personal decisions about what kind of remedies to choose. The whole thing becomes twisted.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And, you know, the Mulroney government in the early 90s brought in across the bureaucracy this concept of cost recovery. Right. And the rationale sounds wonderful. So, you know, you're an airline company and you're requiring Transport Canada to certify things and stuff like that in the public interest to ensure, you know, safety, and you're making money off of this. but the taxpayer is paying for, Transport Canada. Well, maybe we should be charging you fees for the service and recovering part of the cost, hence the term cost recovery.
Right.
But when we get into the safety world, and it's a bad idea. So here we have Health Canada, where the majority, the overwhelming majority of their budget comes from fees that they charge the chemical drug companies. And Bruce, you know how in criminal cases they have to disclose, and you can fight to get emails and stuff like that. I've seen time and time again where they're referring internally, Health Canada refers internally to the pharmaceutical industry as their client.
As the client, correct. Yeah.
As the client. Well,
Yes.
Of course, I mean, we all subconsciously want to protect those that are paying our wages,
Sure.
and, we find ourselves in this model. I mean, the public, I think, would be shocked at what a fraud the drug approval process is. So, I've
Right.
already shared how only patented drugs can get through the process, because we've structured it to just have a nosebleed amount of money. I think the average cost is over $1 billion to get through this process. So if you don't have a patent, and this is by design, we've structured it that way by design.
Yeah.
But books are written by people on how, so we need double-blind clinical trials to, get through this process. And books are written on how they structure these trials to basically get the result that they want.
Sure.
But, I'm cross-examining a hired gun in a Health Canada federal court case, and they've hired this psychiatrist. That all this psychiatrist does, Bruce, is he runs a company that gets psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. And I'm cross-examining this guy for days. Like he, I had to destroy his credibility so he couldn't be relied on. But at one point he's get frustrated at me.
Yes.
And he starts complaining to me under oath of how hard it is to get a new antidepressant approved by Health Canada. And he says, I've got to give Health Canada 2 sizable double-blind clinical trials showing the statistical separation with the sugar pill, which we pretend means the drug works.
Yeah.
And here's where it gets fun, is he says, so I got to give them 2. He says, right out of the gate, I run 8 at the same time. I've learned I have to run 8 to get the 2.
Holy moly.
Okay, yeah. So we see what a fraud this is. So he runs 8. He's learned, because this is what he does for a living, right? Like,
Right.
We all learn and then our procedures change. So he's learned I run 8 to get the 2. Now,
Right.
the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals are too loud. They don't want to give them to Health Canada. Now, Health Canada, because you have to get approval for a clinical trial, like I don't know what the game is. Do they just get a blanket approval to run a specific trial design and they don't have to tell Health Canada how many? Or does Health Canada actually know when they don't ask for the 6? But he says, I give Health Canada the 2 to get the approval. Now, to me, that's a fraud, Bruce.
Sure.
And I think the Canadian public would be absolutely shocked. And there's nothing we can do.
No, there's not, because it's not actually a fraud, legally speaking. It's not actually a fraud on the public, in the sense that they are doing what Health Canada is asking for. Now, it would be a fraud if they lied to Health Canada, and Health Canada could complain. But we can't complain about that interaction, because that's their interaction, right?
When I say it's a fraud on the Canadian populace, I mean Health Canada's drug approval process is a fraud.
Agreed. But okay, let's identify an irony here. So, the drug approval process might be framed as a necessary regime to protect the public from, newly invented drugs. Okay. Let's reframe that. Maybe it exists to give the new drugs legitimacy, the stamp of approval, so that people won't be afraid to take them. In other words, the Health Canada process of approving drugs is in effect a marketing plan for new drugs, without which people might think, oh, this is brand new. I don't know anything about it. The doctors know anything about it. I'm not taking it. But now if it's got approval, because they all have approval, they think, oh, well, not to worry. The bureaucrats have had a look at it. Everything must be fine, must be safe. So therefore I'm going to take it. And this is one of the ways in which everything is flipped. Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of Health Canada working on behalf of the public to protect them from new things, it is acting in effect on behalf of the companies inventing the drugs, so that the people out there will be willing to take the drugs with this stamp of approval. And as I said, that it flips back with respect to the natural remedies sector, which is, after all, in competition with the drugs.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just, you're raising a really interesting point, because, in the court system, there's basically now, a legal presumption that if Health Canada has approved a drug, that the court is to, take judicial notice. So as I say, there's a legal presumption that it's safe and effective. Now, Bruce, if I'm not aware, so the interesting thing is, drug companies are caught doing bad things and they're fined. And, one of the leading causes of death in the Western world are chemical pharmaceuticals taken as prescribed. Mm-hmm. But I'm not aware ever of anyone in Canada in a pharmaceutical company being charged criminally, like even for things like Vioxx, where, there was a number of deaths where,
Mm-hmm.
Really data was hidden, and the company, in my opinion, should have pulled it off long before. Mm-hmm. And, if executives don't go to jail when a dangerous product is put on the market and there's deaths or, disablement, mm-hmm. and if they're not personally liable, then there's no mechanism. They get rewarded for making more money. They get their stock options and the like, and they get to go and do that in other companies. So they've got this incentive structure to basically ignore safety signals and no risk. And why would the police go after a drug company? Because Health Canada's approved it as safe and effective.
Well, you see,
so how can they be criminally liable?
But that's the key, right? They're protected by the fact that there is this process and they have got approval, because after all, if Health Canada approved a drug that turned out to do all the bad things that you're describing, I mean, that looks real bad on Health Canada, because they completely failed what everybody thinks their purpose is. So it doesn't surprise me at all that this kind of charge does not occur, because it would put the legitimacy of the whole system in doubt, and they're not going to do that.
Yeah, I think the only liability that we have right now is there are the odd, there is the odd civil case.
Oh, sure.
Where liability is found, but it's really the cost of doing business for the pharmaceutical companies.
Right. And so let's back up a step. Let's try. I'm going to go somewhere where people might feel uncomfortable. And I think you alluded to this possibility, but wouldn't we be better off with a regime if we're going to have government involved in this at all? And frankly, I'd be happy if they were out of it. Mm-hmm. But if we had government involved in this at all, I could see a rule wherein there was an office whose job it was to report on findings leading up to the release of a drug. In other words, the company has given us their studies. Here's what they say. But not to have the job of giving approval or not to anything. As in, there's a new drug out there. It's called X. The company's given us their reports. They say Y. Make your own call. That's the way it ought to. If there's going to be any government involvement at all, that's the way I would want it. Because then you've got, if there is expertise there, then you've got the expertise being expressed, but you also have preserved the right of every individual to make their own call at the end of the day, with the benefit of the information that the experts are provided. That's the role experts are supposed to serve. They're supposed to be advisors, not decision makers. And if you had that system and a drug turned out to be, deadly or harmful, then you could clearly sue the manufacturer, because Health Canada hasn't made a decision. I've just released the information. If the information, yeah, go ahead.
I think you're on something. Like, what if we didn't have Health Canada approval? We have protection against fraud. So if any company is acting fraudulently, they can be charged. We have protection against adulteration. We require, that you have to manufacture things in a clean and safe way. Those are our basic principles we've had in food and drug law for a long time. We didn't have this pre-approval process. And what if, anyone involved in the manufacture and distribution of a drug was personally liable, criminally and civilly, for harm that ensued? You see, if you're not liable for hurting others, you don't make the same decisions as if you are personally liable. Like, I think part of our problem is the corporate veil in the area of public safety is very interesting. And actually, let's charge people when there's harm. And then doctors would have to be responsible too. There's not this cloak over them that they could be liable if they're stepping out of line. But we're just brainstorming here. But I think we'd have better health outcomes. And some countries, like Mexico comes to mind, they don't have a pre-approval process, to my knowledge, and they don't have prescriptions. You can go and buy anything at the pharmacy.
There you go.
Do they have better health outcomes or worse health outcomes than us?
Right.
I'm willing to bet they have better health outcomes.
Right. Don't know. Be interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Let's turn to the Charter of Health Freedom, which
Sure, yeah.
I want to discuss some of the rights that are in there. So just so people watching, you don't know what the Charter of Health Freedom is. It's a proposed piece of legislation that the NHPPA wants the government to pass, and it came about out of a need to protect our right to have access to natural treatments and other low risk treatment modalities. And people's experiences in courts, like Bruce, you'll know, like if somebody wants to go to court and say, wait a second, I have a health right, the lawyer has to do legal research and then argue in court and say, yeah, my client has this health right. And so one of the things the Charter does is it takes health rights that, the courts have said we already have, and it codifies them. So you don't have to argue you have the right. And it puts them above other, it says all federal laws, basically, unless they specifically exempt themselves, have to honor these rights. So let's talk about some of these rights. And the first one is basically a copy of Section 7 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Like, you would have recognized, the text that we've got the right to life, liberty, and security of the person.
Right.
And not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. And there's now a whole raft of court law interpreting that. But what I do like is there's no Section 1, right? So, which is important. So, what do you think of that right, and what does it mean? So, for somebody who doesn't know, what does that mean?
So it's a bit of a funnily worded right. Yes. So in my opinion, the original intent of this right was to protect that situation where somebody was charged with an offense, for example. And the right to liberty is one that can be abridged if the authorities, follow due process and charge you and then prosecute you, and if you're found guilty, then they can put you in prison, and your liberty now is gone. But your right is not abridged because they followed the principles of fundamental justice. So that sort of fits in the box. Security of the person, as we know, has been interpreted to also mean the right to to control what goes in your body, the right to informed consent, and that kind of thing. And the other rights that you have listed in Section 2, for example, to be the right to sovereignty over one's body. I mean, those are rights, as you alluded to, that really are contained within the expression of what is, really Section 7 of the Charter. And it's a sad commentary that you need to say so out loud, because they're really corollaries. They should follow as a matter of course. But we've run into so many difficulties in having that recognized that it makes sense to have to lay them out like this.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting. Like, we've got some presumptions in there that are new. They're not, they're new legal presumptions. And the one that I think is the most important is there's a legal presumption in the Health Charter that, the best source of information about whether a treatment works for a person is, surprise, surprise, the person. And, I think that, I think of back to poor Mr. Parker in the Parker case, the cannabis case.
Right.
Where, here you've got a fellow with really awful health conditions. All the chemical drugs, the approved treatments don't work. Like they don't work for this fellow. He finds relief through cannabis. But then when you're there to argue, like when the states say, no, you can't have something that you need to survive, or you're going to be disabled without it, that you basically have the Department of Justice hiring experts to say, no, there's the approved treatments and they work. They've been proven to work, and you're full of crap that they're not working for you. And what you say works, there's no evidence of that at all. It's snake oil. And Bruce, so most people wouldn't have the money or the I guess the spirit to go against the Department of Justice machine, even though their lives are at stake. But even if you do, you're facing all this legal nonsense. And in the civil context, if you lose, you're paying for their experts.
Well, see, what you're trying to do there, though, or maybe one of the effects of that presumption will be to flip the script. We talked earlier about the nature of authority, right? So if a bureaucrat has the authority to make a call, then the consequence of the call is not the question. The question is, did they have authority? And so in the case you're describing, you've got the authorities trying to do the reverse and say, well, you can't decide that because the outcome wasn't correct. Well, we can't make that argument against them. Right. And so if we give the individual the authority to make the call, then one of the arguments that should not be able to make is exactly that, which is, well, you may be the best source of information, but the decision that you made wasn't effective. Doesn't matter. They're the authority, and therefore the decision cannot be questioned. Right?
Yeah, no, that's actually a good context of doing it. And I mean, it seems to me, and the intention of the charter was to take the decision-making authority over our own bodies back from the state. And actually, for the very first time in our history, vesting it in the citizen, as odd as that sounds. Like Bruce,
So maybe this is a good place just to talk about informed consent for a minute. Because
let's do it.
People think that they have the right to informed consent, meaning, I think, that nobody can do anything to them unless they have given a consent which is properly informed. And if anything else happens, then the person who does this to you, whether it's a doctor or a nurse or whoever, is going to be liable. And actually, that's not what informed consent means. It's a much less stringent protection than that, right? So we have this proposition that nobody can touch you without your consent. Okay, so if you don't say yes in words or in actions, then if they touch you, then they're in trouble because it's a battery. But when you move to the medical context, now if the doctor conducts a procedure upon you without asking you, then same thing. It's a battery because you didn't say yes. But let's say the doctor comes to you and says, I want to give you this medicine, or I want to do this operation, and says, here's why I want to do it. And they give you information that is completely incorrect. Okay. That is not now within the realm of battery. That is now going to be a negligence case. And the difference is this. If they've given you information which turns out to be incorrect, but again is reasonable information given by a reasonably competent practitioner, because all the other reasonable doctors thought the same thing, then you can be given incorrect information and you can consent to it, and something can go wrong and they can be not liable to you, not because you got informed consent, but because the information that they gave you was, quote, reasonable given the level of competence and information that they had. So the message here is, don't assume too much about the protection that informed consent will provide to you.
I think people, need to understand. I mean, my advice would be, is you can't trust anything Health Canada tells you or any other medical authority, and you have to start taking her. And you just smile and nod because you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
My favorite is I think it's Marcia Angel, and I could have that name wrong, but she wrote a book about, and just so people know, she's a medical doctor who was the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, I think for a couple of decades. And she basically wrote a book on how the pharmaceutical companies game clinical trials so that they will say what they want, so 2 of the 8 will say what they want. And,
Right.
And so she writes this book about this, and I remember reading a review of it in the New York Book Review, and they're quoting her at the end where she says something like that you can't trust most of the published research, and you can't trust public health guidelines. And she says that she personally came to this conclusion, slowly and reluctantly over her 20 years as a journal editor of a blue chip journal.
Yes.
And the whole system is so broken.
Yes.
It's just so broken.
Yes.
That, like, here we are, like, why do we have to write the Charter of Health Freedom? Why do we have to argue that maybe we should have sovereignty of our own bodies? Doesn't the government have interest in protecting these rights? But the Department of Justice is just a machine that just wants to protect the king's right to make a decision.
But this has happened to all our institutions, right? So that observation in the book that you're describing also applies to more broadly. I mean, other people have observed fairly recently that most of the published research in scientific journals, not just medical journals, but scientific journals, is wrong and cannot be relied upon. And the same could be said more broadly for academic journals. I mean, so the idea that we have the institutions so that we can trust what they do is no longer valid. I don't know if it ever was, but it's not valid now. And so if we are proceeding through life on the presumption that, no, don't worry, those people will take care of me, you are wandering into very dangerous territory.
Yeah, and you very well may regret that territory that you've wandered down. So in the area of health, I mean, here we are in a government-funded model that, I'm sorry, my opinion is it's totally captured, and I could, share why I think that, but, which is basically entrenched into law that we can only be treated with patented drugs.
Sure.
And that shields everyone involved from any personal liability or even any corporate liability. And you don't get good health outcomes that way.
But it's a form of what's the right term to use for it? It's like a regulatory cartel. It's a cartel performed with the help of the state. That is, the state is providing a service to its clients, as you pointed out that they're referred to, so as to limit the ability of people to choose from only those things that the regulator has given a thumbs up to. Right? It's a form of cartel, a form of monopoly or oligopoly.
Well,
right?
in fact, economists have a name for it called rent seeking. And so
Right,
what
sure,
rent
sure.
seeking is so you have a government agency that basically so regulates an industry that it becomes incredibly expensive to comply.
Right.
And what this does is it basically creates a quasi monopolies because it drives everyone out of business except, let's say, the top 5 players. Now
Right.
the top 5 players love it because they're
Sure.
able to survive this overregulation, and they
Sure.
know they end up in a quasi monopoly.
Sure.
And the government always then charges them nosebleed fees because that's part of making it expensive.
Sure.
So it's good for the bureaucracy, they grow. It's great for those left standing that will support it and the biggest voices in the industry, and they will control this trade association referred to as the facilitator by economists.
Yeah.
And there's like, just Google rent seeking. Like, this happens in every regulatory field, and that's what we're experiencing now with them trying to get rid of natural health products. They're over-regulating us into a monopoly situation.
And this is the answer that people sometimes ask this. They say, well, but why would these companies not have a problem with all this regulation? Because if you look at the big companies' behavior, they don't push back against a lot of this stuff. But the reason that they don't is for the reason that you just mentioned. It is actually in their competitive advantage to have a whole bunch of regulations, because only they are able to deal with it and pay for it and get through it. The existence of the regulation protects them from smaller competitors. And it is not, let's put it this way, this is not a capitalist free market kind of situation. The big players are essentially colluding with the regulatory authorities to protect them from competition from smaller entities.
Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely, I mean, it's unbelievable actually when you think about it. And what you're saying is, I mean, my focus is in the food and drug world, but you're saying this is basically in every area of our administrative state.
Sure. It's one reason. For example, let's just take one example. It's one reason why you will see the big oil companies being okay with all the climate stuff. Because the more regulation, the more costs there are, the less likely that the small guys will be able to handle it. The big guys can. They've got departments and people and so on. They will be effectively, they will be protected. I mean, maybe when push comes to shove, no, because when things get too extreme, then even they don't profit from it. But for a period of time, it has the effect of clearing out the field for them so that they can be dominant.
Yeah, it's quite spectacular, isn't it? So, do you think that we should have sovereignty over our own bodies? And what does that even mean? I want to, and then I want us to discuss the difference between rights and privileges, and do we have any rights? But let's talk about sovereignty, because people don't think about this. And I think they, some people might go, what are you even talking about? But, we're talking about the right to make your own decisions that will affect your health, will affect how you're going to treat yourself. Because really everything else is encapsulated in that sovereignty of our own body. And I'm wondering if I can get your thoughts on that. What is it? Why is it important?
Well, for me, it is the central proposition of the way our legal system is supposed to work. Right? So if we go back up one step and say, if we lived in a free country, what would that mean? And to me, political legal freedom means the absence of coercion. Coercion means being subject to the force or threats of force from other people. That is, people trying to make you do what you don't want to do because they'll beat you up or because they'll take your property. Now, the exception to the illegality of the use of force, of course, is consent. That's basically all there is, right? So if those things apply, that means by definition that you have sovereignty over your body, because people can't apply force to you. And any touching is an application of force without your consent. That applies to medical treatments too. It also applies to what you want to do, in the sense that every law is an expression of the state's force. So if the state comes along to a natural health products manufacturer and says, you can't do that, you can't sell that, what they're saying is, if you do sell it, we will use the state's violence against you to punish you. That's an application of force. Okay? So if you start with this proposition that in a free country, force is absent. Force is absent, maybe except for a situation where you are actually applying force to somebody else, because we want the state to use force then. But otherwise, the state's not using its force to push people around. That's not what we have. If we did, then by definition, you would have sovereignty over your body. But because we have lost, or maybe never had, I'm not sure, that sort of central idea, the state is now using its force to push us around in all different kinds of ways with impunity. And this is just one of them.
No, and I think you made a good point saying, if we ever did, right? Because I don't know what your intellectual journey, but I'm coming to the point where I'm just thinking that things are not the way we thought they were.
That's quite
and
true.
The system is not the way we thought they were.
Yep.
I think we can, even conceptualize it, and I just want people to understand, you're basically saying sovereignty of our own body. So basically not having the state coerce you or take steps where you don't get to make your own decisions. And we can also think of this almost in a property way also, Bruce, which is another way of thinking about it. So ownership, property rights is all about control over something, having a decision. So, if I own a house, I can decide to paint the walls, I can decide to move a wall, I can decide to put a window in. It's ownership is about control over something. Whereas if I'm leasing a house, I don't have that right. I have to seek permission of the owner, who has the right to decide what happens with something. If the state, if Health Canada has the right to decide really what happens to my body, so what treatments can and can't be accessed, or even has the right to impose a treatment on us. One of the rights in the Charter is the right to refuse a treatment. And the Charter was written in 2008. And, the thinking back then and putting that in was just, some people were having natural remedies taken away. And basically the state saying, no, you have to take these chemical drugs that we've approved. It wasn't in anticipation of what's happened in the last few years. But from an ownership perspective, who owns our bodies? Because ownership is really just a measure of control. Ownership is a measure of control. If you want to conceptualize what ownership means in a legal perspective, you can properly define ownership. The person owns something if they have a measure of control over it.
Right.
And if we're in a situation where we don't have control over how we're going to prevent illness or treat illness, then do we have ownership over our own bodies? And that, I'm just saying, it's a different way of framing it, right?
Well, there's a sleight of hand, though. I agree with where you're going, but there's a sleight of hand. So let me play devil's advocate for a minute, and put this in terms that somebody who would object to that description would say. And we heard this argument during COVID. So the argument during COVID that we heard was, well, no, you're not being required to take a vaccine. It's a choice. There are consequences to the choice, but you're not being held down on a gurney and being injected, you are making the choice yourself. If you don't want to give consent, you don't take a vaccine. Now, that will have consequences. It means you can't have a job, and you can't fly, and you can't go to the park, and you can't go to school, but it's a choice. So the same kind of thing is going to be happening here in the response. They're going to say, no, you're not required to take a pharmaceutical. I mean,
Well, except we're experiencing the opposite. So what we're experiencing, Bruce, is they're taking away the natural remedy. So it's almost like a war on drugs thing.
But that's what I
It
mean.
doesn't matter that we have demand. Well,
Sure.
illicit drugs. Well, people want to take them, but let's take the supply away, and then it doesn't matter that they want to take them. So we're basically experiencing a war on drugs, where it's like, oh, you want to take natural remedies, you want that ginger tea,
but
so we'll take it away from you. Right?
But they're hiding behind administrative authority to effectively direct your behavior without actually being transparent and saying, no, we're going to make you do this. They would claim that they're not requiring you to take a pharmaceutical. They are denying your access to other kinds of treatments, but they're not making you do anything. And so here's the analogy, perhaps. Let's go back to your property, your analogy. You own your house, you can put a window in the wall. But maybe they won't let you put a window in the wall. They're not going to require you to put a window in the wall. They're not going to make you. It's your property, after all. You can decide. But in order to put a window in the wall, you need a permit. And maybe they won't give you access to the kind of glass that you need. So they're not actually requiring you to do anything to your property. It's still your property. It's still your choice. But we're going to take these other choices away from you and leave you with a limited number of other choices. We're still not imposing upon your property. This is the argument. This is it's the sleight of hand. It's a way to get around directly contradicting the plainly stated rights and freedoms that we're supposed to have, but nevertheless achieving their regulatory objectives.
So let's talk about rights. So, because in my thinking, a right is something that can't be taken away from government, whereas a privilege is something that you can enjoy, but the government can take it away. Do you think that's an okay way of thinking of it, or would you phrase it differently? Like
in principle, yes, but in effect, no. What I mean by that is this. So we have, let's take the charter rights, for example. We have these charter rights, and they're supposed to be guaranteed. But of course, they're not. Why is that? Well, number one, we have Section 1. But let's put Section 1 aside just for a minute. The problem with all constitutions, and for that matter, all pieces of written law, is that they are written in words. And words contain ambiguities. And the job of interpreting those ambiguities belongs to the courts. So you look at the charter and it says, you have a right to free speech. Okay. Nobody knows what that means. You can't tell what right you have by reading those 9 words, whatever they are, because embedded in those words is a line somewhere. Right. So the example I like to use is if someone goes up to you on the sidewalk and says, you give me your wallet or I'm going to run you through. Okay. That's speech, but it's not protected under the charter. It's an assault, a criminal offense, and probably should be. But the charter just says right to free speech. So the content of that right is provided by the court. And the courts give all these things the meanings that they prefer. So I like to put it this way. Our rights are not governed by the charter. They are governed by the court. The meaning, the limits, the boundaries, the content of the rights is determined by the court, not by the document. And so the court has the power to give or take as it sees fit. We are subject to their power now. And so we call them rights because we're supposed to be guaranteed them There's supposed to be lines that the governments can't cross, but where the line is, up to the court.
Mhm.
So you might as well call them privileges.
Well, that's how I characterize it. I mean, you've mentioned Section 1 of the Charter, and just so people viewing understand. So, the Charter lists a whole bunch of great rights, like, freedom of speech. But Section 1 basically allows the government to argue, well, yes, but in some circumstances, we should be, given a pass. Court should say, no, you're justified in restricting those rights because it was, in the public interest, basically. I
Right.
mean, both of us could recite Section 1 word for word. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom guarantees the right, but that's basically it. It allows the government to basically convince a court. Although I'm in my mind, it's almost becoming a legal presumption that if the government restricts a right, it's demonstrably
Well, it's
justified.
becoming that way. It's becoming that way.
Yeah.
It's even more so with respect to these administrative decision makers that we've been talking about, right? So
which aren't subject often to charter scrutiny.
Right. As long as the Supreme Court has said that, if one of these decision makers is pursuing proper statutory objectives and happens to infringe a right, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think we should do to, arrive in a situation where we are allowed to, well, first of all, do you think we should be allowed to make our own health decisions, that we should have access to, whatever treatment modalities we want? Protecting us against fraud and adulteration and the like. But, do you think maybe that we should have access to natural remedies, for example? Or is it okay that Health Canada is basically over-regulating us so we don't have a choice?
Oh, no, there's no question in my mind. This is interference by the state in a matter that shouldn't concern them at all. They should get their noses out of this. This is part of living, I would have thought, in a somewhat free country, to be able to choose to treat yourself in the way that you see best, whether it's through food, whether it's through natural remedies, whether it's through other kind of treatments. Listen, the individual is supreme in my books, sovereign. And any regulation that takes that decision-making power away is getting, I don't want to overuse the word, but it's getting into a kind of tyranny.
Mm-hmm. Well, but just, so people understand, when the word tyranny is used, if you go and look it up in a dictionary, tyranny just means absolute discretion. It's just we've learned that when somebody has absolute discretion, so they're a tyrant, that bad things happen. And it's interesting in the area of food and drug law, so Bruce, in the 2024 budget, the federal budget. So, it's a spending bill. It's a phone book in length. I don't know how much the federal government spent in that budget, but, it's meant to be financial regulation or, law. It goes to the Finance Committee to review. It doesn't go to the Standing Committee of Health. But notwithstanding it, Health Canada's got in the habit now of making substantive changes to our food and drug law in the federal budget. So that's 2 years in a row. Thank goodness the Carney government isn't going to do a budget, regardless of what you think of that from procedural issues. But from a Food and Drug Act perspective, praise the Lord that, they're not doing a budget because they're going to make substantive changes to their food and drug law. But just on this tyranny thing. So in the 2024 budget, the Minister of Health has been given the power, and the test in there basically is no test, and they've even added, the minister can be uncertain. It's completely it was unreviewable anyway, but they've even made it more unreviewable. So the Minister of Health can step in and basically prohibit the off-label use of a drug or class of drugs, or even the promotion for off-label use of a drug or class of drugs. And the Minister of Health, well, let me just talk about that for a second. So the provincial government has jurisdiction over health by and large, which is why, so they manage health professions, they manage the hospitals.
Yep.
And doctors are allowed to basically make decisions that for an individual patient, the doctor thinks is in their best interest. So, but Health Canada approves drugs for specific label purpose. So let's say you and I are Pfizer, Bruce, and we want to get a drug approved for breast cancer. Well,
Yep.
we're going to run our clinical trial for stage 1 breast cancer only. There's no way we're going past stage 1 because the safety signals are going to be too bad. So, and we're going to run our clinical trial for a very short time period so that the safety signals aren't bad. And we're going to limit it to young women so the safety signals aren't bad. So we'll run a clinical trial on, age 20 to 34-year-olds for, 6 weeks with stage 1 breast cancer. We'll exclude pregnant women. Well, Health Canada will approve it for exactly what our clinical trial was. Aged, 20 to 34, stage 1 breast cancer, no pregnant women. Well, now you're an oncologist and a 35-year-old shows up, or somebody with stage 2, 3, or 4. Any use other than for 24-year-old in stage 1 is off-label, and most of our drug use is off-label. And we want doctors to make what they think is the best decisions. And sometimes the drug's out there and it's for one purpose, and doctors learn through experience that it actually works for something else. So why would the Minister of Health have the power, be granted the power to basically interfere with Lord knows how many personal decisions made by doctors to manage patients? Like, on what planet is this allowed? And even the promotion of off-label use. So, that's really interesting. And then the Minister of Health was granted the authority, Bruce, and most people won't believe me, but go and read it, basically to exempt drugs or classes of drugs from any of the Food and Drug Act or regulations. Like, so we're even moving from, parliamentary, supervision, because we've got this Food and Drug Act and regulations, but we're giving the power to the Minister of Health.
100%. 100%. But this is part of the phenomenon I was talking about before, which is moving into a system of rule by law. And part of that system involves legislatures like Parliament passing statutes that delegate exactly this kind of power, delegate power to bureaucratic decision makers, so that they have the authority to do this without having to go back to Parliament for them to pass the actual rules. This is widespread across both at the federal level and the provinces. Statutes being passed that delegate responsibility to administrative decision makers, where the rules are actually made. Ministers and agencies and departments and commissions and so on. Most of our law now is not in the statute. It's in the regulations and the guidelines and the policies and all the way down. Right. So it becomes increasingly impossible to know what the rules actually are that apply to you, not only because they're hidden, but because they are made in a discretionary way pursuant to the kind of power you just described. Okay? This is not the rule of law.
And another way of kind of looking at it as a problem is in the American Revolution, one of the rallying cries was taxation without representation.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, we're basically moving authority in our lives away from Parliament that taxes us into a bureaucracy.
Yes. But we're doing it
that has no accountability, and we have no representation before, and we have no representation even through the courts.
Yes, and the reason that it's happening is that the legislatures and the courts both approve of this. I mean, this is not power being taken away from the legislature. This is the legislature giving it away, because this is a system that they for some reason seem to want, and the courts have put their stamp of approval on it as well. So this is all pieces of the state cooperating in promoting the idea that the role of the state is to supervise the behavior of the citizens, and that requires discretionary authority, and it's spreading throughout the system at all levels.
And another interesting thing is, so the courts are showing deference to the
Yeah.
bureaucracies in the area of Health Canada. I mean, I find that actually Parliament and the government defers to the bureaucracy. I'm actually of the personal opinion that it doesn't matter what government's in there, whether it's liberal or conservative.
Sure.
Although my experience has been is the conservatives are much softer on the natural health industry when they're in power, but they still don't defy Health Canada. So it's kind of like liberal soft, but the trajectory is the same. And there'll be legislative initiatives and regulatory initiatives during conservative governments that are in the wrong trajectory. So there's deference. And Bruce, the NHPPA, like I think in the last 20 months, like we can track about over 3 million communications that have flown through us to MPs. Well, there were only 338 last Parliament MPs. Right. Yep. I think we're 342 now or something like, and a lot over, most of those communications were paper communications. Mm-hmm. And yet we see no change by the government. And you'd think it would be a political win. Like it's the most significant issue before MPs is Canadians saying, relax on these regulations on natural health products. Mm-hmm. Like relax. We didn't back off. You'd think it would be a huge win. It's like, okay, we've listened to you. We'll back off. Like, where's the downside for the government? We will have a healthier population by any measure, mm-hmm. and you'll have happy citizens, and you're even just going back to the way it was. Right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But there's not even a discussion by the government.
No.
On the issue.
But governments of all stripes today are managerial in the sense that they want to pass all this off to expertise inside the office in the back. And they don't want to question the model that they're now very firmly inside.
Do you think that they're allowed to question the model? So, for example, most people aren't even aware of the cabinet committee structure. Most people aren't aware of the Privy Council office, even though our Constitution creates the Privy Council office to advise the government.
Sure.
And it's made up of a whole bunch of people that are not elected representatives. I understand that by convention, the cabinet, are members while they're cabinet ministers.
Yeah.
But we've got this entire cabinet committee and, Privy Council office committee structure. Mm-hmm. And, I have an acquaintance that, was very deep inside that, who, has tried to suggest to me that it doesn't matter which party is in power. Policy is basically dictated. Like we can change the clothes to match the political theme of the government.
Sure.
But that by and large, it's very difficult to enact policy change. And that it's possible that, in the area of the regulation of drugs and natural health products and how we're in this rent-seeking exercise, that's policy coming from a cabinet committee structure that, we just simply the MPs can't change, the government can't change. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because I know it's hard to gauge this stuff if we're not on the inside.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So it is opaque. You don't know exactly who's pulling the strings. And the way it works is probably not the way that we imagine that it works. But on the other hand, the prime minister and the cabinet still control the legislature. So just as a thought experiment, let's just say for a minute that the prime minister and the health minister and the rest of the cabinet decided that they were going to repeal the Food and Drug Act. Okay. Well, they would have
idea, by the way.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Brilliant idea.
But they would have the power to do that. I mean, the Privy Council wouldn't be able to stop the legislature from voting on that bill. Now, maybe there would be pressure applied to not do that, but nevertheless, if the bill got to the floor of the House, then the MPs as a body are going to be able to vote yay or nay on that bill. And if you repeal the statute, then the authority that we're talking about doesn't exist. And then in that situation, even the courts would have to say, well, there's no statute, so we can't give you a favorable review here. There's nothing to work with, right? So if you take extreme enough measures, you can make a change.
Right. As a thought experiment, you said, because realistically, if there's all this inertia there that basically dictates policy,
right,
that may not be permissible. And Bruce, I mean, maybe we should even talk about the power of the king here, because one thing I find interesting, and now I do it sometimes when I lecture. So like, let's say I've got 500 people in an audience.
Yes.
What I'll do is I'll say, the most important piece of legislation governing your life is the Constitution. I mean, it defines what powers different levels of government exercise over you, and even part of it defines the rights that you in theory have, or privileges, I'd be more comfortable calling them. Like, no piece of legislation affects you more. And here, we're all forced to go through at least 12 years of public education, where the state dictates what we read and what we don't read. And if I ask how many people in the room have actually read the Constitution,
right,
a few hands will go up, Bruce. But then when I probe them, usually what it is people who have read the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because the government hands those, and they think they've read the Constitution.
Sure.
So here we are, where we're in a state system where we're actually not encouraged to understand the most important documents governing our lives, like that set of British statutes and two, orders in council of the United Kingdom cabinet, that form our Constitution.
Right.
And I think most people would be shocked to understand that the king's the executive, and actually the king is supposed to approve of legislation, not just have the power to sign off or repeal 2 years after if the king's made a mistake in signing off on a bill, but actually the king is supposed to approve of legislation.
Apparently not even our governor general knows that. Did you hear the comment from our governor general when the king came?
Please share.
Right. So when the king, I saw this, somewhere, like maybe Twitter, when the king came to give the throne speech, the governor general made a comment about a foreign head of state coming to give the speech in the House of Commons.
Oh, that's funny that the king's
apparently not understanding that. No, that's not a foreign head of state. That's our head of state.
Yeah, that is our executive under our Constitution. The king is our executive, and the king is the head of our armed forces.
Right.
So, that's really interesting. Bruce, I've really enjoyed this conversation. And
me too, Sean. Me too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I always do, because you have you take a step back and take a broader view of things from a legal philosophical perspective, and I actually can't get enough of these conversations. I so enjoy them, and I so respect what you're doing. I've been asking everyone kind of a final question, so in the area of food and drug regulation, what would your message to Ottawa be?
Get your nose out of our business. And really, they have no legitimate role in this, in my opinion. The lengths that they go to try to tell all of us serfs, what to do and how to handle our own lives is outrageous. And I wish more Canadians were attuned to the degree of overreach that the government regularly participates in.
I think that's a wonderful message, and I think you're right. Most people have no idea. Unfortunately, even lawyers, right?
Sometimes, especially lawyers. I mean, it's a forest for the trees kind of problem sometimes.
Yeah. Bruce, I just, again, on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show, I'm just so thankful for coming. Thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Oh, it's been my pleasure, Sean. And listen, my compliments on all the work you're doing on this issue. Thank goodness you are on it, because it needs it, and nobody else seems to be aware of it. So well done.
Yeah, thanks again, Bruce.
Let's talk about sections 24 to 47 of the Charter, which all deal with the Health Freedom Ombudsman. What these sections do is create a new position of a Health Freedom Ombudsman and then give that person the powers and procedures necessary to protect our health freedom rights. Now, this is crucial because I have been involved with case after case after case where Health Canada has been restricting access that either the person contacting me or a loved one requires, sometimes for their very life or for very serious health conditions, and they're basically ignored. And there's no mechanism. And if you have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars and can hire a lawyer, even then, getting into court, you're not going to get access quick enough. And so there has to be some mechanism. What do you do when you're being threatened by the actions of a government bureaucracy? Any government bureaucracy in the area of health. If in any place there's need for an ombudsman, it has to be in the area of health freedom, the right to be exercising your choice of how you're going to treat yourself and considering your needs when your health is being threatened by the government. And so that's what this does, is we create the Office of the Health Freedom Ombudsman and we give this office the powers needed so that you have a voice if your health is threatened by any government department, not just Health Canada, not Ministry of Wellness, but any federal government department.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and welcome to the world's greatest health show. Today, I'm so happy to be speaking with Penny Hodgson. Hi, Penny, how are you?
Hi, Teresa. I am well, thanks.
Good.
Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for Thanks for coming on, and we look forward to hearing about your health journey. So, Penny, can you start maybe from the beginning, and we can just let everyone know a little bit about who you are?
Sure. Well, I was born with a skeletal deformity condition with a big name called congenital bilateral hip dysplasia, which just means that both hips were not formed quite right. So hip sockets weren't formed quite right. And so over the course of my lifetime, I've had multiple complicated and sometimes experimental orthopedic surgeries that both helped and hindered, I guess, my overall health over the years.
So when did you have your so can you explain a little bit about how you what this meant for you as far as growing up as a young child?
Well, as you can imagine, if you don't have proper hip sockets, you walk funny, so I walked funny. My legs didn't go straight through. They came in a very wide circular motion. So ultimately I walked with my back muscles. And I fell a lot. So my parents, it was quite obvious something was the matter with me. And obviously I was, different than other kids. And so I experienced a lot of bullying as a consequence of that. I still can't run and jump and participate in sports like everyone else, despite all the surgeries, but I'm still moving. So that's a positive.
So what was it like then, as you were kind of entering into teenage years, or like at what stage did you mentioned that you had surgeries? When was your first surgery?
So it was, I was either 9 or 10, 74, 75. I'm kind of foggy on the exact year. Was the first one. So my dad took me actually to see his chiropractor, who as soon as I walked in his office, immediately knew without even didn't have to do anything. He just knew. And he said, this is way beyond me. You need to see a surgeon. However, he did take x-rays, and so that we could see plainly what was going on. And I was lacking what's called an acetabular shelf, which is just the cup part of your hip where your leg bone fits in and moves around. I didn't have this part. So mine was like this. So it would, as I got older, it would just leave because the wear and tear, instead of it being able to move around, it was hitting the top. And so it would essentially dislocate and stretch all the tendons and ligaments and muscles and who knows whatever, cause damage, bone fragments floating around, which then caused considerable pain. So after the first initial surgery, they probably didn't know as much about biomechanics then as we do now. And
because that was in 75, was that around-ish, like
around there? Yeah. And I don't know, honestly, when they kind of learned about proper biomechanics, but my foot became concave because I couldn't balance any other way. And so for some reason, the surgeon thought that it would be beneficial for him to address the concave. So they took bones out of the bottom of my feet and cut a bunch of tendons and shortened them. And ultimately that created more problems. Definitely didn't help anything because my hips were the real problem. So that surgery caused a lot of trauma, both physiologically and psychologically.
And so that was when you were around, like, kind of
Yeah.
pre-pubescent.
Right.
Okay.
And then my first hip surgery was the summer. I had two. The left hip was the worst hip. It was called a grade 4 by Salter's scale, which means the level of acetabular shelf that was available. And so they did the left hip first. But the first surgeon I saw at that time, which would have been early 80s, said there was no surgery that he knew of yet. But my parents were desperate for help, and I was experiencing a lot of pain and falling down a lot. So they agreed to allow a surgeon to do. He led us to believe that he had performed the surgery before, when we found out afterwards that he hadn't. But it was an experimental procedure where they break part of your pelvic bone and then try to pin all those parts to create a shelf. And it's called an osteotomy. That specific surgery is called an osteotomy. So I had that in the summer after grade 9. So between grade 9 and grade 10. And then 2 years later, I had the other side, the right side done, which wasn't as severe. I had a little bit more acetabular shelf on that side. And I had that one done the summer between grade 11 and grade 12, although I went into the hospital in July and got out in December that year.
So how many times did you end up having surgery over the,
Well, so
like, as a young adult?
there was, in the first surgery on the left hand of the first hip surgery, there was, I had a problem with the pins. They broke and started cutting their way through. So they had to be removed. Then when he did the right hip, he used a different kind of pin, and then to kind of avoid the breaking outcome, removed those. I was in the hospital for 6 months anyway, so just waited 12 weeks and then removed the pins before they had a chance to break. Then I had, so with each hip surgery, there's also a pin removal, which is just I say a minor, but it's just kind of a minor procedure. They just drill them out,
Do they still put you under? Like, are they still?
Well, the first one, I wanted to know what he was doing. So he did a local anesthetic and I watched. And and then the next one they put me under. Yeah. And then then those surgeries failed almost before the year was up. And then I had surgery again in 90 and 91. So both sides done.
So you would have been around how old approximately? In
late 20s, early 30s.
Okay.
And so
you have
91
through the growth spurt and established within your own body, and then it starts to.
And then again, those failed. So I had to, then nobody kind of knew what to do because nothing was working what they were doing. And then a surgeon in Ontario had invented a surgery, a reconstruction, a total reconstruction, where he used the femoral head, which is the top part of your big leg bone that has the big ball on it. So they cut that off and then they router it out to create a cavity and then attach that to the side of your pelvis. So they screw that all in and then they line it with titanium, with hip replacement parts essentially, and then put a hip replacement peg in your leg.
And so that would have been mid-20s or?
So that was 94 and 98. So 94. So I would have been 30, in my 30s. Yeah.
So then so what type of pain? I mean, I can't imagine. I can't even fathom. At this stage, you're like in your mid 30s. You've had how many surgeries up until this point?
2, 4, 6 plus my feet, so 7 plus the hip pins, 8, 9, close to 10 already by now.
Okay. And how would you manage pain?
Back then it was they used morphine and Talwin and Demerol. Now all those and anti-inflammatories, pretty strong ones actually. They were so strong that just to take them, I would have to drink like this massive glass of milk to, put enough acid in my stomach. At the time, I didn't know what I was doing, but all those drugs actually deplete, cause problems in the end.
Why would you? Why would you have to drink? Sorry, why would you have to drink the milk? Why would you have to? Just
an upset tummy. The anti-inflammatories were so strong, that it just upset my stomach a lot. Yeah.
So you're mid 30s, you've had at least
10. Yeah.
At least 10 surgeries.
Yeah.
And so then what happens? Has anything then worked? What's your level of mobility at that stage?
Well, the total reconstruction that I had in Ontario was finally the one that did provide the most benefit, because I had essentially normal working hips.
Okay.
The surgeries were extremely difficult and very unstable. So I was bedridden for several months, to allow it to heal. Because everybody was nervous. I mean, there was so much damage from all the other every time you have surgery, you create more scar tissue, which creates more damage, and it slows down your recovery process. So the doctors in Saskatchewan, where I lived at the time, were nervous about even monitoring my recovery because they didn't know enough about the surgery. I mean, there was only 2 guys in all of Canada at that time that were doing that kind of reconstruction. One was in Ontario and the other guy was in BC, in Vancouver. So, I mean, we've come a long way since then. I think more surgeons are, here in Alberta, there's surgeons doing, there's a few, but really, when that round of surgeries failed, there was only one guy in Calgary that, was capable of doing the surgery that I needed.
So that was in the mid 90s, the reconstruction one that you had,
right,
that actually gave you some level of.
It gave me quite a bit of once everything healed, which took several years actually. Mm-hmm. I had quite a bit of mobility, and then I met a triathlete. I was working for him actually, who suggested that, why are you being so careful about everything? Why don't you, hire a trainer and see what your body can do? Because they had given me this big long laundry list of things that I should never do, things like don't ever walk on a treadmill. I mean, when now I think it's silly and I laugh, but at the time, I would have done whatever they said to do because I was trying to avoid more surgery. And anyway, I achieved a level of health that nobody thought possible. I was walking without any aid. I was hiking in the mountains, going without any problems at all. So
that was around 2010. You were kind of at
that was 2008, 2009. and enjoying, yeah, and just enjoy what I considered normal, you know, normal people would do this. I still couldn't run or jump, and I had several muscles that don't work. My psoas muscle, which is the kind of a bottom abdominal muscle, has been cut so many times that it just doesn't work well. So doing stairs is a challenge, but I mean, I can do them as long as I have railings and things, but it's still a challenge.
So what happened in 2012 then?
Well, then the reconstruction degraded. My left hip moved posteriorly, moved backwards, and was pushing into all the internal organs in the pelvic area and created kind of a pinch in the colon, which caused me to be incredibly sick. I was really, really sick. I don't think I had ever been that sick in all the years, but I was closer. I mean, I was 47, you know, I'm getting closer to 50. And so it kind of, you know, made sense that things accumulate, right? And all the past surgeries and circulatory problems and everything that go along with that would have caused more issues. But this time was different because I just moved to Alberta and I didn't have a family doctor. I knew I needed x-rays because I started having some pain that I knew wasn't right. It's, you know, there's pain that's recovery pain, and then there's pain that, well, something's gone.
And it
really
had come
wrong.
back. It had come back.
Well, it became excruciating. And
how did you handle it mentally?
Well, I mean, initially, I just thought everything was going to be the way it was in the 90s, you know, that I would find a doctor and I would get the help I needed and everything would be how it always was before. And it just didn't turn out that way. So the first doctor that I went to, you have a little meet and greet, and I gave her my history and told her that I was experiencing a lot of pain and that I needed x-rays. And her response to me was that she didn't prescribe opiates. I didn't see the correlate. I didn't understand I didn't ask for drugs. I asked for x-rays. So anyway, I had to find somebody different. She was obviously uncooperative. My chiropractor at the time was able to order x-rays for me. And so the radiology report came back and we could see that, wow, I needed to get to see a surgeon. And the only way to do that is to find a GP who could refer me to the hip clinic. So eventually I did find one who I had to coax into for him to give me the referral. I found them to be really uncooperative compared to all the doctors that I'd seen in the previous 40 years of my life.
How many surgeries would you have had at this stage?
Well, 10, I think, maybe 11. I mean, enough to understand, you know,
what you were looking at,
what I was looking at and what I needed, you know. And I knew I was really sicker than he was kind of giving me credit for. So when I had complaints, they do your regular blood tests and everything comes back normal. And I'm told, no, everything is fine. You know, you just have to wait for the surgery, which will be, you know, who knows when. Mm-hmm. And I knew, no, something else is really wrong with me. So I just felt like I wasn't going to get cooperation. So I headed to the library and started to research my problem. And
what did you uncover? Like, was there anything?
Well, yeah, the first few books, I've always been in health textbooks because this has been my life. I've never known anything else. And quite honestly, everything that I've learned was, how do I avoid having surgery again? Like, I want this to work so that I don't have to go through all that trauma again. So because my stomach, I was having a lot of stomach issues that were, I thought I was eating properly, and for the most part, I kind of was, but I knew they were issues that weren't normal. So that's why I went to the library, started looking at it, recalled an article that I had read several years before that talked about gut imbalances, bacterial imbalances. So I came home with a stack of books. And as I was reading these books, one, I don't remember what the names of them were, but one was written by a pharmacist who, because her kid had issues, found this whole other wealth of information. And every book that I read was like, wow, how come I did not know this before? And I was able to, just by that little bit of study, change my diet enough to get my gut bacteria back into a kind of balance.
Did that help with preparation for your next surgery? Because you were still waiting for surgery, weren't you?
No, because I was swallowing a bottle of Advil every day because the doctors wouldn't give me any pain medication. So the only thing that I could take was Advil. I would alternate between Advil and Tylenol every 2 hours, taking one and then the other, which just really does a lot of damage to your kidneys and your liver. So, and my adrenals were depleting. My whole body was crashing. And I didn't know if I was going to make it. I was so sick and so nutritionally depleted that I was suicidal. And I thought, man, I cannot live like this. I found a naturopath who, on her first examination, said, wow, I don't know how you're going to make it through this surgery, but we'll try to get you ready, and sent me home with a bag full of various tinctures and medications to try to get my body built up again to withstand the trauma. Surgery is, by definition, physiological trauma. So I was able to get, obviously, to a point where I could get through the surgery.
Had you ever thought of seeking a naturopath before? Or did you know they existed, or what, did you know what that word meant?
No. No, I honestly didn't, because what did I know about alternative health? Not much. Probably whatever you hear about it is usually ridiculed. You think of it as some woo-woo science. And because I was very allopathic minded, in other words, because I had grown up in an environment that looked at everything from one perspective, that was the perspective I looked at everything from. But
and what perspective would that have been?
Well, surgical and pharmaceutical approach to healing. For every problem, there's either a drug or a surgery that will cure it.
And that was what you knew.
Well, that was all I knew.
So when you met the naturopath and she started to give you some additional supplements and that, what then was the reaction to your body, and how was that then preparation for your last surgery?
Well, it started to build me back up to withstand, to get me into a better immune function and better adrenal function to withstand the surgery. But then in that, I realized there's a whole segment that I don't know about. And so I enrolled in the Canadian School of Natural Nutrition. I thought, if I'm going to learn about this, I might as well learn about it. And
That's amazing. That's amazing.
so I dove in with both feet. And I thought, well, I'm going to be recovering from surgery anyway. I'll have nothing better to do, so I might as well study. And that, was very eye-opening. A very eye-opening education.
So you had your last surgery in 2012, and then
Well, I had surgery in 2012, and then because he fixed, when he did my left hip, then I was cockeyed, so he had to go in and do the right hip to even me out so that I could rehab, because I couldn't. Everything was angled funny, and I couldn't rehab properly, so he had to kind of level me out. So he did the other side. And then that was 6 months later, so 2013. But then during that rehab after that surgery, I tore my knee out. So I tore the meniscus in my right knee. So then I had to wait a year for another surgery to have that fixed, which in the end he ended up just cutting. It was torn so badly, he cut it out.
So how did you tolerate the pain? Like how were you handling the pain at this stage?
Well, the last round of surgeries, the 2012, 2013, and 2015, I couldn't take painkillers for whatever reason. My body was rejecting everything. So I had to make do with just Tylenol 3 with, a little bit of codeine, which was added stress on my body, but it was the only thing that I could take and not reject, throw up.
So where did you go then with your education with the Canadian School of Natural Nutrition?
I used all of it to try to figure out how to heal my body. Okay. And as I was learning about nutrition from a different perspective, from a healing perspective, I started to realize that a lot of the health issues that I had had previously were probably due to nutrient deficiencies. So, for example, as I mentioned, surgery is by definition physiological stress to your body. That all by itself puts added demand for specific nutrients. Things like all your B vitamins and vitamin C. And all of those things are important in healing, like collagen production. Collagen is very important in orthopedic surgeries for your joints to repair, because they're cutting through all of that, and detaching and reattaching tendons to your bone and cutting through ligaments and muscles and whatever else. So all of those things are incredibly important. So just by itself, the stress, emotional and physiological, increases substantially the demand for those specific nutrients, as well as minerals too, like magnesium and zinc and vitamin D and all the things that impact your immune system. So just the stress alone. But then I also learned that a lot of the medications use nutrients as biochemical cofactors, which adds again to the increased demand that your body now needs. So in a nutshell, nobody could eat enough food to replenish the nutrients that are being used up through the stress, through the cofactor with the medications and the anesthetics and everything. You couldn't eat enough food. You have to have supplements to replenish your system. So when I was studying, I realized that never once had anyone ever mentioned that, because they don't know. You know, I realized too after it's because they're not taught to look in that direction. So it's not that they're intentionally misleading you. It's that they have no idea. It doesn't occur to them. So I had blood loss. They'll give me iron because they know that iron supplements will help you regain your blood. But so they do that without thinking, but it doesn't occur to them to give you magnesium or vitamin C or any other nutrient, really. They know a standard operating protocol for all orthopedic surgeries is to give you IV antibiotics. It's to protect against infection. Well, IV antibiotics are different than taking them orally. They're stronger, and they bypass your digestive system, go right into your bloodstream. And that, you know, is worse than oral in how it depletes all the good bacteria. So the good bacteria is essential for lots of things, but mostly mental health. You know? And
what was that like then? Like, did you feel like you had a bit of a recovery because you were basically taking back a little bit of your power by educating yourself, right? Well, and then filling yourself up.
Yeah.
Where were you then in your headspace after this last?
Well, it was a mixture, because initially it was like, that was my red pill, you know, it was like, wow, how come we didn't know this? You know, when I started looking into, for whatever reason, my body became trapped in a negative feedback loop of trauma. So I would just start to progress. And then for whatever reason, which I'm still trying to figure out, my muscles would just lock up. And if I pushed through it, if I, you know, did what I always did before, they would just tear. And then now I have an injury. Now I have to wait, you know, X number of weeks, probably months, because now, you know, I'm closer to 60 than 50. And so it takes a lot longer to heal. And it just became so frustrating that I finally just quit and thought, okay, I just need to research more and approach this from a different perspective. So I'm not re-injuring myself all the time.
Do you feel like you're, had you known a little bit more about this, like if there had been some sort of connection between the two experiences, would that have helped a little bit in your recovery? Or how do you think, like looking back now, I mean,
hindsight's always 2020, right? But absolutely.
But would that,
had there been an integrative approach, I probably could have avoided at least half of those surgeries. At least half. I think so, yeah. Because
why do you say that?
Because I think that there's no study that I can cite or even point to other than my experience. But I think that had all the nutrients been brought up in my body, I would have healed differently. I don't, because I mean, that's the orthopedic surgery, is that it's all bones and muscles I mean, everything that, and there's every single nutrient pretty much is involved in the femurs, the leg bones is where almost all of your blood production is done, right? So I think I suffered physiologically that, and one thing, because the body's ultimately a series of dominoes, and when one starts to fall, eventually they all fall. And that's, I'm pretty sure, what happened in 2012. I had placed such a demand on my body for extra nutrients that it wasn't getting. And even though I thought I was eating properly, I was eating all the foods labeled healthy. Not necessarily are those healthy, you know? Like, I didn't understand the difference between organic and certified organic. I didn't understand, you know, and how could you? You only know what you know. So if you're not,
this is the problem, right? It's like, we don't know what we don't know. And
exactly,
where does that root come from? Like, I couldn't have had this conversation with you 10 years ago. Like, you know, I'm 57. I couldn't have. I would have no idea. I would think, well, it's fine. It's, the label says it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine, because we blindly trust the institutions. You know, I grew up in the hospital, ultimately, right? I mean, I was 10. I lived in those days, it wasn't as McDonald's-y, you know, fast foody as it is now. That you're in, you're out. They basically throw you out in 3 days. Back then, and I have a comparison, and I can say that back then there was a lot more care going on. So I was in traction for months, which is why I lived in the hospital as a teenager. But at that time, all the surgeons and just general, because I was I don't know what odd case, you know, they didn't see it in real life as much, if at all. Lots of doctors, I was used as a teaching example. So I met a lot of physicians from all walks, because they just, you know, inquiring minds always like to learn. And I never experienced the level of disrespect and none. I mean, surgeons are often, you know, accused of having a God complex, because they're, you know, they're who they are. They're where they are because they're, you know, the smartest guy in the room. But they weren't argumentative. Like, even but when I had to go back into that world in 2012 in a new province, I was just like, I think initially I was so stunned. I was like, wow, what has happened to our medical system? Because it didn't used to be this bad.
So you spoke about, when we spoke before, about a fear mind state.
Well, because
can you just talk about the fear mind state? Because I think that there's a lot of, you know, I think there's a lot of fear on all sides, and I think that collectively
100%.
we're experiencing a lot of fear. And I just, how did you kind of break that loop, moving forward?
Fear loop.
Yeah.
How did I break that loop? Well, I'm an inquiring minds kind of person, my own self. So I'm always trying to understand things. And the more I understood about my body and how it worked, and the more I understood about people and how they work, I think I finally realized that it's hard to explain. I think the fear, we live in a fear-driven society all by itself. Everything is fear-driven.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was a kid, the doctors, I mean, they told me, don't ever get pregnant, because if you do, you'll be in a wheelchair for life. Mm-hmm. You know, the wheelchair for life thing was a big threat. And I knew I didn't want that. So everything was kind of based around that fear. So when they told me, well, whatever you do, don't run, don't jump, don't go on a treadmill, don't do this, don't do that. I mean, I was obedient because the surgeries were so traumatic. I wanted to avoid them. But when I learned about how the body actually works, the fear was gone, right? Like, because you're only afraid of something that you don't understand. But once you understand it, well, then the fear is gone. So, and again, I don't think anything is intentional. I think it just doesn't occur to them to, you know, I mean, they'll tell you, well, go see a physiotherapist. But unless you're ready to pay for a personal trainer, the physiotherapy that comes with surgery will get you only to a basic living condition. In other words, as soon as I was able to walk on both legs and push a grocery cart, that was the end of physiotherapy, unless I was going to pay for it myself. People think we have free healthcare here in Canada, but we don't. Like we have, the surgery was free, but the rehab wasn't, you know.
So where are you, how are you feeling today? How are you doing? Are you in a I can't see. Are you in a wheelchair?
No, I walk.
How are
I
you
walk
doing
with a
today?
cane.
And what
Yeah.
kind of attributes to natural health products do you think that has to play with it?
I wouldn't be here without them.
Mhm.
I can say with a high degree of certainty that I would be dead.
Wow.
I would have not made it had I not learned the importance of nutritional supplementation after the kind of physiological and emotional stress that I went through.
Mhm.
My adrenal, like I was suicidal, Teresa. And
Wow.
that was a combination of my gut flora being completely imbalanced. It took 1 year of concerted probiotic effort to get my gut back to even remotely close to assimilating nutrients properly and my digestion. I had to change my whole entire everything about how I viewed life. I had to, like, I can't go back. I worked in operational accounting most of my life. That job was high stress. If I tried to do that today, I would crash in 2 months. Like, once you reach that point of exhaustion, there's no going back. No matter how much of a superwoman you think you are. And I did. I thought, I can overcome this. But no, like, if I push myself, then I crash. And it's not, you know, when I first read the book about adrenal fatigue, I thought, oh no, it can't be. But it's true. Like, when you reach the point that I did, you have to change the way that you do things. I have to be kinder to my body. I have to slow down. I can't be running around, you know, with high expectations about every single thing. And I think that's the biggest difference. You know, holistic alternative medicine does look at your whole lifestyle. It's not just, well, we're going to give you this bag of vitamins to take, or at least it shouldn't be. You know,
Right.
it's about your whole being. It's about, what are you eating? How are you thinking? How are you moving? How are you exercising? So I had to unlearn a lot of bad habits that were created from exactly the fear-driven messages that I always had, because those pushed me off the edge.
So you don't physically now? How are you doing?
So physically, I don't have my distance where I know it can be.
Yeah.
And I'm like a dog with a bone. I'm not going to give up, because I know that I can be better than where I'm at still.
Right.
I just had to take a moment, step back, and do more research. And so I think I've come up with another plan now
Oh, that's so good.
to get myself to where I want to be. But now I'm mindful of everything that goes into my mouth,
Yeah.
and everything that goes into my mind.
Yeah.
And I make sure that my spirit is fed as well. So I now look at things from a holistic, meaning mind, body, spirit approach, rather than a what's wrong with me approach.
So just one more second final question is, what would be your questions regarding censorship of truthful health information? Like if you would have watched a video like this when you were like, say, I don't know, 40, and there was some woman on there who was like, I don't know, 48 or 50 or something, sharing a similar story, how would that have impacted your decisions then? And would that have made a marked departure in how things ended up for you and how long it took for you to get to this point?
That's a really good question. And I've thought a lot about that. I think nothing matters until it matters to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, would I have paid attention? Maybe. I don't know. I think that we have to be always in a state of desperation before we're willing to accept something that previously we were not willing to accept. So in my mind, I believed the idea that alternative health was all woo-woo, crazy, kooky stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I grew up in a house, my dad went to a chiropractor his whole life. So I considered that a doctor. You know, it didn't occur to me that was alternative health. And I thought that I was taking a multivitamin occasionally and that was enough. You know, it didn't occur to me until I was so sick, you know. And I think what's fantastic about what you're doing and what hopefully this health show will do is educate people that it's very real how important these herbal remedies and tinctures and nutrients are to our health, and how important it is to have choice in the supplements. Like if you're only given one supplement brand, that's not choice, you know. And so it's also important to have access to information that can help you help yourself. So I still have to dig deep. Now I know how to do it because I've, you know, been doing it now for several years, but I know how to research my problem, and I'm very in tune with my own body. So I kind of know what to look for. And then I'm more than willing to test out theories on myself, because who else am it's just me, right? So I'm willing to do that. I think that more people have to understand to, try to let go of the fear that comes with our bodies are designed to be healthy. You know, we come into the world with a body that knows what to do. And if we just help it along by feeding it properly and clean food, not contaminated with chemicals and pesticides and fungicides and whatever other sides they can come up with, and crazy amounts of sugar and anti-nutrients and drugs that rob our body rather than, nourish it. So I think we just have to change if we could get both sides of the medical fence working together, imagine how healthy we would be. Like, I can't even imagine how healthy would we be if they would learn how to work together and just cooperate rather than
Right.
be opposing forces. Yeah.
And one final question for you. And you know, we're on the health charter tour.
Mhm.
We're going across Canada. We're bringing the petition to Ottawa. I would just like to ask you, Penny, what would be your message to Ottawa?
My message is, in a free society, individuals should have unrestricted access to alternative health options, including practitioners and supplements and herbal remedies, homeopathic treatments and tinctures and medications as a fundamental right tied to our personal health autonomy.
Penny, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your personal health journey with us today. And on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I would like to thank you so much for attending today.
My
and
pleasure.
sharing. You have
Thank
no
you.
idea the impact and the ripple that you sharing your story will have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. I'm here today with Judy Powers. Hi, Judy. Welcome to the world's greatest health show.
Hi there. Nice to be here.
Thanks so much for coming on and sharing with us your story. So I'm particularly excited to hear what you have to say because it has to do with your mom. And all of our moms are so important. And wow. So why don't you just take some time here and introduce us to your mom, Betty.
So my mom, Betty, was an amazing woman. We all love our moms. My mom was a nurse. She had 6 children. She was an artist, and she loved life, and she loved her family, and she was an unconditional giver, a philosopher. I learned everything while she was cutting tomatoes in the kitchen. You know, she was awesome. And that's why I took this journey with her, because she had, she had supported me when I had children, and she was there, and we've lived together forever. She would go to New Zealand, sometimes for half the year with me. We are family. And so as I went through these problems and challenges, I never hesitated. I never said, oh, maybe I don't want this one, or maybe we can't do it. We said, no, we are fighting this. We are taking this to the end, which is what happened. You know, I took care of Mom till the end, and it was awesome. We had fun. It wasn't a big sad thing. It was great. And so my message is to that this whole dying can be a pleasurable thing. It can be good because you're together and you're going through this experience that you will go through. None of us are getting out alive, right? So yeah. It is. It's we learned a lot through the process. It was beautiful, and I think how we deal with death is the coldness, the being in a hospital or a care facility. It's so sad, and it's our culture. This doesn't go on everywhere, but this is how we deal with our seniors. You know.
When was your mom born?
She was born in 1930 in Innisfail, Alberta. She came from a big family. She married my dad 23 years later. He was in the Air Force in World War II. And I'm proud of my parents. They were, my dad was educated. He had a degree in agriculture. They had morals, values. We were a good family, you know. So all of this leads you on your path to where you are, you know, because it's how you were raised. Times are changing, and we kind of got to get back to the family matters, you know, I think.
So what type of experience did she have? Did she work along?
So she had these 6 kids. She had a period of years off. She went back to work, and she worked nights. I grew up with gotta be quiet, mom's sleeping, you know. But then she went on, and she was curious, and she got her occupational health when she was around 40. And then into her 40s, she was rebellious, and my family broke up, which was sad. And she moved to Robb, Alberta, which is in the mountains, and she worked at a coal mine. And she worked with 2,000 men, and she did lung functions, and she checked their ears. And it was an experience of her with hard hats and steel toes and just being in nature. It was, and she built a beautiful log house in this small town that she designed.
Was that in the 70s, or was that
that was in 1978? Yeah, that was in the late 70s. And then from there, she did that for a while, and then she started nursing in New Zealand. She was like mom on the go. She was just on a plane, then she's somewhere else. And but eventually, she had health challenges. She stopped nursing in her early 60s. She had been working in Edmonton, and Ralph Klein had come in and did all these budget cuts, and the nurses were under a lot of stress. My mom got her heart was enlarged. She developed this floppy valve. She developed health challenges. So she retired. And then she became, with me, and then back and forth with my sister, raising her.
When she was working, what type of specialty did she have? Was she a registered nurse, I believe you said?
Yeah, she's a registered nurse. I missed that she was in palliative care, which is a very important point, for 5 years. And we all live through storytelling. So I learned about what happened on those wards as people died. She had a very interesting document that I found in her stuff, that it was all about how to care for people as they're dying, how you should have music and smelly things. And it was how to enhance their experience. And I thought, oh, Mom, you planted this for me to see, so that I would know how to take care of her. But
maybe
in a way, she did.
Maybe she did.
And she stacked her deck, because she, by taking care of my children, watching us, how we all operate, she taught me how to give, not just unconditionally, but how to do it. She's a Virgo, always did everything really well. So as she aged and her health declined, we just picked it up. I bought foot baths, Mom, you want your foot bath now? And you plug it in and, it's gyrating. We did juicing. She watched TV. She had an exercise bike. She had a massive bedroom, and she had her bed and her music, exercise bike. So she developed, as she became more disabled, she developed routines that sustained her. And so I don't know if I'm going too fast, but in 2010, when she had a stroke. Actually,
let's just backtrack for a sec, because I think you had mentioned previously that in 1990, she was diagnosed with cancer.
Yes.
Was that before she retired or after?
It was around the same time. So,
Okay.
yeah. And so she had basal cell skin cancer. She had it on her arms, her face, her neck. And she also developed melanoma. And she had it. She had 2 surgeries in New Zealand where they removed a substantial part of her nose and her cheek. It was a little facelift, you know. And yeah, it was very serious. She did have it. And the basal cell continued. The treatment for basal cell cancer is, one of them is freezing it off. That's how medicine does it. So I would take her once a month to the doctor, and she would take an instrument and freeze off the basal cell cancer. As we went through things, we found other options of how to treat her cancer, and that were successful. So I don't know.
And before that, and before that, you had mentioned that she had orofacial pain in the 80s as well, and there was some sort of medication that she had taken that ended up causing a heart issue.
So she took Tegretol, which is an anticonvulsant. It's given to people who have seizures. But somewhere they learned along the path that it worked on the same pathway as the trigeminal nerve. So when she had this wicked pain, she had the wicked pain for a couple of years, and it was awful. She'd go into a dark room and lie there. But they found Tegretol, which was cool. And so they gave it to her. It took away the pain. But it seems to me at the same time, all the heart issues started. And I can't, confirm any of it, but she started with a low number of pills, and those pills progressed, until the time of her death, or till she came home and was taken off medication. So the Tegretol was a godsend, but like with any drug, the minute you stop a pathway, it goes somewhere else. It's not, it's not the answer. Because we found another answer, and it worked, and it was vitamins. So it was it was 6 vitamins. I've got them written down.
But prior to that, just to kind of get the storyline, so she had had cancer. She had this orofacial pain throughout her life, and she had a
broken tooth. There was a tooth thing. She broke her tooth on an airplane. I think they removed it because she's in so much pain. Her pain continued. And she said, take out the other teeth. And the dentist said, no, your pain can be coming from somewhere else. And she insisted, and they took out another tooth, which left her with no teeth on that side. And it wasn't the tooth, it was the nerve that was affected, and which is too bad because she was in so much pain. She just said, take them out, So, that was that story.
And so in 2010, so she's 80 years old, she's retired, and she's living with you. What happens then?
So in 2010, in September, she went to the hospital with a UTI, and she was there for 3 weeks. And she came home again, and she was okay. But as the time progressed, her health was deteriorating. And in December, she got these massive pains in her pancreas area, and she was screaming in pain. I said, Mom, we have to go to the hospital. We can't deal with this. And she said, I don't want to go to the hospital, because she had had a bad experience in September. So in September.
But that was in 2019, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm confusing.
No, it's. Yeah. I mean, she had
a 2010 was a stroke. That's a whole.
So she had the stroke, and then she came back with you.
Yeah, 2010. I'm sorry. Yeah. She was fine. Like, she came home. Okay, in 2010, she had a stroke. She came home. She could no longer drive. And that really made her mad because she was used to being independent. And so for those 10 years or 9 years, from 2010 to 2019, she was pretty good. She was taking some vitamins, but her drugs, there were so many of them. And it was hard because depending on what drug she was on, she's a big thinker, she's a reader, she watches her movies, but the drugs would make her into a zombie. So I would keep going back to the doctor and say, well, this is what's happening. They try to change the drugs. And the drugs were always kind of the nemesis. It was hard with these drugs, but they did work fast. If her blood pressure was up, you take the drug, blood pressure goes down. But it was the combination, and it was the number of drugs. And in 2019, if you want to go into that, that was when so in September, she went in. She had had a bad experience. They weren't feeding her. I was going in, but I don't live there, and it was hard, but I did go in. But when in December, she had an episode and she was screaming in pain. And I said, Mom, you have to go to the hospital. And funny enough, I called the ambulance. I gave her magnesium, 500 milligrams. And, half an hour later, we're still waiting for the ambulance. And I said, how's your pain? And she goes, what pain? I don't have any pain. So the magnesium was a temporary fix for that, So yeah. So then she goes to the hospital, and it was really awful this time. She was there for 3 weeks. She lost a lot of weight. We had conflicts about the drugs. One doctor gave her a drug that I knew that she had taken 1/3 of the amount, and she couldn't handle it. And he said, that's what we're told to do. So she has to have this amount, whatever. Anyway, her health deteriorated, and it came to a point where the doctors said, you can take her home, but I can tell you she doesn't have long to live, 3 days to a week. And I thought, wow, why didn't I take her home earlier? Because I could see she wasn't being fed. In a hospital, if you can't feed yourself, you don't eat. So if you're in a care facility or a group home and you have cerebral palsy, people feed you. And there's a method. They have tongue thrusts. There's ways to feed people. But if you're an old person in a bed and you can't feed yourself, in this experience anyway, she wasn't fed. So she came home. They sent her with a bed and a commode, and they rolled it in. And I took out her big bed. We put in this hospital bed.
How did she look at that stage? You said what did the doctor say to you?
She was emaciated. She was emaciated. She was skinny. It looked like she was in a prisoner of war camp. She was so skinny. And when he gave me this death sentence, I thought, well, why don't we try to feed her and see what happens? So
didn't he ask you about surgery?
Yes. And so while Mom was cognizant, she was in there. And
so she had her faculties.
Yeah. And he walked in and he said, I omitted that they did many scans, brain scan, lung function tests, MRIs, all these scans that are harmful in that amount, all the radiation, CT scans. And so they did find that she had thickening of the gallbladder. And he said to my mom, would you like us to take that out? And she said, I don't think so. Like, why would you take out a gallbladder?
They were searching for
why she was in such poor health. And so then
they were searching, which seems like good, but what was with the gallbladder? Or
there was some thickening. Yeah. And I don't even know that would make her situation better. Her final diagnosis was pancreatitis and heart failure. And neither of those, I was told, has a cure or she cannot be maintained. So I went away
Oh,
with my mom.
And
with
she was
that.
90. She was 90,
Mhm.
and the doctor had suggested
Taking your
surgery.
gallbladder out. Well, and I don't know what the reasoning behind that was, why they would take that out.
And what was the response when the doctor
He just said,
suggested?
okay. Like he said, I don't want you to take my gallbladder out. He said, well, that's okay. And he walked away. And then I said to him, you know, she would die from the anesthetic. Like, I don't know what they're thinking. You know, is this all we can do is scan and do these surgeries? Where 0 is given to the immune system. Like, how can we support the immune system? How can we get her heart working better? You know, and that was my goal when she came home, was how to raise her ATP. How do we
So,
make
but when,
her, you know?
when she came home and they said, how long does she have to live? That, I think it's really important that everyone understands what they had, what was what was the parting words when you took your mom out from the hospital the last time in 2019.
I have to do it in the dialect. She was a woman with a British accent. She actually said it on the phone. She said, oh dear, I've seen this hundreds and hundreds of times. Your mom has 3 days to a week to live. I'm so sorry. And inside I was thinking, no way, you know, because we haven't tried hard enough, you know. So she came home. I was scared, as you would be. You know, there she is, skinny. To her benefit, I worked in healthcare. Like, I took care of people in wheelchairs. I know how to move people in beds. I know how to, you know, toilet them. I can do all that stuff.
What was your experience? What was your background then?
So I'm a theater director and teacher, but in addition to that, in my past, I've worked in group homes. And right now I have 2 people with disabilities who live in my house. And so I don't know, while I was at university for many years, I worked with people that were dependently handicapped. So people in wheelchairs. So I was not foreign to the notion of what it means to take care of somebody who's bedridden. And not everyone can do what I did. I have the big house. I have the knowledge. I have a sister who's a nurse. I have support. So I knew what to do. And I also had my mom, who was open to trying alternative ways.
And so she's being sent home. She's being sent home to say, okay, you have now 3 days to live. Mm-hmm. She's aware that this is what they're saying to her. She's emancipated.
Mm-hmm.
And emaciated. So, oh, pardon me, emaciated.
That's okay.
Sorry.
But she wasn't totally cognizant at that time either. She was kind of in and out. So I have to say that this whole journey, it's not like she came home and ta-da, everything was perfect. But she certainly had lots of cognition at different times. My goal was to feed her. And so these beds were great. You could sit them up, you know, I could make pureed food. Sometimes her eyes were closed, sometimes they were open. She was very weak. I gave her liquid vitamins, I gave her Ensure, I gave her a pureed diet. And she started to come back. And she started.
Was she still on the medication that she had been on before in the hospital?
That is, I don't want to say the cool thing, but that is the interesting thing, that she was taken off 15 medications. So these medications, I think it was 10 medications, 15 pills. That's what she was on. The doctor who I talked to said, you know, because she's coming home to die, maybe we don't need to give her these drugs. And I said, yeah, I agree. But I said, can you give me the nitro patch? So the nitro patch is a vasodilator, and she used it for her blood pressure. And so I wanted to have the power to help her. So when her blood pressure goes through the roof, I could slap on that nitro patch and I could reduce blood pressure. I need to have a tool, and that is a great tool. And it's not used enough. You know, it was her greatest thing. When you take drugs, it takes a while for the drug to come up and go down and the timing, but you put that on, you're good to go. So that's what I got. And then on my journey, I learned that a nitro patch is a vasodilator given with vitamins, ups the vitamins. And this is through testing with oximeter, blood pressure machines, stuff. So
And
it was.
so you got oxygen for her as well, I believe.
I asked for oxygen because she had been on oxygen. Initially, her doctor didn't think it was a good idea, but eventually I did get the oxygen. And that is another story. So a fellow came to deliver the oxygen. We'll call him the oxygen guy. And we talked. And he said,
Yeah.
he said, oxygen makes everything better. If you take oxygen, or if your oxygen is low, you can't digest your food, your heart doesn't work as well, the blood doesn't move, but you take oxygen and it's this big support. So I was given this oxygen. They wanted me to put it at a higher dose at 2 to 4 liters per minute. My sister is a nurse in New Zealand, and she said, if you give too much oxygen, it can be bad because the body cannot receive it and you can have toxicity. So we did 1 liter per minute. I should have brought my oximeter. You put the oximeter on the finger. And
I used to have one for my mom. She actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Because she could actually put it on her finger. And if she breathed, like she could actually make her oxygen saturation increase. Like she played with it, right? It was,
So using oxygen and using the oximeter. And so what it was, I still had the challenge of reducing her blood pressure and taking away her trigeminal pain. And I had no drugs. And that's all we knew was the drugs. And so I had to find methods to make her comfortable. And that's when I referred to my little library in my closet and I looked in books. And so I just want to say, Dr. Abram Hoffer, who's the father of orthomolecular medicine, he is a psychiatrist, medical doctor, and a biochemist, first biochemist. So he knows biology. And so he has books that you could reference. So I looked in my niacin book, which is my Bible, and I looked at about trigeminal neuralgia, and there were these vitamins. Take niacin, vitamin C, B complex, vitamin E, B12, and folic acid. Now, to the average Joe, you might go, yeah, a bunch of vitamins. Well, she never had pain again, as long as she took those vitamins. So this is...
So when she came home and she had 3 days to live,
you still had to keep her comfortable, right? She still had high blood pressure. So I learned with the oxygen that helped. And then the nitro patch, and then we learned about metabolic cardiology, and we learned how to reduce blood pressure using vitamins by cardiologists that I studied. So it was a journey, but it was also my passion. So I watched a lot of videos while I'm in the kitchen cooking. I'm always watching, to learn. And everything that we did, it kind of worked. If you did it as, like, it's not just go take a multivitamin. It's not like that at all. You have to take L-carnitine, D-ribose, magnesium, CoQ10. That is metabolic cardiology. That will increase the ATP within the cell. And you also have to have a patient or your mom who's willing to take it. So I said, Mom, do you want to try this? She goes, yeah, bring it on. We shouldn't say bring it on, but she said yes.
She had this spirit. She built a log cabin.
Yes.
In the 70s, right?
Yeah.
She was that woman.
Her in her orange station wagon. She was a woman. She had all the stuff in the car, she had the extra blanket and the bag of goodies, and she loved life. And she would say to people when they came to see her and she was still living, she'd say, I'm part of an experiment. And she said it proudly because she was. This was a test to see if she could live on vitamins alone. and not just vitamins, but we had other strategies, right? We had TENS machines and oxygen, and we had a stepper. We had people that, you know, she would step, she would move. Now, the TENS machine, I just want to say, is really important because
What's
for
the
people,
TENS? What's that? Can you?
I should
what's the
have
TENS
it.
machine?
So yeah,
Describe what
Dr.
it is,
Ho,
because I don't know. Yeah.
people know Dr. Ho. Like Dr. Ho is it's a little box, and you have electrodes, and you put it on your back,
Yeah.
wherever you have pain, and it kind of goes, it moves
Yeah.
the muscle. So you can have EMS, which is electrical muscular stimulation, and that is just that. Now the TENS machine goes, and it's working on the pathway to the brain. So we use both. And the thing that was cool was that because she was bedridden, she could be in her bed, the choices, in her bed, lying down, sitting up, or coming out to her living room and going in her Easy Boy chair. So she wasn't getting exercise. But with the TENS machine, she had a good body. Like her muscles in her legs were strong, and she was all the moving in bed. I said, Mom, this is the body you've always wanted. She always felt like she was overweight, and now she was slim and kind of strong. And it was these little things that you do consistently. Like you can't just do it.
You said that she ended up being able to transfer herself, right, on her own.
So for the first year, she was doing standing transfers.
The first year. This is after 3 days, go home, and sorry, your mom is passing away. Okay. Wow.
But it was that when I developed my own team, so in the first year we had home care, and the last 2 years we had something called the Cecil program, where we ran a business. I hired people, they came in to work. And it was at that time that I believe we got the Hoyer lift. So the Hoyer lift is a lift that will transport her. And that was for the safety of everyone. I want to take that back. We did it after 6 months because we got a bathtub. That was part of it. So she hadn't had a bath in 6 months. It was awful. Like, water is therapy. And so I bought a freestanding bathtub, you know, big free. It was beautiful. And we put it in, and one of the girls said, you know, you can get a pump, because we didn't have plumbing. So we filled it with a hose from the sink, and then we take the Hoyer lift, she'd go into the bathtub, have her bath, and then we would empty it with a pump out the window. But you know what? It was so great, because when you
must have just loved it.
Yeah.
She must have loved it.
You have to imagine, you have Frank Sinatra in the background, Mom's having a bubble bath, and there she is, supposed to be in a state of dying. So, this is just funny, because sometimes she did have like moments of dementia. She'd be going, I'm dying. Can you see I'm dying? I said, Mom, you don't look like you're dying. So we had fun with it. It wasn't a big, heavy thing. It was heavy in the beginning, try to figure it out, try to sustain her. That was the scary part, you know.
So you got organized with your team. I think that's that was an interesting thing that you had mentioned.
That was really key. I had, I would say, 2 to 3 workers that were amazing women who all had experience working in the field. Karen was the first one, and she's a small little woman, and she says that my mom loved her more than me, but I don't know. They had a connection. And we had Raquel and we had Kelly. So Raquel, they were all awesome. They all brought something to the table. Interesting enough, well, Raquel for sure, were all interested in natural health products. So when we went on this journey together, we had this big shelf full of vitamins, our liquid tinctures, our frankincense, and we developed strategies using all this stuff. And we had team meetings, and we said, okay, how can we make this better? You know, what is our deal? So I think one of the problems, home care are all nice people. They're all there to come in and help out. But you can never do anything. You can never grow, because they're all different all the time. And they're only there to do that job. But what we did was we went on the health adventure. of how to make Betty have a better experience, you know. And then we all learned, because someone would come in, hey, I just learned colloidal silver does, hey, let's try it, you know, and it really worked. So for her cancer, if I'm even allowed to say this, her cancer, when we treat it with colloidal silver and coconut oil and this broccoli cream from the health food store, that cancer just fell off and it was gone. And so if they came back, we'd treat it. We would use hot compresses, then oils, and then we would use these preparations. And I had a really good relationship with the woman who owns the health food store. So I would go in, I say, Claire, okay, this is the problem. What can we do? And she'd go, try this. And she got me onto the colloidal silver. So these things are curative, and you hate to ever use that word. But if all your symptoms are gone, something's going right, you know? So yeah, it was with the help of everybody.
So she's 3 days. Sorry, ma'am, your mom is passing away, and she has 3 days to a week to live. And then she's listening to, like, you know, Frank Sinatra having a bubble bath.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like
that bubble bath didn't come for 6 months. And so I'm a big water person. And in the beginning, it was all touch and go. It was home care coming in all hours of the day and night, and me as the glue in between everybody. You know, this is my mom. This is where this stuff is. And it was hard. And it was hard. I was scared for her. But my mom said that I have the problem, because I have a problem with death. Like she said, look, you're trying too hard, you know. But I try to keep cats alive. I try, you know, we all do have to die. But the cool thing about my mom is that she was able to be in a loving, happy, boisterous environment as she died. And she wasn't dying the whole time. She died at the end. So what is the real time? What is our real time to die? Is our time to die in the hospital when we're being withheld food, or people are not having the support that they could? And maybe I question my own motives to keep my mom alive. Like, did I try too hard? But I kept asking her, you know, how much longer do you want to live? Like, do you want us to keep doing all this stuff?
what was her response?
And she said, 1 more year. I'd like 1 more year, you know? And then that just kept going on, right?
So how long, I mean, what a gift. How long did she live?
So she lived till she was 93. She died in January. I think the Christmas was hard. I was on my own a lot. But whatever, I mean, Mom was in a state of dying. And when she came to die, it did happen in a very predictable way. You know, she couldn't eat anymore. And you could see it was the time her doctor came in. Mom could hardly talk at that moment, but her doctor talked to her, and Mom responded just with like she was vocalizing, but not saying words. But I could see that she was still cognizant. She just didn't have the ability to talk anymore. And when she died, it seemed like the right time. Maybe that's why it felt right. You know, when you go to the hospital, I'm not saying that they're not well-meaning people. They're doing their job. But my question is, do we age well? Is there another way to do this? Because when you're on all these drugs and you're comatose, or you are not who you are because you're paralyzed in the brain or whatever, you know, the drugs have side effects. Is there another way to age? And what we learned was that these vitamins are crucial. They're not some little extra supplement. They are the stuff. You know, they are the thing that supports your metabolism. Medicine is not looking at our immune system, the power of what God gave us. God gave, like, we've got it in us, given the right nutrition and the right support. And we need more support now than ever before. Our food supplies are being tainted, and, you know, we need organic. It's hard, but I know that with her, the vitamins changed her life. Like, she would not be alive without the vitamins, minerals, amino acids, CBD oil, all the things that we explored.
You must have had some pretty interesting conversations with her when you finally got her home.
Yes, I mean, we have the book of lines. So every time she says something really cool, I go write it down, because she was always like a teacher, right?
I did the same thing with my mom. I did the exact same thing. I have like her sayings on like a Safeway receipt or something. Like, I mean, I would grab whatever, just the words.
Yes, because it's coming from the heart, and it's so true. And I hate to talk about the dementia times, but there was times when the room was full of spirits for her. So she would see the entire room. There was a party. In fact, that's the whole story. I hear this laughing, right? And I walk in, she's laughing and talking. I said, Mom, what is going on? She said, we're having a party. Don't you see everybody? And I said, no. And I said, what are they dressed like? And she said, they're dressed in clothes from the old days. And I said, do you fear death anymore? Are you afraid of dying? And she said, no, absolutely not. Because she had been afraid. When she came home, she said to me, what if this is it? What if this is all there is? And I said, Mom, you always taught me that you talked about the river, and when you die, you go down the river to be, you know, with everybody. She was the philosopher. She was at one with nature. And at the end of her life, I said, you're fearing death now? Like, what the heck? You've always, you know, really had a big sense of where you were going. But after all her visitations that she had over those 3 years at different times, and there was a lot of cool ones, you know, where we felt that my dad was there for her. And she'd go, Henry, you're here again. You know, I just loved it, because when I studied life after death and I studied nurses that worked in the hospital, they all had that same thing happen, where the patients were seeing people above them, and they all had a similar experience. And I thought, wow, maybe I got to be part of that, because that is another part of your mom's life, right? It's not just about you as a child, you as an adult, but this is another time. And how many people get that? You know, I do have gratitude for being there. My sister, I have family all over the world. They're not here. They never got to be a part of it, you know? So yeah, we had fun.
What a gift.
Mhm.
And I can't help but think that your mom spent time in her life helping. And what a blessing it was that she actually had you to then stand in the gap for her. That's her gift to you.
I know it is.
That's her gift to you.
We have in our family, we don't hug in our family that much. And so we don't touch that much. But because she was bedridden, I touched her a lot. Like, I washed her hair in bed, I massaged her, I did her feet. And what a thing to have that opportunity to touch your mom, to have this physical connection. I'd say, Mom, this is so strange. You're my patient. But it was a cool thing, because there was a transition when we went from her being my mom to being her physical caregiver. And that wasn't totally easy because she used to be so independent, and all of a sudden I'm calling the shots, even though I tried to be liberal or whatever. But yeah, this whole thing of touch, right? In our society, we don't do that much, So for me to massage her feet with oil, or, to give her a back rub, it was kind of cool. It was another connection to her. And everybody, that was part of her healing in these final years, was part of our routine. She had the bath, she got the massage. It was so civilized, as she would say. And it was, because that's how it should be, right?
So the 3 days was 3 years.
3 years. And there was times so for that first year, I'm having meetings. Everyone's feeling so sad for me because my mom is dying, and I don't ever accept that she's dying, right? So they want me to get counseling, which is very nice of them to do that. They treated her as this palliative patient for a year. And then at the end of the year, they said, well, I guess she's stable now. And so for those next 2 years, we lost a lot of resources. But that, it was okay. And her doctor said, well, she's stable. And her doctor sort of was really nice in leaving us alone. Like she trusted what we had going on. We had all our vitamins. We were kind of on our own journey. And she never said, no, she's got to be on the drugs again, or, she just let us.
So aside from the
Hands
patch,
off.
she was never on the drugs again.
No. And
Mhm.
that is the amazing story. How can you be on 15 medications for years, like 35 years, and all of a sudden nothing? And it really makes me question our use of medication. During that time, my mom had one leg that was twice the size of the other one. And when she came off all the drugs, that leg normalized to be normal. And they always said, oh, the leg is big because it's heart failure. They had all these reasons, but it wasn't. It was the medication that did that. So the vitamins, that is my message, that vitamins are powerful. For her to and it was the vitamins, everything together. But that's what allowed her to live for 3 years. I can bar none say, without the vitamins, the TENS machines, all the stuff we did, she wouldn't have survived. Some people age and they just have good food, whatever. But for her, who had physical ailments, like she actually had a heart condition, and she had high blood pressure, and she had cancer, and this pain was wicked,
So if we were to kind of sum up before my last question, what do you think she's thinking right now about what you did for her in those last 3 years?
I think that through this thing that we had together, we were both healed. Like, it was a healing thing, because we have had kind of a rough life. Like, we've had these different traumas, and I think it was a real healing experience for both of us, because we're both tough broads, right? So I think it allowed us to let go of our ectoplasm, our shell, and be mushy together, and to love each other and to feel, it's so nice when someone dies on cue and doesn't die premature. I lost 2 sisters prematurely, and that was awful. But for her to die on cue, it was okay, because we know where she's going. And it was such a beautiful journey for the women that were here as well, because we were all good friends. It was a big laugh fest down there. And they were so generous with buying into this treatment that we gave. And they actually enjoyed it, as I did too. So it wasn't standard of care. Let's get away from standard of care. Let's, bring in the cat and put it on your lap and have the fire going in the corner, which is what she had. We put in a little stove, she had her fire, her John Wayne, her cat. This is living. This is what living is. It's tactile, right? We had the aromatherapy. We had all the smells.
You had Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yes, and we did have lots of music. And when she came to the end, when she, she had her arm wasn't moving. She goes, isn't that interesting? She's looking at my arm doesn't move. And I said, again, is this too much? She said, I still have music. And we did have music. We had Danny Wright, beautiful piano. She was a piano player, and I grew up with Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and we had Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and it's so beautiful. It's just magic. So that if somebody is in a state of dying, music is powerful because it's touches your soul. So that was when she said, she couldn't move, but she still had music. It was neat.
Judy, as you know, we're marching the charter across Canada, and you're sharing your story in the world's greatest health show, and you're really standing in the gap for Betty. You're sharing Betty's story. What would be Betty's message? What would be Betty's message to Ottawa?
That we all have the capacity to give to each other and love each other. I think she would say that we have to change what we think is important at each moment in our life. There's always, I would rather be doing this, I'd rather be doing that. But when you have this moment, you have to recognize it's very special and to engage and embrace it, because it's why we're here. It's this moment. And Mom said, whenever you have an opportunity to help somebody, that is a gift. And there, she's teaching me all this stupid stuff. And it's true. And I say that it is a gift. Somebody gives you an opportunity to rise up and to help them. So it is, if people could change their next trip to Mexico or their next thing that they're doing to help some aging person, or somebody in need, it's that can be as fulfilling as your next tennis game. Or maybe you can do it all. Try to do it all. Like help somebody, go do a fun thing. But I think that's what I learned. I learned that you got to grab these moments because then they're gone.
Thank you so much, Judy.
You're welcome.
On behalf of the world's greatest health show, I want to thank you for sharing Betty's story.
You're welcome, and good luck on your journey, because I totally believe in what you're doing. It's fantastic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl, and it's day 8 of the Health Charter Tour. And take a look at this. The world's greatest health van is back on the road. The engine's been replaced, the brakes are solid, and it's running beautifully again. Though, according to Sean, the steering's still a bit sketchy. So yes, he'll be rolling up his sleeves, getting underneath the van, and giving it some hands-on attention before the next stretch.
Hi, Sean. How are you?
Well, good. You know, this van is presenting a lot of problems. So we've had to have the engine repaired, and now the steering's loose. And it dawned on me I'm Canadian. We've got duct tape. Surely we can make this work. So
Can you show me the duct tape, Sean?
there's the duct tape.
But it doesn't say duct tape. It says Gorilla Tape.
Yeah, it's just a variety.
Can you show me the labeling on that duct tape? Okay. What about the labeling? Is the labeling correct?
Why?
Well, would Health Canada approve?
Oh, now that's a good question, because has this gorilla been proven to be safe and effective? You know, I highly doubt that. So let's all keep that a secret. So,
Okay. And so what else are you doing here?
Well, so here the problem is the fan is venting out of these tubes and there's no heater box. So we run the risk of overheating. So I have to plug those. And then next I'm going to see if I can get the drop link off the steering box and adjust the steering box because it's too loose. And we can't drive with the steering too loose.
I thought you were going to do the steering first.
No, I'm doing this first because we have to go to Health Matters for the event and I don't want the engine overheating.
And what time do we go to Health Matters?
I think 1 o'clock. So.
Okay. And on behalf of the on behalf of
The
Natural
Product Protection Association.
we say go to our website, NHPPA.org, and sign up for the newsletter.
For the Alberta leg, Teresa will be following behind the van just in case, to make sure everything and everyone arrives safely. You can track the movement of the van across Canada at NHPPA.org, join the tour, and stay connected to the journey. If you see the van coming through your city, be ready to cheer it on and maybe lend a hand if necessary. And last night's show in Grand Prairie was one for the books. We heard from so many incredible speakers whose insights and stories reminded us exactly why this movement matters. Here are just a few highlights from Day 7. Kathy Van Gogh brought her artist perspective on health and self-expression, reminding us that creativity and wellness come from the same spirit, one that thrives on freedom.
What happens if the herbs are no longer accessible for you? And do you go into your backyard and just pick them, or where do you get what you use in your green cream, as an example?
Such an excellent question. Well, right now I have 3 sources that I think deliver truly organic or wildcrafted, ethically sourced herbs. So I took that course, and of course my main interest was blood pressure. Is there anything in the plant world that can help lower blood pressure? Well, it turns out there's quite a few things. For example, this is common knowledge. A lot of people know that if you're taking a blood pressure medication, you should not drink grapefruit juice or eat grapefruit. Now, why is that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it lowers your blood pressure. So if you're on a blood pressure med and you take grapefruit juice, you might lower your blood pressure too much.
Dr. Bonnie Kaplan returned to share powerful research on nutrition and micronutrients and how they can transform mental health, showing that what we eat directly shapes how we think and heal. Chantal Anne Dumont inspired us with her holistic view of wellness, connecting the physical, emotional, and environmental aspects of true health.
In all honesty, though, it is for helping others, but everything starts from our own journey. So a lot of what I've studied was also to help myself. But when I did my medical anthropologist stage and part of my studies in Mexico, I studied with the Maya. And I produced an interesting paper that I had the opportunity to present at the Anthropologists Association. And it was very a common thread there because the healers are called men in Mexico. So it's X''MEN. It's like shamans, we would say, but shaman is a Siberian term actually, but we tend to apply it to all the traditional healers. But anyways, when I was with the Maya, I found out that this was also a very common trait. And there's even an archetype, you know, that we call the wounded healer. And we also talk about the dark night of the soul. And I think that I consider this almost as an initiation process. It seems that in these times where we're very healed, in my case, where I was in and out of my body, in and out of consciousness, I think we have the opportunity to touch with other realms and with something that is bigger than us. And somehow we become a vessel for that higher form of energy. I've seen that repeatedly in almost every real healer, regardless of the name of the modality, whether it's homeopath, naturopaths, acupuncturists, we're healers fundamentally. And I also taught at the naturopathic school in Quebec for about 13 years. And it was also a common stories amongst many of the students. And many of the students of naturopathic medicine are people that come from conventional medicine. Many nurses, many other practitioners who didn't feel fulfilled with the system as it is, are looking for different approaches, something that makes more meaning to them. And it seems to be a very common thread.
If I can share a funny, well, it's not funny, but I've interviewed two now medical doctors, both that practiced for over 40 years, one who's still practicing as a medical pediatrician. And both of them, you know, partway through their medical journey as you know, medical doctors, came across homeopathic medicine, and then they both trained as homeopathic doctors, so that now they were practicing as both of them for at least 20 years as both. And you know, I asked them, like, do you get better results out of homeopathic medicine? And like both, like, it's without question that you know, like the one doctor was sharing, actually he was so dissatisfied practicing medicine because, especially for chronic illness, he wasn't helping people. And so there, you know, kind of that spiritual, ethical joy you get when you're helping people was absent. And neither of them were knocking traditional medicine, but it's just, your discussions led me to kind of be thinking, you know, medical doctors could be getting so much more satisfaction out of their practice if they became integrative medical doctors, where they have more tools, you know, and more training in these other modalities. Like they would be happier people.
I think, you know, we're talking about the wounded healer. Again, very different archetypes amongst natural health practitioners and medical doctors. The majority of medical doctors, because medical anthropology, we have many courses with conventional doctors and nurses. Many courses are from the same programs. And I don't know too many medical doctors and nurses that did come to medicine because of their own health challenges. Some do, but not a majority. When a majority of the so-called alternative practitioners have come to that because of their own journey. And I think that in itself speaks volume about the motivation, about the kind of people. And also the
Jane Pritchard spoke straight from the heart about resilience, courage, and finding hope through adversity, connecting the personal journey to the broader fight for health.
And now something happened to you health-wise, and it began a health journey, and that's why we're interviewing you, so you can share your health journey. Can you tell us what happened?
It was the beginning of 2018, and I was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in the early stages. And I almost didn't go for my mammogram that year. I thought, oh, I'm fine. I'm healthy. I take care of myself. They never find anything anyway. I don't feel anything. And I was so close to just not making that appointment. And then a little voice in the back of my head said, be responsible, be an adult about this, take care of yourself like you do, and go get the mammogram. Because what would you say to your doctor if he said to you, why didn't you go? I wouldn't have a very good answer, would I? So I went for that mammogram. That led to a second mammogram, that led to a biopsy, that led to a second biopsy, and then that diagnosis, which threw my world upside down at the time. Number 4, eat less processed foods. Now, these are the things you see that have been baked. We're talking about commercial salad dressings and dips and things like that. Things that aren't real food. They've usually got a lot of chemicals in them, too much sugar, or worse, artificial sugar. They have bad fats in them. And if you overload your body with these processed foods, you're going to become ill. And you're probably going to gain weight at the same time. So aim for foods that are whole foods, that are natural foods, things that your grandmother would recognize as foods. So that is my number 4 tip.
Now let's talk about today's lineup for the world's greatest health show. Another powerhouse collection of speakers you won't want to miss. Dr. Magda Havas diving deeper into her research on dirty electricity, electromagnetic radiation, and how these invisible forces affect our bodies and well-being.
So, Magda, can I jump in? As I remember several years ago, it was trending that, basically just some school kids were growing, beans, fast-growing beans, and they put it beside a Wi-Fi transmitter and, grew some away. And the ones by the Wi-Fi transmitter were basically deformed and doing very poorly. You're aware of that experiment, am I right?
I am, and we repeated it as well and got the same results. That was an absolutely brilliant experiment by high school students, I think in Denmark, and we found exactly the same thing.
Right, and anyone could replicate that. So just grow those fast-growing beans, have them sprout beside your Wi-Fi meter, and have them sprout, in another part of your house away from them, and you'll see a dramatic difference. And then ask yourself if what you think you're doing with having your Wi-Fi on is good for your kids.
When it comes to these particular frequencies, we know they have been associated in the scientific literature with different types of cancers, 2 types of brain tumors, gliomas and meningiomas, an acoustic neuroma, which is a cancer associated with the nerve in the ear, breast cancer for women who keep their cell phone in their bras, thyroid cancer, and leukemia. It's also been associated with reproductive problems. There are probably about 30 to 40 studies now showing damage to sperm, but there's also evidence for miscarriages and behavioral problems in offspring, similar to ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And the third category is electrohypersensitivity. It involves all aspects of our cardiovascular system, our hormonal nervous system, and our immunological system. Now, I just want to make a note here is that the term electrohypersensitivity, which has been used in the literature and which I'm going to use in this presentation, has been replaced by electromagnetic radiation syndrome. So in future studies, scientists are going to be using that term rather than electrohypersensitivity.
Lana Nicole sharing a practitioner's insight into the healing power of natural medicine and the importance of protecting access to it. Bruce Party, legal scholar and professor, laying out how government overreach into health regulation violates personal autonomy and the foundational principles of Canadian law.
But if we had government involved in this at all, I could see a rule wherein there was an office whose job it was to report on findings leading up to the release of a drug. In other words, the company has given us their studies, here's what they say. But not to have the job of giving approval or not to anything. As in, there's a new drug out there. It's called X. The company's given us their reports. They say Y. Make your own call. That's the way it ought to, if there's going to be any government involvement at all, that's the way I would want it. Because then you've got, if there is expertise there, then you've got the expertise being expressed, but you also have preserved the right of every individual to make their own call at the end of the day, with the benefit of the information that the experts are provided. That's the role experts are supposed to serve. They're supposed to be advisors, not decision makers. And if you had that system, we're nowhere near that now, because we have an administrative state, a bureaucratic state that makes decisions and policies and guidelines on the fly all the time about all kinds of things. So if you can make the rules up as you go, then that means you're not subject to the rules yourself. If you're the bureaucracy, you're making the rules.
Penny Hodgson, exploring how personal health transformation starts with awareness and how fear and censorship block that growth. Judy Powers, shining light on the human side of this issue, connecting everyday family health stories to the larger fight for freedom. Jeffrey Smith, internationally recognized expert on GMOs, revealing how corporate and regulatory interests intertwine and why informed choice is critical. Lorraine Benoit, offering her decades of wisdom as a holistic health educator and advocate for natural healing traditions. Sonia Palmer, sharing her continued story from the Vancouver event, a personal and courageous testimony about small business, homeopathy, and standing strong in uncertain times.
No, I'm going to unpack this more, because what you did, in making this request is so important. So in committee, so when, the MPs are having to make important decisions on what do we do, how do we regulate natural products? We have Health Canada throwing big figures out saying, this is how many people have been hurt. Like, this is the message. This is how many people have been hurt. Please, MPs, protect us. And that was fraudulent. It was made up numbers. They didn't have any data to support it. Like, that's first point, right? You learned that.
I think, it wasn't so much fraudulent as it was exaggerated. So in the sense of taking the numbers and stating that this was the cause, like that was the leap that was made, that was completely inappropriate. And like that really put members of parliament they were uneasy. Like there were some members of parliament that were like, we hear you, we understand everything you're saying, and that you're saying that there's not much risk attributed to these products, but we're not sure how to read this data. We're not sure how to respond to this, because they have, Health Canada's chief medical officer and other very high-ranking officials sitting at a table stating that these products are not safe. And so, like, we had to have very real conversations and really provide proof that, this wasn't the case, and that, generally speaking, that is exactly what the report stated. These products are safe.
And tonight we're going live from Church in the Vine right here in Edmonton, Alberta. Join us for a powerful evening of truth, testimony, and community as we continue to build momentum toward Parliament Hill. Doors open early, so come meet Sean, Teresa, and get your picture taken with the world's greatest health van in person. You don't want to miss this one. Now, we don't broadcast on Sundays, so enjoy your well-earned Thanksgiving Day off.
Right, first of all, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Let's hope that this French Muppet produces a beautiful roast turkey. What's he doing? I cannot Guinness. No, stop it. You don't put Guinness on a turkey, you Muppet.
Then join us again Monday for a special catch-up day on the world's greatest health show. We'll be airing exclusive replays from earlier in the tour, the Aldergrove pop-up event at Alder Natural Foods, and a repaired version of the Kelowna Live event, the one where the camera cut off midway through. Both are worth revisiting, especially if you missed those heartfelt moments when the Charter's message first took root on the road. You can always find past live streams at nhppa.org/live, and while you're there, visit nhppa.org, join the tour to follow along, get tickets, and show your support. I'm Jason Dahl. Thanks for watching, And we'll see you Monday for our catch-up edition of The Highway to Health.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me an old friend, Jeffrey Smith from the Institute for Responsible Technology. Jeffrey, welcome to the health show.
Thank you, Sean. It's great to see you again.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time. Since COVID, they just haven't been having the Toronto health shows, and we used to meet there a couple times a year.
Absolutely. And I used to, think we used to wring our hands about some of the things that the governments, yours and mine, were doing to hide evidence about the health dangers of this or hide evidence about ways to get better. And so we ended up with a rather strong following of people that realize they can't trust the information that they're just getting on the mainstream. So people would come to us for many, many years, and I'm sorry that they shut down that venue.
Yeah, no, so am I. It did a real service. And a lot of the people watching this show, the idea that, maybe they need to take a little more responsibility for themselves and, watch what the government is doing is going to be new. And the idea is, that you're going to be talking about genetically modified foods and glyphosate and the like. I know that for a lot of people watching, they will have never heard this before. So I'm really looking forward to this. And, I'll share a story of a family member when we're kind of into it, because I have a family member that cannot eat genetically modified foods or bad things happen. But just to introduce you, so you wrote, this was a global bestseller, Seeds of Deception. Can you just share with us a little bit about that book? Because it really kind of set kind of the public awareness up about genetically modified foods. And maybe we, even before that, I should ask you, well, what is genetically modified? What are we even talking about?
GMO, genetically modified organisms, are organisms that the DNA has been artificially changed, altered some way. And the old ways to do it were a gene gun, where you'd shoot millions of pellets or particles of gold or tungsten coated with little gene constructs into a plate of cells, or use bacteria to smuggle those genes in. It's still used, actually. And you usually bring in a foreign gene to confer a trait, adding a pesticide to corn, creating herbicide tolerance to soybeans. We'll explain that. Now there's things like CRISPR, which are a little more targeted in the way that they introduce a genetic change. But whether it's gene editing like CRISPR or the gene gun method, the process causes massive collateral damage in the DNA. There can be deletions, additions, mutations, rearrangements, multiplications. And this has resulted in the most common product of genetic engineering, which is surprise side effects. So when they try and create just adding a toxic insecticide to kill insects that eat the corn, they turned on an allergy gene that creates potentially allergic reactions in humans. Or when they created an herbicide tolerant gene for corn, they increased the level of putrescine or cadaverine, both responsible for the foul odor of rotting dead bodies and also linked to cancer and allergies. The collateral damage, the side effects, were considered by the US Food and Drug Administration, by the 17 scientists in 1990 that were told to evaluate GMOs for safety and figure out how they would be approved. They said they could create allergens and toxins, new diseases, nutritional problems, and then they told that to the boss, and their boss was Michael Taylor, Monsanto's former attorney. Monsanto was the big biotech company. You know this. The White House had told the FDA promote biotech and use this guy to create the policy. So they took a guy from Monsanto's outside law firm who had already worked with the biotech industry to create what they would consider to be an ideal regulatory framework, hands off, no labeling, no testing needed. He was put in charge of the FDA policy. And when he wrote the policy, he denied the existence and lied about what the scientists of the FDA were saying. He said, no safety testing is needed. There's no real difference. Companies like Monsanto can determine if their own GMOs are safe. He then became a vice president for Monsanto. But now we see that GMOs and the Roundup herbicide that it was designed, and many of them were designed to be sprayed with, may be one of the most devastating additions into the diet for people around the world, driving dozens of diseases. In fact, you'll see in a few minutes that when people switch to diets without GMOs and Roundup, they report getting better from, in this case, 28 different conditions, but dramatic improvements. We'll talk about a film where we tracked 12 people who got rid of organic, who switched to organic, got rid of the GMOs and the glyphosate, and got better. Kids who are on the spectrum are no longer diagnosed on the spectrum. Infertile couples had children. One family had 21 chronic conditions between the 5 of them. They went away. Now, this sounds too good to be true, but in that film, Secret Ingredients, at secretingredientsfilm.com, that I did with Amy Hart, the doctors in that film say, these are not one-offs. These are common experiences in my practice when people switch to organic, and the scientists explain why. So I've jumped ahead a little bit, but there you go. GMOs, messing with the food, often adding dangerous chemicals. People don't know about it, and it's probably driving people's diseases. And we'll look at specific diseases.
Right. So, it's funny. I was just at the Canadian Health Food Association West, and at the regulatory discussion, there was talk about how they want to basically change the definition of genetically modified so that they don't have to label. And it just seems to me, here we are in the, what you guys call the dietary supplement industry, where we have to label everything up the yin yang. In fact, there's a big fight over labeling, where, even the most remote safety concern is just a huge deal. Like, Jeffrey, our whole industry is safer than peanut butter. Like, any risk analysis person will yes, of course it is. But my gosh, we have to just pay attention to every imagined paper tiger risk. But with genetically modified foods, I mean, you're going to share with us just some significant evidence of harm. And yet there's this fight over labeling, or this fight over whether there's any risk at all.
It would be great if labeling were reliable. There's so many loopholes in the United States. you really can't trust something to be labeled if it's GMO. It might say bioengineered, which they try and use that term because no one knows what it means. But most things that are GMO are not labeled as such. And the whole gene editing, which is fraught with side effects, so much so that the journal Nature described it as chromosomal mayhem. You don't have to label. You can just gene edit, genetically engineer lettuce and put it on the market. Beets, apples, whatever you want. Just put it on the market, feed it to people. They don't have to know. And
so has there been any genetically modified food that has shown itself to be safe once it's on the market?
You know, it's an interesting question. Shown itself to be safe. There are things on the market that have never been tested for safety, and you wouldn't necessarily know if it's causing some minor disease, some common disease. There was a study, there was a supplement, L-tryptophan, that was used to calm people down, help them go to sleep. And a company in Japan in the 80s was genetically engineering bacteria to produce it more economically, which created these 5 or 6 contaminants, which were responsible for killing about 100 Americans and causing 5,000 to 10,000 to fall sick. And this was on the market for a while. And it could still be on the market. The only reason it was discovered, and it was almost missed, was because it was creating a disease that was rare and that came on quickly. And because it was rare and it came on quickly, people, and also because it was serious. If it had not been serious, if it was mild, people wouldn't pay attention. If it was just increased heart attacks or cancer or whatnot, people wouldn't pay attention. If it didn't come on quickly, if it took years, people wouldn't know. What I'm going to show you are some charts that are breathtaking that show you how the GMOs on the market are probably driving up Alzheimer's, hypertension, autism, anxiety, depression, brain fog, infertility, all these things, types of cancer. So we see that through the epidemiological evidence. We see it through modes of action. We see it through reports from clinicians, from veterinarians, from individuals. We see it in animal feeding studies, in compositional studies. We now have enough evidence to say the GMOs out there are likely the big driver of many of these diseases. But when they put on pink watermelon as a GMO or a pink pineapple, and sold it as a GMO online for $50, no one's ever done any research on it. And no one's even gathered anecdotal evidence from people that may take it and get sick. People were trying that with the GMO papaya. People reported getting sick. And there was no study on health to see if that was related to the papaya. So has something proven safe? Certainly not. Have things proven dangerous? We think so.
Yeah, so I'll invite you in a second to do that slide presentation. I just, really, in the US, you guys don't have to prove that dietary supplements are safe. But like Jeffrey in Canada, if we want to use ginger tea, after 3,000 years of safe use to treat nausea, for example, we actually have to prove it's safe, so I just can't get my head around that we can genetically modified foods and there doesn't have to be any safety testing at all. But here we've got to, prove the common foods that we eat, like natural foods, are safe before we use them for medicinal purpose. And it makes no sense to me at all.
Well, Sean, here's what I see in terms of the United States version of that. We have captured regulatory agencies. I mentioned that Michael Taylor, Monsanto's former attorney, was in charge of policy at the FDA. He made it friendly to Monsanto, then became their vice president. We have that happening all over. We have the FDA describes its clients as the pharmaceutical industry. When they discovered the L-tryptophan caused these deaths and diseases, a friend of mine did research and found a document basically saying it's their goal to promote the pharmaceutical solutions and to suppress the natural ones. That was written in black and white. It was an actual letter from within the FDA. So it does make sense. It does make sense if the pharmaceuticals are in charge of the policies for the natural supplements, because they're protecting their bottom line. And that is explicit in the US FDA in these documents.
Oh, I'd
And
love
so-
if you could send this to me. So,
It's somewhere on my website at responsibletechnology.org, but I've been doing this for over 20 years. Who knows if it's still there? But
Mhm.
it's
Oh,
under
no,
it's under the area on tryptophan and L-tryptophan. The person who did the biggest exploration of it, the biggest investigation, gave me all of his notes before he passed away, and then I wrote it in my book Seeds of Deception. I wrote it in my book Genetic Roulette, and it's also on our website. But that's an example for the people who are not aware. There's a whole industry in the United States, and I know in Canada too, where people in organizations, in corporations, work to manipulate regulation on their behalf. And we will be talking about glyphosate, which is the chief poison in Roundup, also a Monsanto product. And the World Health Organization declared it as a probable human carcinogen. And there was a lawsuit against Monsanto, which was bought by Bayer. And so they had to turn over millions of pages of documents to the lawyers. And they learned that Monsanto had their own people in the Environmental Protection Agency working for them on their behalf. The person in charge of the cancer determination committee in the EPA, Jess Rowland, was one of Monsanto's lapdogs. And he even said there was another agency that was going to test glyphosate to see if it was cancerous. And he said, I will try and stop them from testing it, and told his Monsanto handler, if I can do that, I deserve a medal. And then his committee basically took Monsanto's studies, including studies that had been written by Monsanto, ghost written, and then they paid people to sign it, and said, oh yeah, these studies show that there's no cancer problem. So they said, no, we don't see a cancer problem. The World Health Organization, however, looked at peer-reviewed published studies, far better documents than were looked at by the EPA, and said, oh yeah, probable human carcinogen. So it happened in the EPA. It happened in the USDA. Even in USAID became a enforcement wing for the biotech industry. Even the State Department, we have the documents from WikiLeaks, how members of the State Department were used to try and convince governments to take Monsanto's products, because that was US government policy. And I've interviewed people from the government in Canada, and it was the same thing.
yeah, to think that would be any different, I stopped subscribing to The Economist years ago, but back when I did, every year they would list countries, they'd have a corruption rating index, and you would be, and this should surprise Canadians, but this isn't a secret, just go find the index. But you would be hard pressed to find a single African country that would be rated as more corrupt than Canada.
Wow.
Right. And, I know most Canadians would be thinking, oh, no, we're a first world country and Africa's, third world and full of corruption. But when The Economist would rate countries for corruption, Canada would be down there. Jeffrey, I'm going to ask you to go into your slide presentation. I'll just pull you up on the screen there.
All right. So are GMOs and Roundup causing your disease? Now, we mentioned these together because Monsanto was selling Roundup herbicide. The patent on glyphosate was expiring in 2000. So they created Roundup Ready crops designed to be sprayed with glyphosate and not die. Roundup Ready soy, corn, cotton, canola, sugar beets, and alfalfa are currently on the market, all designed to be sprayed with Roundup, and the glyphosate poison goes into the crop and we end up eating it. So when we eat a Roundup Ready GMO, we have double toxicity, any toxicity in the GMO and any toxicity in the Roundup. Now there's some non-Roundup Ready crops too, but we're going to look at this presentation primarily on the amount of glyphosate sprayed on genetically engineered soy and corn in the United States, or the percentage of GMO soy and corn in the United States. Now, we're going to start, though, generally with, here we go. I started interviewing people at conferences where I was speaking, asking audiences how many people noticed an improvement in their health when they switched to non-GMO or organic. And a bunch of people raised their hand. And I started asking them what happened. And I came up with 28 different conditions that people reported on in about 150 lectures, including about 24 medical conferences where I was presenting the evidence on the dangers. And they were speaking not on their own behalf, but on thousands and thousands of their patients. So I was pretty confident that these 28 different conditions were at least being said often enough to include it in a survey. So I surveyed people at responsibletechnology.org who signed up for our newsletter. 3,256 people responded. And sure enough, they got better from these 28 different conditions. Now, when I was speaking at the conferences, the number one result reported getting better was digestive problems. In the survey, it was the same thing, 85.2%. The next question would be, what about fatigue and brain fog? Well, fatigue was 60%, brain fog was 51%. About 55% reported getting relief from being overweight or obese. Then there's anxiety and depression, food allergies and sensitivities. I'm still above 50%. Then there's memory and concentration, joint pain, etc. We'll revisit this list, but that's just from people switching.
Right. So this is, and switching to either a non-GMO diet or organic. And if you're eating organic, it's non-GMO, like to be certified as organic. So basically, you were just going over half of the people that just switched their diets saw an improvement in these conditions.
You know, you can't say that this is going to be the percentage on the general population. First of all, the people subscribing to my newsletters are not the general population. Further, they're the ones that have already said, yeah, we got better from. And so over 50% of the people that say they got better from that responded to the survey. So we don't think that it's going to be necessarily the same percentage in the general audience. This tells us more the relative frequency, how many people might be getting digestive problems versus, Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, which are towards the bottom. But what it's interesting is that these were significant improvements. We also asked in the same survey, if you're a practitioner, answer this in terms of your patients. Same thing. If you're a veterinarian or a pet owner, answer this in terms of your pets. Same thing. Very similar distribution of problems in those cases. Now, this is certainly not the only evidence that we have. In fact, I remember I speak at medical conferences in 2009, or I was invited to the American Academy of Environmental Medicine for the third year in a row. They were going to give me an award for environmental medicine. I brought a video camera, interviewed some of the doctors who had prescribed non-GMO diets and saw differences in their patients. One woman said, yeah, I prescribe non-GMO to all my patients and they all get better. I said, what percentage? She goes, I told you they all get better. All right, 98%. I said, how many patients have you prescribed a non-GMO diet? She took about a minute to figure it out, saw her calculating. Then she said, about 5,000. I said, can I come to your office and interview you and your patients? She said, sure. Went to Chicago, interviewed them, interviewed another doctor and her patients who had done the same. And dramatic changes very quickly, some in 3 days, some in 3 weeks, some in 6 weeks. But the doctors weren't just prescribing an organic diet or a non-GMO diet. They were also suggesting to get rid of the processed foods and other things. So what is the reason? But at the same time, we brought the video crew to farmers who had taken their pigs and cows off of GMOs and put them on non-GMOs. The same soy species, just not GMO. The same corn, just not GMO. And they described getting better from some of the same problems. The farmers say the pigs no longer have diarrhea. The humans were saying the irritable bowel and the Crohn's disease cleared up. Very similar. And then we started to build more points of support for this. So if we look on the next slide, we'll take a look at specific types of diseases. Look at neurological disorders, autism, Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, brain fog, anxiety and depression, memory and concentration. So we already saw in the survey, brain fog, anxiety and depression, memory and concentration, autism, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's are all represented there. But it doesn't stop there. Deaths from Alzheimer's skyrocketed. Now you take a look at this. The percentage of GMO corn and soy is the yellow line. It went up dramatically from 0 to that. It moves in parallel with deaths from Alzheimer's. The amount of glyphosate applied on soy and corn, which is a function of how much was Roundup Ready, also went up in parallel. Now, this is a correlation. Sean, I know you're aware that correlation doesn't prove causation, but it's part of the bigger data set. And when we look at what the modes of action are, what do GMOs do to the nervous system? What does glyphosate do to the nervous system? Then we can start to see, aha, now I understand why. What happens when the rats are force-fed GMOs or glyphosate? They end up with often precursors to some of the diseases we're about to see, or full-blown diseases, depending on how long you feed them. And so we look at this as supportive evidence. So when we get to the chart, just look at the slope. Just look along the lines here, and I'll read the titles. So deaths from Parkinson's. You can see a trend line that was going, and it surpassed the orange trend line. Dementia. Deaths from senile dementia. ADHD. Anxiety. Schizophrenia. Suicide by overdose. Autism in 6-year-old. Look at the correlation here. A perfect correlation is a 1. This is 0.9972. Now this and the other charts were created in part by my friend Stephanie Seneff, an advanced faculty researcher at MIT. And she's an expert not only in physiology and biology, but also big number manipulation, big data manipulation. She pulled down everything there was on autism, saw what was happening to the body, and figured out why the autistic children were having the particular symptoms they were based on the changes in their physiology. But she looked for what external environmental insult was causing those changes. So she brought down all the big data on every toxin that she knew about. And she could not find anything that fit hand in glove. Then she went to a lecture by a friend of mine, Dr. Don Huber, professor emeritus from Purdue University and expert on glyphosate. She said she sat on the edge of her chair for 2 hours because everything he said about glyphosate was exactly causing all of the problems she saw in the physiology of those with autism. So she found that this correlation is so tight, it's devastating. And in my film, Secret Ingredients, that I did with Amy Hart, we have 2 families with autistic boys, and when they switch to organic, the boys are no longer diagnosed on the spectrum. In another film I did, Genetic Roulette, 3 families, the boys did not break the spectrum diagnosis, but they dramatically improved. So this is an example, and we see with the biochemical analysis done by Dr. Seneff, we have all these plausible causative pathways. We have evidence that where glyphosate is used in high concentrations in farm communities, the rate of autism is higher. So these are some of the things that support this. There's also things with gut bacteria, with leaky gut, with a number of other things. We don't have to get into the details. Let's get to the next thing. So I mentioned secret ingredients. Digestive problems, bowel dysfunction, GERD, bloating, food allergies, intestinal infections, peritonitis, underweight. Let's take a look. Digestive problems were the #1 reported benefit. Then food allergies and sensitivity, gluten sensitivity, underweight. Now, the digestive improvement wasn't minor. Of those that reported improvements, 80%, more than 80%, it was either significantly improved, nearly gone, or completely recovered when they switched their diet to non-GMO and largely organic. The pets, this was from pet owners or veterinarians, the most significant change in the digestion were when pets were put on a non-GMO or organic diet without and that changed 81.3% of the pets, the highest response there. Now, I was interviewing a guy, Dr. Michael Fox, who's a veterinarian, who wrote in the United States a syndicated column called Animal Doctor. He had 25 to 30 million readers. And he said that when GMOs were introduced to the human food supply, they were immediately automatically introduced to the pet supply because they take sort of the byproducts of the human system. And he got all of these letters from pet owners that their cats and dogs now had diarrhea and other digestive problems and itching and allergies. He wrote handwritten letters back and said, take them off of GMOs, here's how. He filled a file cabinet with thank you notes, it worked. So he was aware of seeing the changes that happened when GMOs were first introduced, and he was in the rare position of communicating that with millions of people. So in terms of humans, people reported getting better from irritable bowel, Crohn's, acid reflux, ulcers, gut pain and bloating. Livestock was what we heard diarrhea, gut bacteria imbalances, intestinal damage. Animal feeding studies had even more issues, gut bacteria, inflammation, etc. So we have other levels supporting the conclusion between GMOs and Roundup and digestive disorders. Here's the intestinal walls of rats that were fed genetically engineered experimental GMO potatoes. You can see the GM side has potentially precancerous cell growth. It's even more in the stomach lining. The person that did the research, Dr. Arpad Pustai, told me these changes are from the generic process of creating a GMO, the same process used to create the GMOs on the market. It wasn't the particular trait that they added to the potato. It was the generic process of genetic engineering. We can see the damaged intestines of rats fed a corn engineered to produce a toxic insecticide. How did the insecticide kill these insects? It would poke holes in the guts of their digestive tract. And here we have pigs who were eating either GM soy and corn or non-GM soy and corn, and then the stomachs were highly inflamed, irritated, and ulcerated compared to the normal. Glyphosate has also been found to damage the microvilli that live along the digestive tract and suppress digestive enzymes. In human studies, they found that the toxin creates those same little holes in human cells in a laboratory, which may be creating leaky gut inside us. Glyphosate disrupts the microbiome, the gut bacteria. There was a model of the human gut, you can see it in the picture, where they fed it, they took the microbiome of a 3-year-old girl and they fed it organic food, and then they introduced Roundup. All of these changes happened compared to the control. I went over the study with one of the experts, and I introduced each one of these 28 conditions and said, would the specific changes, this low diversity, low short chain fatty acids, etc., could it explain why these problems were created or exacerbated? And he told me in detail each one. I said digestive problems, he named all the ways. I said fatigue, he named all the ways. Now, glyphosate also promotes leaky gut, which is linked to virtually every disorder, according to one peer-reviewed study by a Harvard professor. It blocks mineral absorption, which leads to hundreds of disorders by many experts. It damages the mitochondria, which leads to rapid aging or cancer or many other diseases. And it inhibits the detoxification of other toxins, which can lead to many different diseases. Inflammatory bowel disease shot up with glyphosate use, deaths from intestinal infection, peritonitis, and in irritable bowel disease correlated with acres of the Bt corn that pokes holes in the intestines of human cells, and functional bowel disorder. Now, glyphosate is not just sprayed on Roundup Ready crops. This is really important to know. Really important. It's sprayed also on wheat and grain and legumes and other grains just before harvest to dry it down. Now, come back onto the screen here, Sean. I want to discuss this with you. So this means that if you buy oats or wheat, and the wheat in the United States and Canada is not genetically engineered. It is in some in Argentina. But you buy wheat or oats, 3 to 5 days before harvest, that could be sprayed with glyphosate-based herbicides. It causes rapid ripening. So in the colder regions, they use it a lot to speed up the ripening, which means in Canada more than the United States. It gets absorbed in to the crop, not on the outside, but absorbed in, and gets deposited on the fast-growing portions, which is what we eat. It also dries down the crop. It ultimately kills it. It makes it less likely to have mold because it dries it down. It kills the weeds for next year. Farmers thinks it's great. But if you go to responsibletechnology.org and you look at the products that have been tested to see what percent or what amount of glyphosate is there, oats are very high. Wheat is high. Mung beans, lentils, chickpeas. So it's not just important to eat non-GMO, it's important to eat organic. And if you can't eat organic, at least avoid the GMOs and the products that have heavy spray of glyphosate. Go on responsibletechnology.org to find that list.
Right. So, and again, so there's labeling non-GMO, and you were involved in that project, I think, that labeling project.
I helped inspire the industry to accept it. I'm not officially associated with the non-GMO project, just a big supporter of it.
Right. And then most of the bodies, if not all, that certify as organic, you can't be organic if you're genetically modified, and you can't be organic if you're spraying with glyphosate.
Right. Now, just to be clear, the nature of nature is to spread her bounty. Glyphosate can contaminate. It's in the air. It's in the rain. You can't avoid it in some places, but it's usually
in Canada, we're spraying our forests with glyphosate, Jeffrey.
I know, it's horrible. And they say, oh, it's biodegradable. Monsanto was sued and lost because they claimed it was biodegradable. It could take years to break down. The longest recorded half-life was 22 years but just to break down into 50%. So it sticks around. It can be reactivated. It's a horrible chemical, and it's very dangerous. So
once we come to our senses and stop it, it could be 20, 50 years before we've cleaned
the
this
22
up.
years was kind of an outlier because it depends on enzymes in the soil and the biology in the soil and all that. But there are biological things you can add to the soil to help chew it up, to help degrade it, and they're still being developed. So coming back to the chart, celiac disease. I think I was the first person many years ago to propose that the use of GMOs and Roundup was related to the increased gluten sensitivity. And I engaged conversations with gluten experts, and I told them what GMOs and Roundup did, and they agreed. Stephanie Seneff and her colleague did a fantastic article a peer-reviewed article on it. I've done many talks about it now. The level of detail is far greater than when I first proposed it. The way that it creates leaky gut, the way that it allows undigested wheat proteins to go into the bloodstream and be attacked by the immune system. It's all much more formed now, but here shows a correlation of glyphosate applied to wheat and celiac disease. Now, it turns out that when given a choice, many types of animals avoid GMOs. And that turns out to be more convincing to some people than anything else I can say. In fact, one person heard from his neighbor, he was a farmer, his neighbor nailed a GMO corn cob to one tree and non-GMO to another. And in the middle of winter, the squirrel would not eat the GMO corn. And so this guy said, he wanted to try it. So he bought a bag of GMO corn and non-GMO corn, put it in his workroom, and then forgot about it. When he discovered the bag in September after the summer, the mice had done the research for him. They broke into both bags, but only ate the non-GMO corn. They refused to eat the GMO corn. So we're being fed stuff that the mice rejected. So what about energy? Brain fog, fatigue, insomnia. Again, people reported dramatic improvements in fatigue and brain fog, and insomnia, 1/3 improvement. Now, glyphosate depletes minerals. It actually grabs onto the minerals. It's a chelator and makes them unavailable. It was originally patented to descale industrial boilers and pipes because it would grab onto the mineral buildup. Well, it grabs onto minerals in our system and makes them unavailable, and that can drive brain fog and fatigue. It damages the mitochondria. The mitochondria is the energy center of the cell. And David Perlmutter, a best-selling author and neurologist, in the film Secret Ingredients, said the brain is only 5% of the human weight, but it uses 25% of the energy. And so when you don't have the mitochondria functioning, that can explain things like brain fog, but also other cognitive disorders. Now, sleep is also important to overcome fatigue, and sleep gets interfered with. Monsanto bragged that glyphosate blocks the shikimate pathway, which plants have and humans don't. Therefore, it's completely safe for humans. Well, the gut bacteria uses the shikimate pathway to produce L-tryptophan, which then builds serotonin, which then converts to melatonin, which governs the circadian rhythms like sleep. So if you shut down the shikimate pathway and don't provide the building blocks of serotonin and melatonin, no wonder 33% of the people in our survey said that when they switched to non-GMO and largely organic, their insomnia improved. And no wonder the insomnia rate in the United States skyrocketed when GMOs were sprayed with glyphosate and it became a fundamental part of our food supply. Same with other types of sleep disorders. In the film Secret Ingredients, it's very common that people say their brain fog went away. They had more energy, sometimes in 2 days. Are GMOs and Roundup a factor in your cancer? Well, we already mentioned that the World Health Organization declared a probable human carcinogen. So we also have people saying that their cancer got better, which is remarkable. Scientific research showed massive multiple tumors in rats that were fed Roundup Ready corn, or fed glyphosate, or fed Roundup Ready corn sprayed with glyphosate. So whether it was the GMO or the glyphosate or the two together, all three had multiple massive tumors. They also had early death and organ damage. Here's some cancer studies, not studies, charts showing the correlation between the increased use of glyphosate, and in this case, kidney and pelvic cancer, liver and bile duct cancer, thyroid cancer, deaths from leukemia, breast cancer. What about metabolic diseases, diabetes, obesity, hormone, thyroid, lipoprotein metabolism? Well, we have people reporting getting better from obesity and hormone problems and diabetes. So we have it reported by individuals, but we also have animal feeding studies showing insulin regulation and hormones changing when animals were fed GMOs. Diabetes, if you look at that line at the bottom, it's the trend line when you do age-adjusted diabetes. That's the trend of what we would expect the diabetes rate to be each year after 1993. But you see what happened, it skyrocketed in correlation with GMOs and glyphosate. Deaths from obesity, very similar. Deaths from lipoprotein metabolism. Now, liver and kidney problems. It was reported by individuals. It was reported in people, kidney disease and fatty liver disease. It looked like the liver of an animal looked like the bomb went off after GMOs were introduced, according to a veterinarian. Massive changes in liver. Animal feeding studies, liver and kidney toxicity, changes in spleen and pancreas. Here's rat livers on the right from rats fed GMO soy. Rats fed a tiny amount of glyphosate in their water. Parts per trillion developed non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. It was 437,000 times less than the EPA allows humans to have in their drinking water on a per body weight per day basis. And non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is an epidemic in the United States with at least 1/4 of the population. And those with it tend to have glyphosate in their urine, and those that have a more advanced stage have higher amounts of glyphosate in their urine.
So, Michael, one of the things that's troubling me here is, and those rat pictures were really disturbing, with those big growths on them. And, the fatty liver thing is becoming an epidemic. There's so many young people with fatty liver. And at some point, it's irreversible. And even before then, it's a huge health problem. You would think that, the FDA and Health Canada would be basically demanding that there be extensive research on these safety issues. Is that happening?
I talked to a friend of mine who was on our board of directors, and he had written Chemical Feast. It was an analysis of the FDA. And Jim told me that he studied the FDA for years. And he said there's 3 types of people at the FDA. There's really competent scientists. There's those that can't get a job anywhere else and they just get by. And there's those that have an agenda that follow some political or commercial direction. They're often the ones in charge. It's a very political thing. The White House told the FDA, USDA, and EPA to promote GMOs. One of the explicit goals of the FDA is to promote GMOs.
So just wait, but that's a regulatory body. Well, just wait. I was going to say that, its mandate is to protect health. But in Canada, if you actually read our Food and Drug Act, there's no duty put on Health Canada to get good health outcomes, to protect our health, to even act in the public interest. So I don't know, maybe it's the same in the US. And so in Canada, it's just public messaging. Everyone believes, even the name Health Canada implies that they're there to protect your health. Some people that I interview have trouble even using their name because it just seems to be so incorrect. It's kind of like saying Ministry of Truth in, a George Orwell novel, right?
Terry Vrain? Terry Vrain used to be with Agriculture Canada. And his job at Agriculture Canada, one of his jobs was to promote GMOs to the public. Well, I went to a conference where he and I were both speaking at the same platform. He had left the government, and he was telling people that GMOs are really dangerous. He didn't think they were dangerous when that was his job, to tell people they were safe. But when he started studying it, he flipped his position and said, no, these are really dangerous. There's a guy that produced the GMO potato for Simplot Company, the biggest potato company in the United States, J.R. Simplot. And after he had worked for Monsanto on potatoes and he worked for Simplot, created a potato that doesn't turn brown when you slice it. He wrote a book after he retired called Pandora's Potato, the Worst GMO. His potato. He realized how devastating it could be to health. And it was page after page. Every page was a different potential danger.
No, Jeffrey, these food companies, these agricultural companies, I mean, they have to eat food. And, you know, even if you're eating organic, I mean, there's glyphosate, there's just less. Because it's like, is there no self-interest here?
So I was talking to a former Monsanto scientist who said he was talking to, while he worked for the company, 3 of his science colleagues were doing tests on milk from cows that were treated with Monsanto's bovine growth hormone. And there was so much cancer promoting IGF-1 in the milk, the Monsanto scientists, all 3 of them, refused to drink milk again unless it was organic. One bought his own cow. There was another thing he told me.
Right. Okay. So that's that. But still, you're in an organization that is making the food supply safe for your extended family and your neighbor and your friends and your workmates. Like what I don't understand, Jeffrey, is I'm coming down to believe that our food supply, like, is best described as toxic, where even if you're trying to eat organic, you know, you're still getting toxic chemicals and you're not getting anywhere near the nutrition you actually need to survive. I mean, the human body needs certain nutrients, and things like glyphosate make it almost impossible for our food supply to have what we need.
It's true. And what happens with the glyphosate is it kills beneficial gut bacteria inside us. So our ability to have a healthy microbiome is disturbed, and that can lead
which
to
is necessary to even digest our food properly.
Digest it. It's part of our immune system. It's part of our protection of the gut. It kills the beneficial bacteria in the soil and increases fungal diseases in the soil, reduces the ability for the plants to get minerals. And so it creates a devastating denuding of healthy nutrients in the food that we eat. The animals are fed the Roundup Ready crops, which are nutrient deficient. They become nutrient deficient. There's Roundup residues in that feed, which grab onto additional minerals, making them unavailable. So they become desperately mineral and nutrient deficient. Then we eat the nutrient deficient animals and crops. And we have glyphosate residues in the food, which further reduce our ability to heal and live a healthy life. So your point about the food supply being toxic. Organic is an oasis. It's not perfect. Maybe growing your own food is better when you have complete control and you can nourish the soil and build up the biology of the soil, which creates more nutrients in the plants. But having regenerative is even better than just organic. Regenerative organic, where the soil biology and the soil health is stewarded. That improves the nutrient density, the ability of the phytochemicals in the food to be part of our medicine supply. It takes the toxins out or leaves them out and improves the capacity of food to be our healers.
Now, so I mean, we can do this. But it just, my point is it just seems to be collective madness.
Yeah. See, I talked to some doctors who've taken people who put people on organic, to get off of GMOs and Roundup. and they get better. Now, I was just had lunch today with my friend pediatrician Michelle Perro.
Oh, do you know she's a guest on the show too?
Okay, well,
I really admire Michelle
yeah, she's
Perro.
great. She's great. And well, I'll let her tell her story. So then let's not jump ahead there. But people know, she said, all right, one thing is that if you try and treat someone who's suffering from these complex diseases that she started to see in the early 2000s, that she then tracked to GMOs and Roundup, if you try and treat it with all of the armamentarium that she has as a pediatrician, but you don't put them on an organic diet, don't even start, don't even bother. You have to change the diet if you want a good outcome. And sometimes that's all you need.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
back to our acute kidney injury. We're just having fun now. Just enjoy these diseases. Kidney failure causing death, hepatitis C. Here's birth defects and reproductive disorders and menstrual, the whole reproductive gamut. We'll just fly through these. Menstrual problems, infertility, birth defects, infertility, miscarriages, conception rate, litter size, animal feeding studies, all these problems. Glyphosate promotes birth defects. That's been shown. You inject it and whatnot. This slide was given to me by a senior researcher at the Russian Academy of Sciences when we both spoke at the European Parliament many years ago. So these are Russian-speaking rats, and they volunteered to be part of a GMO soy experiment, and they were fed GMO soy starting 2 weeks before they got pregnant, throughout their pregnancy, and continuing during lactation. And those that were fed the GM soy, more than half of their offspring died within 3 weeks, compared to 10%. They also were smaller on average and could not reproduce. These are dramatic changes. In hamsters that were fed GMO soy for 2 years, by the third generation, most also had the inability to have babies. They were growing slower and had a 4 to 5 increase in infant mortality, and had hair growing in the mouths of some of them as a horrible birth defect. Mice fed GM soy had changes in their reproductive systems. Same with rats fed GM soy, the female rats. You could see the testicles on the right of rats that were fed GM soy. They're a completely different color. When I'm giving a talk in an audience, I usually let this sit here and marinate so that at least half the audience decides that they better pay attention. There was a study where they injected Roundup in pregnant rats, and this was Skinner. I interviewed him, and they were okay, and the kids were okay, but the grandchildren were not, but the great-grandchildren were worse. They had dramatic problems because the epigenetics were inherited generation after generation. Here's some correlational studies. I'm going to go through them very quickly. Congenital birth defects, congenital heart defects, newborn metabolic disorders, genitourinary disorders, newborn skin disorders, newborns with lung conditions, newborn with eye disorders, blood disorders related to the immune system, lymph disorders. Now we've also want to mention hypertension, joint pain, gluten sensitivities, autoimmune disease, cardiovascular disease, asthma. Here's deaths from hypertension, deaths due to stroke, diagnosis of anemia. And then we'll stop here. We're not going to do the bigger issue right now.
So again, something that's troubling me here. So when you have hamsters that by the third generation become sterile, and if there was any risk that we would start having infertility issues worsening as each generation goes, this is basically an end of society threat if we can extrapolate this to humans. And when you're talking about epigenetics with the rats, where basically it was the great-great-grandchildren that were really suffering the most, that it wasn't showing up till then again, if we could extrapolate that that would happen to humans, and the reason we do the animal studies is because we know that in many cases we can extrapolate. Otherwise, why are we doing the studies at all? Jeffrey, there's no explanation for why we would be permitting GMO foods at all for humans.
So, Sean, the issue is who has the bigger microphone and who has the biggest influence. I have been tracking and reporting on the way that the biotech industry in general and Monsanto in particular have a disinformation machine targeting the government, academia, media, and farmers. And that they basically lock down the information that goes to them. The bigger issue, which we can talk about, is we pummeled them by bringing this information to consumers. They still locked down the government. They still disinformed academia. They ran equal and opposite studies that we poked holes in, forcing. Yes.
Well, it's just, then we have a systemic problem, don't we? Because if big money then can basically take control of government, and government agency has control over our food supply, then by creating the FDA, by creating Health Canada, despite the good intentions, the difficulty is then we've all come to rely on them. And in fact, that's putting us in a crisis. I'm just thinking as you're saying this, that really it's then our regulatory bodies that have become the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Because the nature of humans is big money is able to corrupt eventually. And we've all come to trust them, where if we didn't have them in the first place, and these companies could then be, sued, and there is no government to lobby. I don't know, Michael or Jeffrey, but it just seems to me that we're in an absolute health crisis. We're getting sicker and sicker. We're getting more and more poisoned, and it's actually being facilitated and protected by our government agencies.
It's a little worse than that. Because I spent a lot of time with scientists analyzing Monsanto science. And they're very blatant in lie and fraud. One of their executives went to jail for fraud. Something came out in these glyphosate cancer trials where they were forced to test the absorption rate into human skin for Roundup. So they took cadaver skin, applied it, and it was 10% absorbed, which is way beyond the legal level, according to the person that was testifying. So they took new cadaver skin and cooked it in an oven and then froze it and applied the glyphosate, this Roundup, to this leather-like cooked and frozen human skin, hardly any absorbed. They reported that absorption level to the EPA. Lied to the EPA. Never told them that they had cooked and frozen. The EPA used another example. They hired Dr. Parry, an expert at genotoxicity, which is related to cancer, say, can you look at this research to see that glyphosate isn't really genotoxic? He looked at it and said, actually it is. It's very likely, but let me look at more. They sent him more. He said, this actually increases the likelihood based on what you said. You can read the memos that went back and forth.
But Jeffrey, if they want to use fraud.
But let me finish this, Sean. So
okay.
They dismissed Dr. Parry. They wrote their own review study, which was the exact opposite, and then paid scientists to sign it, and then submitted that to the EPA, which used that fraudulent information as one of the ways to approve. So you have the regulatory agencies, fraudulent science, and you have biased media, and then you have bought out the whole agricultural system by controlling all the information that goes to farmers. That's the problem.
Yeah, and you see, the thing that troubles me is if you're going to have this big control mechanism so that, basically you can push your product, Why not have a product that isn't harmful? Like, I mean, you can still use all your fraud to, you know, push it and force it in our system. Why are we doing this? Like, because these GMOs, I mean, the safety signals are outrageous. This glyphosate, the safety signals are outrageous. Why not do it with a product that isn't as dangerous? Is there something else going on here, Jeffrey? And I don't want us to go conspiracy theory or anything, but it's just, I guess what's troubling me is it's the level of irresponsibility.
I know. It's like what happens is there's a way that people put blinders on and are willing to take risks because it's not their job, and they assume that someone else is handling it. I mean, I have experiences this all the time where I talk to one scientist at Monsanto and I said, well, what about this risk? And he can't answer it. He knows he's risking human life and says, but we need GMOs because we need to feed the world. And that's a false argument. That's completely false.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Okay.
So because that's what we hear, and we hear this is why we need glyphosate, this is why we need this is why we need that. And you know, that's the public messaging.
All right.
So
there's a number of points, Sean. As of a couple of years ago, I don't remember exactly when, I was told by the world experts we had more food per person than any time in human history. We had enough food to feed 11 billion people. But the problem was distribution. And we still had 1 billion people going to bed malnourished or hungry. And that's one thing. So there's that piece. Second, increased productivity is not the key to feeding more people because we have more food per person already. It's the access to the food. Next, GMOs don't actually increase yield, on average yield. Normal improvements can come in agroecology and organic and sustainable, which can double the yield in things like staples.
And a lot of our crops are fed to animals, and GMOs are problematic for animals. Animals do better without GMOs.
Right. But the thing is, not everyone knows that. It's hidden. And the thing is, they've avoided the ability to see by not allowing certain tests to be conducted, because you can't use a test with Monsanto seeds because they're patented. And if you use a test, you can be sued. So
just wait, explain that one for me, please.
So there was a bunch of scientists that signed anonymously a petition saying that the tests aren't being done that are protect our environment, etc. And in part because we're not even allowed to use the seeds, the food, because the companies have patented them. And if you ask them for it, you typically get denied, or you get a conditional saying they own the data and they're the ones that decide what gets published. So you can find that there's a problem and then they can choose not to publish it. Or like Dr. Arpad Pustai, you discover there's a problem, you speak about it on TV, and you're fired from your job after 35 years and silenced with threats of a lawsuit. I have interviewed many of these scientists who were creamed by Monsanto in one way or another, or by the biotech industry, threatened, fired, kicked out, lost funding, lost position, lost the ability to publish. They have a whole attack system funded. It even has a line items for these things. They have a whole series of spokes organizations, farmers and individuals who are supposedly independent. They've paid people millions of dollars to go after me, to create websites after me. They had, if you look at the documents made public from lawsuit, they had 12 executives CC'd on conversations about how to suppress me. They called about whack-a-mole, trying to hit me down every time I proposed something. They're very good at their information and marketing suppression campaign, and very bad at making healthy products. The problem is, as I said before, GMOs are inherently dangerous. They're inherently risky. And you can't make money on GMOs for food if you have to do the state-of-the-art testing and eliminate the stuff that doesn't work. The testing becomes very important, very expensive. You'll find that what you're creating is problematic. And ultimately, truthfully, we do not even have the tests to be able to guarantee safety of these changes in the DNA, because we simply do not understand the implications of changing a system which is so finely tuned. And that can affect future generations. Now,
but we're permanently changing. Like, the problem is we introduce these to our environment. I mean, we're using them for crops widespread around the world. How do we ever undo? How do we ever put the genie back in the bottle? Put these genetic changes back?
So let's show the next slide here.
Yeah, okay.
So gene editing is a way to do GMOs really, really easily. It's being taught in high school. You can get a lab for less than $2,000, as people have, and they make GMOs in their basement or in their garage. So it's low cost, easily accessible, and doesn't require expertise. It is widely deregulated. If you're not introducing a foreign gene, if you're just re-editing and changing around the existing DNA, most countries in the world either have no regulations or specifically deregulated it. So that means you can just change it and put it in the food supply, or as you say, release it outdoors. And if you release it outdoors, point 3 is it persists in the environment and is unrecallable. And finally, it is prone to side effects. These 4 together are a recipe for disaster. You see, our generation's mandate is to protect all living beings and all future generations, because we now have a technology that can damage all living beings and all future generations. So it's very, very serious right now. So this means that we can take over, lose the food supply, lose the environment, and what the greatest threat is microbiome. Because the microbiome, let me come back to this. Come back to me for a minute.
Okay.
So the microbiome has an interesting set of characteristics that make it even more dangerous. It determines the health of human beings, whether we're fat or sick, fat or skinny, healthy or sick. Even our tendencies can and our desires can be dictated. It also protects the world. The algae produces most of the world's oxygen. The soil recycles the carbon from the atmosphere. The mycorrhizal fungi shuttles nutrients between trees and keeps forests healthy. When you genetically engineer microbes, they can travel. They can swap genes. So if you put a gene in that's never been in microorganisms before, and you're a high school student, and you just say, oh, this is cool, you can buy 120 different gene constructs online from one website. Let's try this. Or let's just take one of 10,000 different microbes you can order online. Or let's go to the local stream and pick up microorganisms and change them in some random way. Maybe what you've done confers a survival advantage. It lives long and prospers because as soon as you put it in your mouth or let it go or whatever, it's an environmental release. And now it starts to travel. It lives long and prospers and starts going to these gene swaps, exchanging that precious gene, giving it away to other species, other organisms. So now that one person in a 10th grade science class has changed the nature of nature in 10,000 different species all over the planet. Now multiply that by all the different high school students, college students, or the perhaps more than 45 million acres of farmland that's already drenched in GMO microbes that haven't been properly tested, or these small microbes that have been used as factories where you insert a gene into yeast or bacteria or algae to produce a protein in a fermentation vat and then take out the protein at the end. What if that escapes and now you have these microbes that are little factories producing opioids or CBD or industrial chemicals? What if they take up residence inside our gut and produce opioids or CBD or something continuously inside of us? So we have a situation right now, because of the microbiome is under attack, where we theoretically are facing the greatest possible existential threat, the damage to the microbiome. And that's not something that is necessarily relatable to what you buy in the store. You won't be able to stop it by buying organic. That has to be policy, that has to be legislation, which comes back to your point, Sean. How can these regulatory agencies continue? And it's a question of what information is being given to them, who has access, and how has that been cooked in advance. All these countries have been the subject, the target of a disinformation campaign about gene editing. United States, Canada, UK, the EU hasn't capitulated yet, but it's under attack. India, Australia, Japan, China is actually holding back. So we're in a situation now where the technology is more powerful because it's easy to use and it's available and it's unregulated. So now, not just for our food supply, but for all future generations, we have to stop releasing these biological time bombs. And we need a different relationship with nature. We need to protect nature, be the steward, be the generation that doesn't get cursed by all future generations for having to deal with the problems that we've created by not protecting nature now.
So let's just emphasize that point. So what I think people need to understand is we have an obligation. This generation has an obligation to the generations that follow us to pass on, a healthy food supply, a healthy planet. And we don't, what you're saying is we don't have the wisdom or the understanding to even know what we're doing. So we better stop because we've got this obligation.
There's approximately 1 trillion microbes, different types. We've characterized maybe 1%. We're already involved in rewriting the plan for it by introducing these things. Now, what you and I have discussed, Sean, is pretty heavy. People watching, they may realize, oh my God, my disease, my kid's disease, my friend's disease may be related to the food I'm eating. And now you're bringing up the world may go away.
Oh, yeah, yes. So and everyone,
let's lighten,
sleep well tonight, yes.
Let's lighten it up a little here. So first of all, it's up to us how we digest this information. Whether we're going to choose to be fearful, sad, or angry, that's your choice. I'd like to recommend that you convert it to become empowered. So instead of feeling like the victim, you become the victor. Instead of letting corrupt regulatory agencies and very dangerous corporations tell you what is food, you can call it a food-shaped object and avoid it and choose for yourself. When you switch to organic or find other ways to avoid GMOs and Roundup, create a spreadsheet. You saw all those different disorders on there. Choose the ones that you are dealing with. And your energy level, and your mood, and how well you've slept. And all that goes down the first column. Then every column is a day. The top, the percentage of organic, and then 1 to 10 on everything that you've listed. That day, how was your sleep? How's your energy level? How's your skin condition, etc., your weight? You will end up with all of these data points that make it so obvious that your life is better, that you're improving in things you never thought were related to your food. And then tell everyone and show them what you want, what you care to show about your health, but tell them your story. Here we become not just a victor in ourselves, but we become the solution for our network. And then if you're concerned, if you have energy left over in your life to look at these bigger issues, share this interview. Go to responsibletechnology.org. There's 2 short videos you may want to watch. One's just 6 minutes. It's called 7 Reasons Why Gene Editing is Dangerous and Unpredictable. It's animated, it's easy to watch, and you'll know more than your government about why things are a problem. Then another one, it's called Don't Let the Gene Out of the Bottle, 16 minutes, all about the dangers to the microbiome. Show those everywhere, pass the link. And then if you really want to be convinced to eat organic, watch the film Secret Ingredients at secretingredientsfilm.com. And it's also used by people to finally convince their spouse, their kids, their parents, the people that no longer want to hear anything about food from them because they've heard enough. They say, can you watch this film? And then they often become as fanatical, as committed as the person that's been trying to convince them for years. secretingredientsfilm.com. These are ways that you can take control of this information and not feel helpless and become part of the solution and gain more energy and gain more vitality while you're doing it, so you have even more power to spread and share this message or anything you want to do in your life.
Jeffrey, I like the positive thing, because I'm one of those people that I actually think we can take this back. I think we need to, first of all, become aware that there is a problem, become aware that we have to take responsibility, and collectively band together. Now, the last question I ask every guest, and yeah, I mean, I think it would have been easier if we just said, is there any condition that health condition that isn't impacted by GMO? But let me just, before I ask you the last question, is there something we should cover? Is there something we should drive home that we haven't touched upon? This has been an eye-opener and a wonderful interview.
This is something that I want to respond to the anxiety of people who feel they cannot afford organic food. In the film Secret Ingredients, family after family says, we don't get sick anymore. There was one family I interviewed, they're not in the film. They saved thousands of dollars when they switched to organic. Their health bill went down dramatically. You guys may not be paying the same stuff we do because of Health Canada and stuff, but take some of the money in your mental budget and your household budget that you use for health and put it into food. Now take some of your philanthropic dollars that you want to use to make the world a better place and put it into your food, so that you're supporting the farmers and the ecology that you want the world to nourish. Now look at food differently, as part of your medicine, as part of your philanthropy, and as nourishment to your life. And then see, it's very possible that you will end up with more money at the end of the year if you've been spending a lot on problems. And we've seen that over and over again. The people say, I've saved a lot more in my health than I've spent on organic food. I don't know if that works the same way in Canada, but let's give it a try.
And clearly the message behind that is you looking into this have become to understand that eating organic is so important that really just find a way. You're not going to regret this.
I would say, especially for those that are taking health products and supplements and doing all these things, if you're committed to that level, then the first thing you do is switch to organic, and then your body can then assimilate and work with all those other things. But if you're constantly damaging it, and I can list the foundations of health: leaky gut, microbiome, mineral absorption, mitochondria, digestion. These are the things that glyphosate damages or causes. These are foundational. And if it's like trying to fill up the tub that's got an open drain.
Mm-hmm. Jeffrey, so I'll ask you my last question.
Okay, I don't know what this is.
And I appreciate you're American, but I mean the Canada and US, the way we regulate and all of that. So I usually ask, what's your message to Ottawa? But I would say instead, just switch this and say, what would your message to Canadian citizens be on what they should do?
So in my area, I'm going to be very focused in my area. eat organic, record the results. Go to responsible technology, learn how to avoid glyphosate in foods when you go out to eat or eat at other people's houses. Know which foods contain a lot of glyphosate. Learn which foods are GMO so you can navigate. Get on our newsletter to become part of the solution of education. And also be optimistic and confident. Because if you carry the energy of worry and upset, that's also toxic. So I tell people if they happen to eat GMOs, don't worry about it. Because glyphosate's toxic, GMOs may be toxic depending on it, and worrying is toxic. So get rid of one of those toxins. And if you're going to end up being exposed no matter what, as hard as you try, it's in the air. So just choose to be extraordinary, impeccable, and move forward with that energy. And then what your healthy choices will turn out to be inspiring others to do the same.
That's a great answer. And I think people forget just how powerful they are and that we can all make a difference. So, Jeffrey, it has been a pleasure to have this interview and a pleasure just to see you again, actually. So,
so great.
We'll have to tell the Toronto people they better put on some health shows. So
I'm there.
On behalf of the world's greatest health show, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you again, Sean.
So let's talk about sections 15 and 16, which deal with examination and sampling of products. Because we've given the Ministry of Wellness the exclusive jurisdiction to regulate natural health products and these other safe treatment modalities, they have to have the ability to be checking. So they have to have the ability to go and take samples of your products, to test them, to see, your facilities, to see that you're following the regulations. And so these sections are the ones that set out what powers they have. And they're very similar to the sections that are in the Food and Drug Act that give Health Canada those powers. So we're not inventing anything new here, but realistically, to properly regulate and manage these treatment modalities, there has to be the ability to go in and get the information that the regulatory body needs, and that's what these sections are for.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Lorene Benoit with me. Lorene, thank you for coming and welcome to the health show.
Thank you, Sean, for doing what you're doing.
Now, you've got beside your name MHH, and some people watching will not know what that means. Do you want to share with us what that means?
It's sort of a compilation of a lot of smaller designations. So it stands for Master of Holistic Health. So what that involves is I'm a natural health consultant, so that's an NHC. I'm a certified herbal consultant, that's a CHC. I have contact reflex analysis, which is CRA. I've got live blood analysis, which is LBA. It's rather than having 75 different initials, I've used the one that's Master Holistic Health. So that encompasses iridology and aromatherapy and health assessment, Chinese medicine, and a few other things. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know that you've been at this for a long time, and we'll go into that. But it really, in a way, I want to start with your own health journey because, as I understand it, from quite a young age, you had, some health challenges, and I'm wondering if you can kind of, maybe we'll start there because that's what led you down this journey eventually.
That's true. So a lot of it I don't remember, but I was in the hospital 4 times before I was 6 years old with pneumonia. So of course my only memory of that is that I hate needles, which is why I'm very lucky that I didn't get too many vaccinations, because I have this fear of being probably about 3 years old and backed into a corner in a crib with, I think about 4 nurses ended up having to hold me down to give me a shot, probably of an antibiotic. So I don't like needles. So that's my only memory of that. But as I grew up from age 6 to about 23, I just had a weak respiratory system. So I might get bronchitis, I would get tonsillitis, I would get sinus infections, I would get sinus headaches, I would just get, it would sort of go around the system. And I wasn't sickly, but like a lot of people, I think, I'd end up getting antibiotics once a year to get rid of some infection. And then I'd be fine for a year or 2, and then I'd get another infection. In 1974, I believe was the year, I was maybe leading a little busier lifestyle, and I had moved.
And I'll just back up. You're working as a teacher in 1974, right?
I was, and I went to the wild west town of Williams Lake. And it was pretty wild, and it was pretty west because I was originally from Manitoba. So I went there because they had a job I wanted to teach was kindergarten. And that year I went from having tonsillitis to and got infected, antibiotics. And then I got another infection, maybe bronchitis, and I got another round of antibiotics. And then I got a sinus infection, and I already had a biology degree. I had been studying health and nutrition on my own. And at that point, I just said, something is wrong with this drug picture. And it's what
Can I just slow this down for a second? So it's 1974. You're like in your early 20s, I suspect. You're a new teacher.
I think I was about 23.
Yeah, and so that's when we should be like really healthy. And you had at least 3 bouts of different illnesses where you had to go to the hospital and get antibiotics.
Well, not hospital, doctor. It wasn't like I was sick, but I knew I had something, and you'd go to the doctor and they'd say, oh, yeah, you got bronchitis. Here's a prescription. Oh, yeah, you got tonsillitis. Here's a prescription. And with the studying I'd done and taking a biology degree, and because I was healthy, we grew up with home cooking, and we grew our own food, and we had our own chickens and things like that. I'd grown up healthily. and always outside, pre-TV, all of that. And I just thought something's wrong here because I shouldn't be getting this. And it seems to me like it's the same thing, just moving around my body. It's like I didn't really get better from that one. It just went somewhere else and came up again. So, and I guess it was all the other books I had been studying. I just thought, whatever I'm taking from the doctor, it's not working. It's just suppressing this, and then it's coming back somewhere else. And I just thought, I'm not doing this anymore. And that's basically when I got off what I call the North American drug ceremony. And I started reading more, studying more, and started getting introduced to herbs. And probably back then, vitamins and minerals, which I don't feel are the first line, but lo and behold, I
don't know the answer,
myself.
I don't know the answer, but I'm guessing the first line is just eating properly.
Right, although I think I had that already in place.
No, I'm just responding to you said vitamins and minerals aren't the first line. And so I'm just responding. I'm guessing that, the most important thing to start with is eating well.
Was diet, yes. Well, and sugar, I will admit, I always have had and probably still do a sweet tooth. But I'd read Sugar Blues, by William Dufty, that ancient book that's still so true, that talks about the fall of civilizations based on sugar consumption. And I read Adele Davis, getting cleaner protein and, vegetables. I knew that, but I maybe did it more clearly. And then I just didn't want to take drugs. So I started exploring natural options. So whether it was doing a nasal flush or gargling with salt water for tonsillitis rather than getting antibiotics. And as I said, then that led into herbal studies. And by 1979, I had, by this time I'd gone back to Manitoba, finished some degrees, came back to BC and got involved with Macrobiotic Farm in Fernie, British Columbia. And I was so impressed with what the teachers at one of the courses could tell about a person just by looking at them or pressing somewhere. I got into the studies of yin and yang and everything. And I just said, I've always been wanted to know more, wanting to ask questions, wanting to understand. So the first course I took down there, I said, I want to know what you know. How do I get there? And they said, well, you have to start off with a herbal course. So I started taking herbal studies at the Wild Rose College, Dr. Terry Willard's thing in Calgary. And that was about 1979. And then it just sort of went from there.
Can I back you up just because some people watching might not know, you were talking about just some really simple treatments that, don't involve going to the doctor. You were talking about nasal wash. You were talking about gargling with salt water. And I just don't want anyone watching this to not understand what those options are and when you would use them. So do you want to even explain, what do you put in a nasal wash? What is that? When you're going to gargle with salt, like what do you do? Just so that nobody's left going, what is she talking about?
Sure, yeah, and it's good to go back to the basics.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you start to get a sore throat and you look in your throat, and you see that you're red at the back of the throat and your throat is sore, you're having difficulty swallowing. So first thing I would do is, the first thing I believe one should do when they're not feeling well is to quit eating. So that old expression of feed a cold, starve a fever, I understand how that's been corrupted over the years and it's wrong. So I don't believe you should feed any illness. When you start to get sick, your body has this natural process to try and get you better. And generally that will mean getting rid of something that's toxifying your body, getting rid of excess mucus, getting rid of something bad that you've eaten, getting rid of chemicals that you ingested, like pharmaceuticals, like antibiotics, like over-the-counter medications. So it would be to go through, if you want to call it an illness, to go through something like if you've got a sore throat, to go through it naturally and help the body fix it. Because I believe the body has infinite wisdom, and given the right tools, it will fix itself. The next thing would be to drink lots of warm liquids that would be soothing, like a hot lemon and honey. It's high in vitamin C. So to do something like that, drink lots of fluids. If it continued to get sore, in a day or two, you might look and there might be white spots on the tonsils. That's what a medical person would say, oh, you now have tonsillitis, you need antibiotics. What I would see that white stuff as being, it's pus that your tonsils, which are part of your natural immune system, are trying to eliminate. So your body's eliminating them. You don't want to stop that. So you would take a teaspoon of salt, put it in a half a cup of hot water, and gargle it. The tonsils, it's going to help clear out the mucus and the pus that your tonsils are getting rid of. You spit it out, you gargle it, you spit it out. You might do that for 5 minutes several times a day, and probably by the second day, you're all better. You've helped your body eliminate what it's trying to get rid of, and you get better. So that's what I would mean by saltwater gargle. You want me to explain the nasal flush too?
Yeah, I think that's actually, it's just some people watching might not even know that that's an option to help when you're getting a nasal infection.
Right. Well, that would be more for throat, like for
Okay.
sore throat or tonsillitis. So if you had a nasal infection, like you're getting really bad headaches, and you can, check by, you can just press on the sinuses above your eyebrows. You can check by pushing the sinuses under your eyes. And if they're really sore and tender, you've got something going on in your sinuses. And again, the natural healing process, your body will try and get rid of whatever's bothering it and eliminate it. My belief is that if you take an antibiotic or some other pharmaceutical to stop the pain, then it's just that whatever is trying to get out is stuck there. And it will always have negative consequences to the body. So you would maybe, again, take something as simple as salt, put it in water, and you can buy all these special, they call them neti pots, or you can buy different nasal irrigators. I tend to pick the simple way sometimes. So you can use a baby bulb syringe, like they would use for little babies. It's just a bulb with a little syringe tip on it. I could run upstairs and grab it in my first aid kit and show you. But they'd often use it for babies when they get snotty noses to help suck it out. So a little syringe like that. You put your hot salt water in, get salt in hot water, not too hot that you burn your nose, and you suck that up in the syringe and you squirt it up your nose. Goes in one nostril, comes out the other. Do this over a sink. And by doing that, you're helping to clean the sinuses. You're helping to irrigate the sinuses. And again, just like with the tonsillitis salt gargle, you're going to help eliminate toxins that your body's trying to get rid of. You could also, I know now, you could also add herbs. You could add decongesting herbs. You could add soothing herbs like slippery elm. Some people would put a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of peppermint oil or tea tree oil. And if you did that flush several times, you'd find that your sinus condition goes away, and there's a much lesser chance of it coming back.
And thanks for sharing that. I know that to you, that's just elemental stuff, but I know that some people, unless you hear it from somebody first, you just don't know.
How
right?
do you know?
So, yeah. So
you're not going to have too many doctors tell you that.
Yeah. You had suffered and suffered and suffered, and then you just said, no, I'm going to get better about my diet. I'm going to take this a little more seriously, and I'm going to stop doing antibiotics. Am I right that, basically you have done way better and have broken that cycle where every year you're having?
Yeah, I would say so. I think at 74, I'm healthier than I was when I was 23.
And you've never taken antibiotics again?
No. I won't tell a lie. I took one drug about 5 years ago, and that was only because for whatever reason I got stung by wasps quite a few times in a short period of time. And for the first time in my life, and the last time in my life, I started to have reactions to the wasps. So I like intense swelling. And each time I got stung by a wasp, which was like each time a week in a row, it got worse and it got faster. And my daughter is an emergency nurse. And the third time it happened, I was teaching a course and I got stung on the hand. And within about 5 minutes, my hand swelled up triple. And she brought me home and said, "You take these drugs now." Now, that's an emergency. And I can believe that there is a place for drugs in emergency situations. There is no place in my mind where drugs help chronic or long-term conditions. But for emergencies, that has always been my exception. You know, I've always said when I've been teaching for 45 years, if you get in a car accident, don't go see a herbalist or a Reiki practitioner or a natural health practitioner. You go to the hospital and get your bleeding stitched up and your bones fixed or your bones reset. But don't count on drugs to help your bones get better again. You want to go back to the natural health to reset those bones and strengthen them. So there's a place for emergency, and that's where, in my mind, the drugs belong, but not for everyday or chronic health conditions.
Now, just moving along your story, so you started training. You told us how you got interested in that, and you had to start with the herbal course at the Wild Rose College. And my understanding is you've just kept training and training and training. And you also have been teaching others. So you've been an instructor for the Canadian Certified Herbal Consult Program for quite some time. I asked you, before we went live here to talk about, and you probably weren't expecting the question. I said, what patient or client? I mean, you call them clients, but you've been helping people for decades, right?
Yeah.
And I just asked out of the blue, what was the patient that impacted you personally the most? Do you want to tell us about that client?
Okay. Well, I think I'd mentioned there were a few, but I think one that was the most impactful was a woman that I was asked to go and see. She had been sent home from the hospital to die, basically. The doctors had said she had terminal mesothelioma, which is a cancer involving, from asbestos poisoning. And they had said, there's nothing we can do. And they sent her home to die. And she was given less than 2 months to live. And the family, I had worked with some of the family members on, just keeping them healthy. And long story short was Marie followed a program that had recently come to Canada.
I need to slow you down because so she's not able to walk when you go see her, right?
Right. I drove about 45 minutes out to her house because she couldn't move.
Right. And like she is in a bad way physically. Like when they say she's got maximum 2 months to live, it's clear without intervention she's not going to make it.
Right. She's sitting in a chair. She had a very loving husband and son there helping her, but she did not get out of that chair unless they would help her to the bathroom. She had a table full of supplements that she was just getting every half hour, 15 minutes, between meals, after meals. And yeah, they didn't have any hope really.
No
But
guidance. But
obviously, I should say that they did have some hope, or they wouldn't have asked me to come and visit. Right.
But you asked her a question that really struck me, and I want you to share with us the question. And you see where I was going here. So share with us the question, yes. But more importantly, and her answer. But more importantly, share, like, you asked that question deliberately, and I want you to share with us why that question was important.
Okay. And I didn't ask her that the first time I saw her. Like well, two things I did. The primary thing I did was I asked them to take all those zillions of supplements, because especially in a case like cancer, Sean, you would probably be aware that it's a disease of fear. And I got to just show you one book. Oh, maybe I can't find it that fast. Wait, maybe I can. I have about 100 books on cancer, but one book that really impressed me was a book by Dr. Ghislaine Langto. It was called The Medical Mafia. And that was about 1993. I brought her to Vancouver Island and Vancouver, and she's an amazing woman who just passed away this year. But she said cancer is a disease of fear. And I think you would agree when people hear that word, it's shocking. And then it's also a condition where everybody wants to help you. So they had all this table full of supplements because somebody's Aunt Matilda had said this helped somebody in Timbuktu, and somebody else had said, oh, here, this is really good. And so I just felt she was on this sickness campaign of getting something every 15 minutes. So I said, the first thing is get a box and clear that table off, because she's got to start thinking towards wellness, not towards being in a sickness paradigm. So we cleared that box off. We put her on a really simple program. And then I asked her that I wanted her to think about and give me 3 goals that she had that she wanted to live for. Like, give me 3 good reasons, and she had to write them down, what she wanted to accomplish. And I usually will try and get people to do that short term, like, in the next month, midterm, maybe, what do you hope to achieve in 3 months or 6 months? But set 3 goals, what you want to get well for. And Marie did that. And fast forward, I think a year, maybe 9 months on a program, which involved a herbal program. It involved, certain dietary changes and additions. It involved getting her out of the chair and getting a little motivated to move, because you got to move the lymphatic system to get healthy. And within about a year, she had accomplished all 3 of her goals. And they were some pretty, serious goals. Like, she wanted to live to see a granddaughter graduate. She wanted to live to go to Niagara Falls. She wanted to live for, and the third one, I can't remember what it was, going to Hawaii with her husband or going camping, going to some part of Vancouver Island. And she accomplished all those goals. And in fact, I was going to a health conference in Niagara Falls. And she said, well, if my husband and I, can we come? Could I tell my story there? Like, she was so excited. She was so well. She was so vibrant. And she accomplished her goals. And then about a year after that, all of a sudden, I got a phone call from her husband saying, Marie's in the hospital. The cancer's come back. And the doctor wants to do chemotherapy. What do you think of that? And I thought this was a little strange, because they had never offered her chemotherapy before. And I said, well, all I can say is, why don't you ask the doctor, what do they hope to accomplish with that chemotherapy? And he did. And the doctor said, well, I'm glad you asked that question, because if I were you, I wouldn't do it. It's not going to do anything, and it's going to make whatever time she's got left quite a bit more miserable. But that really was significant to me because it was like, this is how much is in the mind is in healing. And she did what she said she wanted to do. And then it was just like, okay, I've done what I said I was going to do. It's time for me to leave.
Yeah, well, I'm just, again, so you had a lady that wasn't supposed to live 2 months, who was doing extremely poorly, needed help getting up and everything.
Yeah.
That basically, went on for much longer, went to Niagara Falls, went to Hawaii, saw a granddaughter graduate, spoke at a health conference in Niagara Falls. I assume she lived on Vancouver Island. So, I mean, you basically saw somebody that was living in fear of, immediate death, accomplish some real goals, and have quality of life for way longer than the medical establishment thought was possible.
And the quality of life is really important. Like, I studied quite a bit when I got into this herb that I use for the cancer program. I studied quite a bit with the Dr. Jerry McLaughlin. And he studied that particular herb for about 35 years. That was his life's work of research. And when we brought him also to the island to teach about it, he made a really poignant comment. He said, we're all finite. We're dying from the moment we're born. He said, but it's not just about how long we live, it's the quality of life we live. And that's in the natural health field. He says, we want the quality of life. And I see that, unfortunately, with so many seniors that might come to me for consulting. They're on 10 drugs. They can't remember where they put their keys or what their address is, or they're not having a quality of life. They're just being kept alive by drugs that are supporting an unhealthy industry. And I know that with Marie, for her to have had that quality of life for 1.5 or 2 years was worth everything.
Mm-hmm. Can I,
not just to her, but to her family.
One of the herbs you used was called pawpaw, am I right?
Yeah.
And that's a key. I mean, it's a key herb in your opinion for treating most cancers.
Yes.
Now, is that herb? And I assume that. Can you tell us about the safety profile and where it comes from?
Okay. It's there's a whole family. Herbs and plants come in plant families. So it's a family that belongs to the Asimina family. And it's one species of that, of about, I think there's about 250 species, called Asimina triloba. The one that's used has been researched for 35 years is Asimina triloba, and it actually comes from the central southern states, like Indiana is one of the major areas where the pawpaw tree plantations are. It's taken from, like, pawpaw is, especially down south, you can get fruits of pawpaw too. In Mexico, all the way through from Central to South America, there's pawpaw plants, and there's many different kinds. Some of them call them the banana pawpaw or the plant pawpaw, and they're eaten in different ways, and you can get pawpaw leaves, you can get the pawpaw fruit. What Dr. McLaughlin did was he tested over 250 species, and he tested for the active ingredients in all of those species. And the one that he selected was the Asimina triloba, which is made from the twig of the bark, the bark of the twig of the tree at a specific time of the year, which is generally around spring. And that's when it's got the highest content of acetogenins, it's called. These acetogenins are natural chemotherapeutic agents. The difference between these natural therapeutic agents and pharmaceutical chemotherapy agents is that it only works on cancer cells. It does not do damage to healthy cells, which everyone knows that's the major problem with chemotherapy. You know, if you're taking chemotherapy, it's going to kill the lining of your stomach cells. It's going to probably destroy your bowel lining tissue. So you might fix, or it's going to, if you do radiation, it's going to burn and kill all the cells around the cancer cells. So it kills healthy cells. And that's the problem with pharmaceutical or medical cancer treatments, is the damage it does to try and fix something. PAPA has been proven to be 10,000 times stronger. It's actually 100,000 times, but Dr. McLaughlin couldn't get his research peer-reviewed unless he put the 100,000 times stronger to 10,000 times stronger than vincristine or cisplatin. Those are two of the oldest chemotherapeutic agents, and that's in peer-reviewed research articles.
Are there any?
Go ahead.
Are there any safety concerns about it that you're aware of?
No, there are side effects if you overdose, and that's the other beauty of it. You can't say how much someone needs. They start taking it gradually, and they gradually add 1 and 1 and 1 per day. When they've reached their optimum chemotherapeutic dosage, they will have one of two things happen. Either they'll sort of lose their appetite, they might be a little nauseous, or they could get diarrhea. It's the body's way of saying, whoa, that's enough. And then they go back down. Yeah. Then they go back down until they're comfortable. That is for them the complete optimum dosage. You know, I had an aunt also who'd had serious cancer. She had Hodgkin's cancer, and for years was on chemotherapy. And every time she'd get chemotherapy, she'd stop, then it would come back. It'd get worse. She'd get on chemotherapy, come back, it'd come back. I had another one of my aunts, her sister said, for goodness sake, why don't you, talk to Laureen? And then somebody else happened to give her my book that I had written because of Marie. I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over here. But she got on the PAPA program, and because finally they said she had a different type of cancer. And this is in one of the case, she's in one of the case stories in my book. All the chemotherapy had caused a more severe type of cancer. And the doctor said, now this one's been caused by all the chemotherapy. You've had to stop this cancer, but this one isn't treatable. So you're done for. So that's when she got on what we call the PAPA program.
So she was, when you say she's
8 years.
Right. So when you say she's done for, you mean that the oncologist sent her home.
Yes.
Saying we can't treat this cancer, go home and die.
Well, they didn't quite say go home and die, but they said, oh, this has been caused and we can't do anything about it. Sorry, this is a while ago, here it is. She was 75 years old when she got diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's cancer. And from 2002 to 2010, so that's 8 years, she was on and off chemotherapy for years and years, like from 2002 to 2010. 2010, she was diagnosed with metastatic one. Oh, and that's when she got my book and talked to me. And by that time, they had said that it changed into mantle cell cancer. And that was what they couldn't do anything for. So in 2010, she got on using, and she finally died in 2017. So that was 7 years later. And in those 7 years, she had to keep going to the cancer clinic to get checked out. And she said the nurses would just be shaking their head and saying, well, we can't figure out why you're still alive. So
and how
I know
old was
these
she
things
when
work.
she died?
She was 91.
Okay. So
and I visited her in Colorado just before she died, after her 90th birthday. And she said, I think it might have come back, and I think I'm done. She said, she had about 35 grandchildren. And she says, and I've done this, I've done that. And she says, I'm just tired of fighting this. She was tired. So
now
she died, I think, about 4 months after we visited.
So this PAPA,
it's no longer available in Canada because of Health Canada, right?
That's right. We had it from 2004 to, I can't remember what year they took it away. It was when they did another one of their big herbal sweeps, eliminating a lot of safe products.
The deadline was 2015 and into 2016. I think people had to start taking the new licensing requirements seriously.
It did get licensing. It's like the company I get it from, they've kept their nose, as far as I'm concerned, too clean with Health Canada. They won't do anything to step out of those boundaries. So they have always met every single regulation that Health Canada's had. The challenge is that every few months, and definitely every year, and whenever Health Canada gets a new employee, they decide they got to make a change again. So they're continually having to re-regulate products. And generally that can take anywhere from 1 to 4 years. We've got a product now that we had for 20 some odd years. They had to change something on the, like put something from medicinal to non-medicinal category. We've been waiting 4 years to get Health Canada to reapprove a product that we've previously approved for 20 years. Now we have to get it from the States.
The same product is freely available in the US.
Freely available. It's just way more expensive for Canadians.
Yeah. So we'll talk about, I'll ask you about expenses later. Wondering if you can share with me, it's just an area that we haven't had guests speaking about a lot, but just you were speaking to me about it, helping people with pregnancies and the like. And if, you know, you had, you've helped people in that area, and I'm wondering if you can just share a little bit about that.
There's, yes, lots of women. Like I can think there's been women who were scheduled for hysterectomy and they come to a class I'm teaching. I can remember one woman up North Island, and she said, "Oh, I wish I'd heard this before. I'm scheduled for a hysterectomy in 3 weeks." And I said, "Well, if you want to do any of the stuff we talked about, you can." And she, "Oh, no, I can't cancel my operation. The surgeon would get really mad." And I sort of lost it on her. And I said, "It's your body. It's not the surgeon's body. He's just looking for a job. You can cancel it and get it later if you want it. If you want to try something natural, do it." And she did. And she got a few bottles of herbs, like I think 3 bottles of herbs. It probably cost her $62. And I didn't hear from her again. So a year later, I looked her up. I phoned her up and said, "You know, you never got back to me. Could you update me what happened?" Because that's why I call them clients, not patients. I don't bug them. If they want, you know, to talk to me, they can contact me. In this case, I really wanted to know what had happened. And she says, "Oh yeah, it got fixed. I didn't need a hysterectomy." I mean, and I don't even know what her problem was. It's just she was scheduled for a hysterectomy. I've had quite a few women some who had several children and wanted more, but they couldn't get pregnant. Sometimes 2 months cleaning up the reproductive system with herbs, and bang, they get pregnant again. I've had other women. I had a beautiful young woman from Holland, actually, and she'd had at least 3 or 4 miscarriages. And as women get older, that sort of biological clock starts to tick, so they get a little panicky. And with her, I said, "You've got to not try and get pregnant for at least 4 to 6 months. I'd prefer 6 months, and you've got to get your hormones balanced and get the system cleaned up." And she did that, and for 6 months, and I said, "Okay, if you want to try now to get pregnant," and it was checking how her periods were and how regular she was and how her energy levels were, how her bowel movements were. You know, your body works as a whole. So things were working better for her. Stress levels were down. After 6 months, I said, "Okay, if you want to try and get pregnant." She's got 2 very healthy children now. We sometimes you know, WhatsApp or whatever and see her children. So there's been a lot to, it's about balancing the body, and you're not going to do that with chemicals. So childbirth, herbs can make a huge difference in childbirth. I've had women who had 3 very difficult pregnancies. They get on herbs throughout the parturition time, like throughout their 9 months. And they just say, wow, I can't believe how easy that was. Plus, they've recovered really well without any postpartum depression or significant energy drops. So you can tell I'm a believer in herbs working.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you sharing that. It's just, again, we haven't had, you know, we've had lots of natural practitioners on, but not on that topic. And one of the things that I think is important for people is that it doesn't matter what you're suffering from, what the issue is. Don't lose hope, because there's answers out there. And so, Lorraine, I think it you know, it's important that you shared. There's this whole area where herbalists like yourself have had real success in helping women that are having difficulty, you know, getting pregnant and the like. So we talked earlier about, you know, pawpaw not becoming available and another product. There's actually a whole list of herbs that you've lost access to within Canada, isn't there?
Oh. And sometimes you can't get them for 3-4 years, and then they'll say, well, you can get them. I can tell you some that are really ridiculous. When the more, like, there's colloidal silver, and then there's what I call nanoparticle silver, which is made by a different process. When that first came out, terrific results with all sorts of infections. You know, whether it's putting it in the ear for ear infections, putting it in the eyes for eye infections, swallowing it for internal infections. And I think we'd had it about, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. And then they banned it. You couldn't get it. But I found out, again, from other clients, that other companies were selling it. You couldn't get it from the company I used, but other companies were selling it. And so I went to a health food store and checked, okay, why are you able to sell it? It was labeled as a mouthwash. So I phoned up the company I've used since 1985 and said, why don't you call ours a mouthwash? So they did. So they had to make all new labels up, said mouthwash. And this is the absurd part with Health Canada, Sean. I'm not sure if you've heard these. So they took the bottle, this isn't it, but they took the bottle, they put a new label on top of the bottle. You could still see the old label underneath that label, the same product, and then they were able to sell it. Because they lied. I mean, yeah, sure, you can use it as mouthwash, but it's 100 times more than that. And now to this day, it's sold as a mouthwash in Canada. Not in the States. The same product made by the same company they are allowed to say, this is a natural antibiotic, this helps build the immune system, this allows this, da-da-da-da. Canada, you have to say it's a mouthwash.
And it is, you raise an interesting...
Sorry.
You raise an interesting point, because it really is about what you can say. It's not, you could have a product that, you know, cures things, but you can't tell anyone in Canada. It's the censorship that's interesting. You've been at this for a long time.
Can I comment on that?
Oh yeah, please.
Okay, so I hounded the company that I've used for about 4 or 5 years about getting better information out to the people that want to purchase it. And so I took from other professional companies that had information, because prior to that, we had to get the information from just herb books. And other companies like, Adagram and different naturopathic suppliers, they had what they called information sheets on them. So I hounded our company for about a year, and they finally came up with what they called a fact sheet. And the fact sheet gave a little bit of historical significance. It gave a little bit of chemical and, you know, information about what was in the herbs, what percentage was in the herbs, how many milligrams, what they were good for, what the benefits of it were, and how it could be used in the dosage. Very complete, about a page on each product. Those were called fact sheets. I am very thankful to one of my clients who somehow downloaded all those fact sheets onto my computer, because if I compare products that we had back in 2004 with the same products we have now and what the difference in what they say are, even though the product hasn't changed, the current fact sheets really say nothing. And they often have wrong information, and they often have what I would just say unhealthy dosages, because Health Canada directs the company what they have to say the dosage is. So for example, there's a formula that's really good for Candida. We've had it, I can't remember, since the 1990s or something. You used to take 6 a day. The formula has not changed, but the regulatory number changed, the NPN changed, what's written on the bottle changed, what's written on the fact sheet has changed. Guess what they tell you to take now? 26 a day, which means a bottle would last 3 days or 4 days, and people would probably get sick from it. So, and that's Health Canada in their unhealth wisdom has decided what the dosage should be, when I don't even know if Health Canada has a herbalist on their board anymore. I know when it was an advisory council, Dr. Willard used to be on it. I don't know if they've even got a herbalist on their board anymore. Dr. Paul Saunders used to be on it. He had a brain in his head, but now I don't even know if they've anybody with any herbal expertise who is deciding what the dosages are. So I have to tell my clients, you either trust on Health Canada or you trust me, because I'm going to tell you the dosages that are going to work for you. You can't even depend what's on the label anymore. And that's what I believe Health Canada has done to create an unhealthy situation so that Canadians won't go healthy. They won't go natural because they're being directed improperly.
So they've restricted herbs that are freely available in the United States and used to be, and then they're censoring truthful information and without expertise, where the manufacturer and practitioners have expertise, they're stepping into dosing instructions.
Yep, incorrect dosing instructions. I could give you so many examples of that. It's disgusting.
Yeah, no, how do you feel? Because you are, you know, let's just even talk about costs, because before 2004, we didn't have all of these requirements, and they've kind of ramped up over the years. And what have you seen happen with affordability? Because I imagine for some of the people that want help, you know, costs can be a real factor. What have you seen happen?
Well, a lot of people say, I can't afford this, and I can get my drugs for free, so I have to go the drug route, which means they won't get better. They might live longer, but quality of life isn't going to be good. I know that you know about the lobbying market that Big Pharma has on all levels of Canadian government. I mean, probably not just Canada, worldwide. There's huge pharmaceutical lobbies. I've got somewhere on my website
But
how many
I want us to
billions.
focus. I was just actually asking you, you know, have the costs increased because the manufacturers have all this burden they didn't have before?
They have. I mean, activated charcoal is one, because a neighbor just asked for some, and I had 2 bottles, one from 2 years ago and one from this year. It's gone up from $30.50 to $39.49. And that's in 2 years. So that's like a 40% increase. Part of that is because we're having to get that product also, which is perfectly safe, from the States, It's the US Canadian dollar exchange. So shipping's gone up. What it's doing is it's decreasing Canadian business, and it's forcing people to go online to places like Zon. And there's no quality control there at all whatsoever. I mean, I can see somebody getting a tennis racket or something for cheaper on Amazon, but that's not your health. That's not your life. People, I feel, are just taking their life in their hands, but the Canadian government, the unhealth department, is forcing people to go online and get unregulated products that, you know, we've had people who have purchased something online and they've sent it to, you know, the lab of the company I deal with, and it's not even in that capsule what it says it is on the bottle.
Well, I've heard there's a real problem with counterfeit products. So it looks
horrible.
like a product, but it's not. And if you're buying from a local health food store in Canada, the health food store knows the company personnel, they know the reps, and so they know they're getting the product from the company. It's not counterfeit. Yeah, and you've heard that too then, and you're aware actually of a lab verifying that.
Yeah. I mean, I've had people taking, and here's another one. Like in my opinion, one of the strongest natural antibiotics in the herbal kingdom is Golden Seal. For years, we've used Golden Seal. About 15 years ago, I think, Health Canada decided that we couldn't have 550 milligrams of Golden Seal. It was too dangerous. So now if we want pure Golden Seal, we have to get that from the States. We can get mixes of Golden Seal, but they can't exceed X number of milligrams. So I've had people who psoriasis, and with the contact reflex analysis or muscle testing, you find out why they've got psoriasis. So often it's related to a staph infection, a strep infection. I know that sounds silly, but that's what it is. So I've used people who've had psoriasis for 20 years and they're covered it. And they said, no, I've tried everything, nothing works. And I'll say, just try one more thing and we'll see. They get it 3/4 cleared up on one bottle, and then they run out and they just go off and buy another brand of Golden Seal because it's maybe $5 cheaper or more convenient, and it comes back. It's the potency. There's a lot to it, and you need companies that do have the labs that they can check it, because most companies get their herbs from some other company and they just put their label on it. Not that many companies get them from actually the parts of the world where those herbs are the strongest. Most companies aren't able to test them in our lab and test for organics and pollutants and heavy metals and things like that. And it's not just getting rid of those things, but it's how strong is it? Was it picked at the right time of the year? Was it dried properly? Was it stored properly?
Digressing a little bit.
Yeah, you are. That's true. But it's just Health Canada is not helping anything because they're driving customers into getting suboptimal products.
Right. So just to sum up that last point is, if the Canadian businesses weren't being squashed with these regulations and being told they can't make this and can't have that, then we could have locally made products that, you know, are of quality we can trust, and people don't have to order online from the States and get, you know, products that you know, in some cases are just not as good.
Right. And plus you'd be building the Canadian economy. We have a lot of local herbalists. One local herbalist, the last round of regulations, it was going to cost her $39,000 to get one product approved. We went and met with our local MP at the time. He didn't even, forget that one. I won't go there.
Yeah, but you raised the point you know, we used to have so much more innovation. We used to have way cheaper products. We used to have products that worked better because Health Canada would tell, you have to reduce this, you have to reduce that. Like, so I had some manufacturers saying, I'm not going to make the product anymore because I know it's not going to work. And I don't want to sell a product that isn't going to work. Like, so the whole thing's been a train wreck. What is, I'll just final question to you.
what is your message, Lorene, to Health Canada or to Ottawa? Because that would include our MPs.
I think they need to quit trying to control every aspect of every Canadian's life. I think they need to start trusting that people have some brains to be able to choose what works for them, what's right for them. People need to have choice. That's supposed to be in our Charter of Rights, isn't it? Choice for healthcare, choice for choice. And I think they have to trust that people are going to try, because we're still at the point where people communicate with each other. Somebody gets something that works, they're going to tell somebody else. Somebody gets something that doesn't work, they're probably going to do the same thing. There's research with, the internet. There's no lack of research available. There's so many people are choosing the natural methods of going. There's so many more trained people in natural health now, which we need as our health deteriorates and deteriorates. I mean, it's just health of Canadians is going down. Longevity is going down. Drug costs are going up. Obviously, something's wrong. And if they could just trust that people are going to find what's the best choice for them. And personally, I feel government needs to get out of our personal lives, because they're not making our health better. They're not making our economy better. They are destroying people physically, financially, emotionally, and spiritually with their interference in every aspect of our life. If they really want to do something, they could focus some of their energy, instead of going after natural health products that help people, they could focus some of their energy on working on side effects from all the chemicals that they're promoting all the time. They could be focusing some of their energy on stopping the advertising that's pushing drugs, that's pushing dangerous, unproven vaccinations. And I don't want to get into that whole issue, but
No, we're not. We don't want to go there either. So
no, we don't. But they need to be looking at health, not the financial benefits of big pharma. And until they do that, they should close shop.
Thank you for answering that question. And so that'll end our interview today. And I'd like to just say, on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your experience and wisdom with us.
Well, and likewise, I would like to thank you, Sean, for all that you've been doing, the years and years that you've been doing it. I pulled out a file of some of the letters that I have written to Health Canada since 1993, because that's how long I'm aware that they've been trying to stop people from having access to products that heal.
Yeah, hopefully we can bring some meaningful change. Thanks again, Lorene.
Thank you.
So let's talk about Section 17, which basically puts an onus on people being regulated to cooperate with the Ministry of Wellness when the Ministry of Wellness is trying to check and make sure that you're following the Act and regulations. So when they show up at your facility or your place of treatment, that you have to share your records with them and show them around and let them have access to things. And this is necessary in a regulatory environment, or else inspectors will never be able to determine if the Act and regulations are being followed. Now, it is a little different than a similar power that's found in the Food and Drug Act that Health Canada inspectors have. And the difference is this, is our courts have said that when any inspector, whether it's dealing with food and drugs or any other regulated activity, is if the inspectors form the opinion that you have committed an offense, and now they're trying to get evidence to convict you, at that point, actually your constitutional rights kick in, and you're no longer under an obligation to assist them. And we've set that out in Section 17, just so that the people being regulated actually understand that they have these rights. So it creates an obligation to cooperate, but for when it would be inappropriate, in light of our constitutional protections.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Sonia Palmer. Sonia, welcome to the health show.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be
here. People watching are going to see behind your name CHFA. Do you want to share with us what is CHFA and what your role is at the CHFA?
Sure, thank you. So CHFA is the Canadian Health Food Association, and we represent about 1,000 members across Canada, a little bit more now, about 1,200 members across Canada, namely in the natural organic wellness sector. And from my own position standpoint, I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Regulatory Affairs. So what that means is that I primarily represent the interests of trade. So I do a lot of advocacy work, a lot of grassroots, a lot of discussions with members of Parliament on, the impacts that occur when regulation changes or there's changes to legislation that impact natural organic wellness products. That has led to a lot of discussions on natural health products as of lately because of the amount of change that has been proposed for this sector. So a lot of my focus has been on, defending the interests of industry based on these regulatory changes.
Right. And just, so that people fully understand what you're referring to. So, when you guys say members, like people that manufacture natural health products and, organic food producers and things like that, like it's the industry, you've got a lot of industry members. And so when there are problems with the regulatory environment, they let you know so that,
100%.
You can kind of advocate on their behalf. So when you're sharing with us today, I mean, it's from on the ground being told, listen, this is happening and that is happening.
Exactly. Absolutely. We do represent actually from the manufacturing level, in some cases, even the supply level, all the way to retail. So we are one of the largest trade associations to represent essentially the whole manufacturing and retail chain, supply chain for this sector. So we do get a very broad amount of information back from members on what the impacts are from the base all the way to sale.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And I just wanted people to appreciate, like you hear from industry that here's the problem, because we're going to be going into, kind of some specifics of some things so that people understand the regulatory environment better. One thing that I wanted to maybe start with is, I don't know if the public's aware, but, whenever we're dealing with the regulation of natural health products and Health Canada, so whether we're in the Standing Committee of Health, whether we're in the, the Red Tape Committee, as it's called, invariably, Health Canada is going to come and present oh, there's, basically the sky's falling. So many people are being harmed by natural health products. Risk, risk, risk. Risk, danger, danger, danger. And you've kind of had to deal with that, actually, by looking into it. And so I'm wondering if you can comment, what your thoughts are about, this so-called danger, where Health Canada tells us we need ever stricter regulations because of danger. Because I know you guys have looked into this, and I'm wanting you to share about that.
Absolutely. So I think fundamentally, one of the things that we really had to take head on very early on was the fact that much of what Health Canada has proposed has been driven by what they have said is health and safety reasons. And so a lot of that actually was attributed to things like adverse events and, numbers that were presented in committee. There was an audit report back in 2021 that was presented as really kind of reflecting that there needed to be amendments and regulatory changes that needed to occur. But then how Health Canada actually presented the information, how this actually ended up getting shared in committee, was something that we really needed to get ahead of and a hold of in terms of, how this sector actually impacts the health and safety of Canadians and whether or not these products actually presented as big of a risk as what was being proposed. So we did end up engaging Deloitte specifically on a study because of the fact that they had a number of pharmacovigilance experts on their team that were able to actually take Health Canada's data itself and use its adverse event reporting database to give us information about where a lot of this was coming from in terms of, scouring not just that, but medical journals, the internet more broadly in terms of Canadian data was analyzed. And I would say at the broadest of levels, what ended up coming out of that survey or that report was that these products are generally safe. It is what we have been saying, which is that, that these products are providing benefit, they are safe. And that, the numbers that Health Canada were explaining or were sharing were not exactly appropriate in terms of causality and in terms of, the extent to which Health Canada had shared was really contradictory to what Deloitte had found. And so it was a very important step, obviously, in our advocacy and in really kind of making sure that members of Parliament and other parliamentarians, even that Health Canada understood its own data appropriately.
Right. And I want to unpack that a little more just because people might not understand even, we say adverse reaction and that. So, since 1965, we've had, and it was in response to the thalidomide disaster, we set up what was called an adverse reaction reporting system. And so, it's primarily medical people, but it was also set up so that ordinary people could just file a report. So if they thought that, a drug, and drug includes chemical, it includes natural. So, basically if a health product was suspected to have a role in, an adverse reaction or, including a death, that could be reported. And it was just kind of a way of looking to see if there's a pattern that was something should be looked into. But first of all, there's a problem if a report's filed, and Health Canada would agree, except when it comes to natural health products. Well, just because a drug's associated with an adverse report doesn't mean that it's the cause. You would have to look in deeper. So for chemical drugs, you can have all these adverse reactions, and Health Canada will say, yes, but that's not causation. But it should be a signal for them to look deeper.
Yes.
Although it seems that if there's a natural health product, there's a report, all of a sudden that's like more than causation. That's fair to say, isn't it? Like there seems to be a double standard.
Yes, I do think, and fundamentally that's exactly it. It's not meant to be a driver for regulatory reform, and you are not meant to use that database as, an indicator for causality. That was also very clearly explained in the Deloitte report, was that, a lot of the, on top of the numbers that were coming out, so it was data from about 2020 to 2023. And so they were using numbers like 700 or 1,000 serious adverse events. But what that data actually had shown was that a lot of those, you could not determine that the natural health product was the cause. Many of them were taken, for example, with other pharmaceutical products, or it could have been cancer patients, they're undergoing chemotherapy. It's very difficult to determine that, let's say your vitamin C was the cause when you were on chemotherapy or other. So much of what we had seen was that causality could not be determined, and that the NHP was not necessarily always the determining factor in these cases.
So I think, and you're free to disagree with me, but I think it's actually, I want to use the word disingenuous, Health Canada, because they know that the safety profile of chemical drugs, is very poor. Like in the Western world, one of the leading 5 causes of death is taking, chemical pharmaceutical drugs as prescribed. So it's one of the riskiest things that we can do. And they also know that natural health products are, below what's called the ultra safe line, like that you shouldn't be regulating them at all. So when they're like scouring this adverse reaction database to deliberately use it as you're not supposed to use it, oh, wait a second, a cancer patient with stage 4 cancer that's, expected to die, like there's no way this person's going to live, and they're on chemotherapy and other chemical drugs, but there's a bottle of vitamin C there that you could possibly consider vitamin C as a causal factor in their death, which is what Health Canada does. This is what you're talking about. You're trying to grasp straws in the wind to find risk. Like, am I overstating it here? Because we could talk about, I want to bring up Kava next, like,
right. Yeah.
as a real life example.
I think in the scenario and the kind of political environment that we were faced with, over the last, I'd say 2 years or so, what you're stating is appropriate. I do think we've had discussions. We've had to have direct discussions with parliamentarians and with Health Canada directly to really kind of, point that out. We did an access to information request, which, reinforced what we had found in our Deloitte study. And I just think that, there was a strong political will to advance the changes that were proposed, the regulatory changes that were proposed. And one of the most important driving factors that Health Canada can base that on is health and safety. And so there was a very strong pull towards suggesting that these products were unsafe, because that is what will drive that regulatory change. And so that's really what we tried to get ahead of and ensure that Canadians aren't fearful of the things that are providing health benefits.
And I just want, to get you to go into a little more detail, because I actually think you did a real service here. So what Canadians don't know, there was a bill working its way through Parliament, Bill 368, to kind of change how natural health products are classed. So it's in the Standing Committee of Health, and some people from Health Canada basically testified in front of that committee, saying that there was this large number of adverse reactions connected to natural products. And so the CHFA, you guys did an access to information request. So just so people understand, we have a law called the Access to Information Act, where you can make a request and the government's obligated to share the information with you. So you guys say, okay, you've said there are this number of adverse reactions in the Standing Committee of Health. Please share with us the data that's based on. That's what you guys did?
That's correct. Yeah.
And what did you get back? Because people need to hear this.
Ultimately, I mean, when they realized that there were statements made that this had come out in committee, they tried to essentially rebuild the data. So they reran the search because they didn't have anything on file that suggested or that had, basically backed what they had said. And so they recreated the data, essentially saying, here you go, here's the data that you can look at. And so that's what we used in part to identify the lack of causality and the, you know, the mixing of other pharmaceutical products, et cetera. But essentially the department was stating that they did not have this in writing, or that the proof of this 700 to 1,000 was not something that was within their briefing documents. It was really something they had to recreate, and that we had to fine comb through to determine whether or not these products were actually a health risk or not.
No, I'm going to unpack this more, because what you did, you know, in making this request is so important. So in committee, so when, you know, the MPs are having to make important decisions on what do we do, how do we regulate natural products, we have Health Canada throwing big figures out saying,
Yes.
this is how many people have been hurt. Like, this is the message. This is how many people have been hurt.
Yes.
Please, MPs, protect us. And that was fraudulent. It was made up numbers. They didn't have any data to support it. Like, that's first point, right? You learned that.
I think, you know, it wasn't so much fraudulent as it was exaggerated. So in the sense of taking the numbers and stating that this was the cause, like that was the leap that was made, that was completely inappropriate. And like that really put members of parliament at, they were uneasy. Like there were some members of parliament that were like, you know, we hear you, we understand everything you're saying, and that you're saying that there's not much risk attributed to these products, but we're not sure how to read this data. We're not sure how to respond to this, because they have, you know, Health Canada's chief medical officer and other very high-ranking officials sitting at a table stating that these products are not safe. And so like we had to have very real conversations and really provide proof that, you know, this wasn't the case, and that, you know, generally speaking, that is exactly what the report stated. These products are safe.
Right.
And
so you're being kind.
Low risk category.
You're being kind because you want these people to still talk to you. So, and that's fine. So but you know, in my world, when people say something in committee,
yes,
and they don't have the data to back it up,
yeah,
and then when you do an access to information request and it basically comes out during that, well, yeah, they didn't actually have the data, so we've recreated it. Because of your request. So here's what we've come up with. They didn't have it before. So that really was, they're pulling it out of the air. They're giving concrete numbers. They're giving specific numbers that don't have a basis in reality. But they recreate this because, CHFA's now made a request. We're obligated to give them something.
Yes.
So we better, you know, put something in the pot and cook it up. And that data, it doesn't support what they said.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll disagree on what we call that, but at least the public understands that this is what's happening. Like it's my experience with Health Canada is that they try to present this appearance of danger. You know, it's interesting, Sonia, is so we get these regulations in 2004. So before that, you know, we're largely unregulated for all intents purposes, except, you know, maybe for some monograph DINs on vitamins type thing. So if we were in danger, like 2004, when we're, you know, we don't have Health Canada regs to protect us, that should be when, you know, the dead bodies are in the street. And that's when, you know, a client of mine had Professor Ron Law from New Zealand do a risk analysis, and he got frustrated. He couldn't find any data of harm in Health Canada, like in Canadian government statistics. So he had to go to other Western countries to even find some examples of reports of harm to do his risk analysis. And at the end of the day, like there's this ultra safe line in risk analysis. So if you're not causing more than 1 death per million of the population per year, you don't even think of regulating, because there's not enough of a signal for you to know if you're making any difference. Like you could be making it worse, you could be making it better, but there's not even any point. And we're below that line. Like, and he compared then the different risks at the time. And I've got no reason to believe it's any different. But back then, a Canadian was 14 times more likely to be struck and killed by lightning. And 14 times is a significant amount. Like this is, so 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than to be, killed by a natural health product. So, and again, 14 times is so much more likely that, the stadium where people get struck by lightning, we can't even park in the parking lot because we're so much safer. We can't even approach the area. So what are we talking about? And this is anecdotal, but it's got to be about 14 years ago now. I'd have to go look at my records. I did an access to information request of Health Canada because I was frustrated. They're always throwing, 28 million people died of natural health products back when our population was 26 million type thing. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but just they've been doing this for a long time. So I did an ATIP request saying, well, let's go. We became a country in 1867. So please give me all data that would indicate that any deaths have been caused by a natural health product in that time. And, and they got back to me quite reasonably saying, of course, we don't have records going back to 1867. But, we did start the adverse reaction database in 1965, and it's pretty robust. So will you amend your, request to 1965? And I said, sure. And so do you know how many reports I got from Health Canada back then where they're saying this links a death to a natural health product? It was a goose egg. I got nothing. So, and it doesn't mean that there isn't a risk, but it's not the risk that they're presenting. So, so maybe we'll just share the Kava example and then move on. And you're aware of this example too. So Kava, it's used as a calming tea. It's the national drink in Fiji. I'll just say that so the country of Fiji, this is their national drink. So if we're going to pretend it's dangerous, I mean, my gosh, don't go to Fiji. You go to Hawaii, there's Kava bars. They're called Kava bars, even though it doesn't intoxicate you, but it calms you. Like, I don't know if you've actually drank the tea, but it calms you. It does. And, I've taken Kava supplements that calms you. And I had another guest on, Sonia, Dr. Eldon Dahl, and Dr. Dahl, and he was sharing a story where, about basically somebody that was really, really helped by Kava, and I think if I remember the story correctly, was suffering on Prozac. Like so there's studies on how Kava works better than Prozac, which has a really high risk profile. So here we've got Kava on the Canadian market. It's not licensed yet. This is when we're doing this transition. And somebody who was, terminally ill, taking a number of chemical drugs, dies, and they're expected to die. But, the public health nurse notices there's, in addition to all these chemical drugs, there's also some Kava tea. And all of a sudden, that means Kava tea caused the death of somebody who's terminally ill and on a number of chemical drugs. And Kava tea is banned for 11 years in Canada. And you're aware of that story. What are your thoughts about that? That's kind of representative of how they approach this, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I think much of it has to do with the broader management of how Health Canada interprets and manages risk. Like the risk framework that they established, when I was operating there, it was from year 2000. Like it is a very outdated at this point. I'd have to check if it's been updated since, but at that time, it was very, very based on a precautionary principle in a sense. And so how the precautionary is interpreted can change. It can vary over years. And there's just a lot of room for interpretation when it comes to how to actually manage risk in that sense. And so I feel that like a lot of things actually derive from fundamental policies and fundamental documents that the government uses or that Health Canada uses and how it actually manages risk. It's interesting because within that document, there's a lot of discussion around stakeholders and around stakeholder management and getting feedback from stakeholders, because I think one of the fundamental pieces in management of risk is actually working with stakeholders. And so I think sometimes you're at a juxtaposition with actually managing the risk, working with stakeholders that are actually responsible for quality, efficacy, and safety on the ground, and with reputational risks in some cases, right? And it's like, how did we respond to this? Is it appropriate from a Globe and Mail test perspective? Is it appropriate from like a public response perspective? Regardless of what ends up happening from a health outcome perspective or from a actual risk basis or an industry competitiveness or an industry perspective. So like there is a lot that goes into what actually ends up being the response. And in this case, obviously a very strong response. And that is often the case because of the very heavy risk framework that's been created and how it's interpreted.
Right. And I think, you're sharing something that most people want to understand, but you've worked at Health Canada. I know I've worked in various governments, including the federal government in Ottawa. And so Health Canada will create internal policy documents that are then followed. Mm-hmm. And sometimes the interpretation can just lead to results that, maybe are intended, maybe aren't intended, but that's part of what happens. You've got a big organization and a whole bunch of personnel in there, and those personnel are told to rely on policy documents, and sometimes things happen that maybe aren't reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
So another thing I'd like to talk about. So we've kind of talked about, I think we both agree Health Canada really overstates risk on natural health products. One frustration I have, and I'd like to know your thoughts, is like even during this health show, we're interviewing people that are describing to us really having their lives turned around by natural products, where they've been in the mainstream medical system. And we're not here to knock them, but the reality is that's not the whole picture for health in Canada. And like literally we've had people say, I'm only alive because of these products. And we're interviewing natural health practitioners, so like traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, homeopathic doctors, medical doctors that also use complementary medicine. Mm-hmm. But like the homeopathic doctors and naturopathic doctors and traditional Chinese practitioners, we've now learned during the show, we have to ask them, well, what percentage of, the people that come to you for help have basically exhausted the mainstream medical system? Mm-hmm. And the answers are no lower than 95%. Mm-hmm. So these natural practitioners, they're basically getting people almost exclusively that aren't finding any help anywhere else. Right. And the stories of success they're sharing with us, like life and death stories, are significant. And I'm just using this as context because what frustrates me personally, Sonia, is that when I have dialogues with Health Canada and when I see how they're approaching things, I see them overestimating risk. But it's like they deny that there's any benefits. Yeah. Right? Like, and not only do they deny there's any benefits, they institutionally have this, they call it failed efficacy. So as a matter of their policy, they assume that people aren't getting benefits, but they need to be protected by the risks. And I'm wondering if you can, what your thoughts about that are, because my frustration is if we want good health outcomes, and we say, well, what's the best way to manage these? I think we have to look at the benefits and the risks and then try to figure out, knowing both of those, what's the best thing for us to do?
I actually have a few thoughts on that topic. I mean, I think that, you know, it's a bit of a complicated topic in the sense that, like when you actually assess these products, et cetera, like I think there's no way that we can deny health benefits. Like they are, you can see that, you know, there is a very long track record of safety and efficacy for a large number of these products. And that's why they're allowed to make claims. We have product monographs that exist. But I do think they're quite pigeonholed in the sense of really kind of being in a very narrow allowance of what can be said. I think that, you know, on top of that, layer that with the fact that there's not much money for clinical trials or research. I mean, you have to compete with, you know, big pharmaceutical companies and others to get funding. So, and just the way that the framework is set up, I mean, you're not allowed to make claims about, you know, Schedule A diseases and other things. Like there's so much fundamentally that goes behind this question. But I think ultimately, you know, I don't think anyone can deny that these products work, and a lot of them work differently for different bodies, just like pharmaceuticals do, but they absolutely have a place in our mainstream healthcare system. I think they are primarily recognized as being preventative and for maintenance, but that in many cases, people actually have found, as you said, you know, life-changing results. And in some cases, you'll either see people use them as, you know, like your first step or your last step. Like I find that's usually how it goes. It's like, I may not want to jump straight into something, you know, that's very heavy. Like, for example, a lot of people, I mean, you know, from what we're told, like say you have mental health conditions or other things, they may not want to turn automatically to, you know, a pharmaceutical, and may want to try ashwagandha, let's say, in some cases, or other types of supplements before they get into something that is quite heavy and could have quite an impact on your health. So we see a lot of it through our members as well. I think that, you know, it's difficult because a lot of them do say that they'd like to be able to do more research, but that, you know, they either just can't compete or there's no dollars for it. So it really has created a very difficult system for our natural health product companies to thrive in, and therefore Canadians to access. And, you know, a lot of Canadians actually just turn to the internet to try and figure out how to use these beyond, you know, what's been product monographed or what is on the label per se.
Right. So that's actually an important point that I want to get back to, because it speaks more to censorship. But I want to stick first on the first point. Like, you know, we both agree Health Canada will emphasize risk. But, you know, you've personally spent a lot of time speaking with Health Canada officials and, you know, about, hey, let's figure out how to regulate natural products in the best way possible. And am I right that you have the same experience as me? Like, it's not like they're saying, oh, there's all these benefits. Yes, we have to take that into account. It's all risk. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I would say that's appropriate. Definitely. Yeah. Guilty until proven innocent.
Right. Except that we like, so you're talking about claims when you're just talking earlier,
Yes.
and basically how Canadians are being forced to go onto the internet because what they're looking for can't be shared with them. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, I think that, you know, in some circumstances, like, it kind of goes back to the product monographs. I think there's been a lot of variations as to how the product monograph system has been used. And essentially what it is a set of tried, trusted, and true ingredients and combinations of ingredients, essentially, that industry can turn to, where, you know, if you, for example, got a vitamin C, you can, you know, specifically state certain claims and health claims, and same with, you know, multivitamins, et cetera, a lot of these, you know, trusted products. And so I think a lot of Canadians will kind of look to the label to understand what they can and can't do, because that's what, you know, you're supposed to do. But in some cases, what we found is that these product monographs, the way that it's worded, can be complicated, or it's not very direct, or, you know, there's circumstances where it's very long wording. So I think a lot of it stems from like that, fundamentally that it's what like how the user evolves, how Canadians actually read these labels, how they interpret these labels. And so in order to actually stay agile and stay on top of, how the user actually benefits from and uses these products and reads these products has changed substantially. And those are things that we've really tried to highlight to the government to say, we've even introduced them. I had met, for example, somebody called Jed Looker. He works at the Algonquin College in Ottawa here, and his whole fundamental basis of research is based on the user. So we've actually introduced them to Health Canada when it comes to labeling. We thought that would be a great, case example of understanding and adapting a label to actually navigate it towards how a Canadian would read that and understand that, versus how Health Canada wants to present, the level of risk or what its benefits are. And so there's a huge disconnect, I think, between like the user and the government, in a sense, and how information is conveyed.
That you brought up something really important. So I just want people to understand, like, so when you say monograph system or label claim, so the way it works, just so people understand, is Health Canada will approve a product with a specific claim, and all the manufacturer, anyone is involved in the natural health community is legally entitled to say, according to Health Canada, is the claim. And for things like single ingredients like vitamin C in that, there are pre-prepared monographs. So it says, if you're going to sell vitamin C, in this amount range, and with these things on your label, then you can say this, so whatever you're allowed to say for vitamin C. And there could be more things you're allowed to say than one. But so that's what just so people understand when you say monograph. Yeah, and you can go and look those up. They're online. So there's certain, so you don't have to apply for a license. You can just use that monograph. But if you're creating a multi-ingredient product for which there aren't a monograph, you go through this, it's a much more stricter process, but they will approve a claim and you're limited to that claim. But what's happening is because that's not very much information for people on the ground, people are going out and doing their own research to try it. So it's kind of this censorship is, I think, backfiring, Sonia, because the manufacturers will have a whole bunch of information. And sometimes the product will be made for something different than their label claim. I know that from licensing. Like when my firm used to do licensing, the question was, what can we get you approved for? Not what is it for, right? Because the manufacturer wants to get through the approval process. So I think this censorship, although it was well-intentioned, is now backfiring on the consumer.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think it's difficult too, because there's just so much information out in the public now, and like access to information, and like, you'll hear Health Canada talk about information disinformation, and like for them truly to be a reliable source, I do think there has to be more engagement with stakeholders. I think that there's been a lot of hesitancy over the years, especially with our sector. It is a cultural issue. It's something that predates when I worked there. I know it is part of why I stepped out of government, was to fundamentally understand like why there was such a gap between this industry and government. But I think fundamentally it stems from not having meaningful conversations with those that are truly responsible for quality, safety, and efficacy. Because I understand that the government puts the standards in place, but it's the industry that makes the ingredients, that packages, produces, imports, et cetera, like you are the one directly faced with the consumer. And so you are the one responsible for quality, efficacy, and safety at the end of the day.
I'm enjoying this conversation because it's making me think about, I wonder how this came about, because it could have been very well intentioned, right? One of the, the fundamental purposes in the Food and Drug Act was to prevent fraud, right? Like the snake oil thing, where people are just making outrageous claims about, cure-alls, but really there's nothing there, right? So you're kind of deceiving the consumer. So you can morph into this licensing system where, okay, you can't say anything that you haven't already proven to us, but then that becomes so narrow then. So if you're going to take the position as a regulatory body, well, all you're allowed to say is what we approve. And so you're not actually legally allowed to share bad stuff with us also. Like you're like there's total censorship. Like Sonia, I spent, good 30 years. I'm really out of the practice of law now, even though I'm still a member. But 30 years, and where half of my practice was running interference with Health Canada. I mean, sometimes in court, they actually don't lay charges often, but, usually out of court. And I would be hard pressed to find cases where the real problem Health Canada has wasn't speech, whether, in writing or verbally, tied to this, you can't say anything else. But the difficulty is then Canadians can't make proper health decisions. And, I think as kind of outlandish as this may sound to Health Canada, that the law should be the opposite. That, like, sure, tell us this is what's proven to Health Canada and that, but the law should be you have to share all health information you have.
Yeah.
The bad stuff, the good stuff. Like, I'm frustrated, let's say I'm going to take doctor saying my child needs to take an antidepressant.
Yeah.
Well, that company has to provide, 2 sizable double-blind clinical trials to Health Canada showing the statistical separation between the sugar pill and the placebo. And they'll have structured it for a very narrow window and in a very healthy population to get that approval. But on average, for an antidepressant, they will have run 8 clinical trials to get those 2, and the other 6 could be inconclusive. They could show that the drug works great, but the safety signals are too high. They don't want to share them. They show the sugar pill works better than the drug. Like, I think as a parent wanting to make that decision, like, first of all, I want to see those 2 that Health Canada relied on, but I want to see all of them, right?
Well, and I think fundamentally, to be honest, I mean, and this is probably a whole other debate, but we're about to, like, really get into an era where artificial intelligence makes it really difficult to ignore, like, lots of data in a sense, right? Where Canadians are turning to things like ChatGPT and other AI tools to ask health related questions and to, just about get diagnosed and to understand, what products they can use and what risks are associated. And so whether or not, Health Canada can keep up with this AI advancement and modernization in terms of, how health is assessed and how Canadians, interpret what they read and what they understand and what they trust, is really going to be a primary debate, I think, in the next couple of years, because ultimately, like, Canadians do have access now to much more information, and perhaps some of this is, copywritten or, proprietary information. But the idea is the more and more that transparency comes out and clinical trials are made public or other things are accessible, these are all within reach now of Canadians, and to fully kind of take that decision making and informed decision making onto themselves. And I think fundamentally, at one point, I believe the last time would have been around maybe 2008 or so, maybe around between 2008 and 2013, like, Health Canada did have within its mandate the informed choice aspect, and that's changed politically. It's changed over time to really be like a more of a protective role for the health and safety aspect. But informed choice is extremely important, and it's now resurging. Like, it is something that we can't avoid at this point.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. So the world's changing so much.
Yes.
That, Health Canada is going to get dragged along kicking and screaming, whether they want to or not.
Yeah, I think more and more we're going to see cases, and you're going to see Canadians placing pressure to get a better understanding and a better grasp of their health, and we're already seeing it, with the movement of ChatGPT and how people have been trying to take that into their own hands.
I'm going to segue into something else, although this is an important conversation, because I think that really just the way the internet and now AI is going to change our lives, that any government attempt to try and corral what people can have access to is going to become almost meaningless, I think, is what you're suggesting. And
well, I think at a certain point they will lose the battle of the being the trusted source. Like, I think they're going to have to either embrace AI more fully and accept more and wider, like there's a lot of policy that's going to have to go behind the use of AI, and that's more generally across the government of Canada. But I think like all of government is going to have to face the fact that Canadians have access to answers in split seconds and are going to have more questions and are going to want to take more control and have more freedom in how they go about deciding how to manage their lives. And I think that we're talking very broadly about health and about other things, but I do think the government of Canada has a very big, broad mandate here that they need to take a strong, cold look at and identify what their role is going to be moving forward with such a pressure and such a presence.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, that's raising a really good point. Now, I want to kind of segue into kind of our regulatory environment again. And then where I'm kind of going is do you think it's made any difference? Because I know you have some really interesting things to say about that. And so just to kind of put it into context for people watching that may not know is so, if we were to back up 30 years, we had regulations, drug regulations that really were designed for novel chemical drugs by and large. If you just go to our drug regulations, we've got this approval process. It would start, I think, at C.08.001, and they've got a whole bunch of policy documents there, and those are they've been changed. But if we went back 30 years, that model's there, and we would recognize, okay, here we are. Yeah. And but then we've got this natural health community just really kind of growing and growing and growing. Like, I don't think, well, when I don't want to date myself, but I watched Gilligan's Island when I came home from school, and the Flintstones, that noon type thing. So we didn't have health food stores in malls.
No.
I can't, I grew up in Saskatoon, and I don't even know if there was a health food store. There had to be one in the city, maybe. And now there's a health food store in every mall. And I think I was in my mid 30s, at least 30, before I heard the word naturopathic doctor or homeopathic doctor. They weren't there. Like, when I was growing up, there probably wasn't. It wasn't an option. Yeah. But it's just grown and grown and grown. And then both the FDA, which is the Food and Drug Administration in the US, and Health Canada, in the late 80s started to notice, wait, now we're getting all these natural products. And so they started trying to apply the chemical drug regulations to natural health products. And it was not pretty, I think, is the kindest thing I could say. Like, basically they were driving products away and companies out of business, and citizens rebelled. And I'm just giving the history lesson. Yeah. So they rebelled in the US first in the early 90s, and Congress held hearings. They looked into it, and they passed a law called the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act of 1984, or 94 rather, where they classified what we call natural health products as foods. There's a subcategory food called dietary supplements. and they don't need government pre-approval. I mean, you
Right.
give government notice, here's what I'm planning on doing, and if there's no objection, off you go. And if you're bringing something brand new in, you know, you are considered a
Yeah.
new dietary ingredient, and there's some things
Right.
there, but by and large, most of these ingredients have been used for health purposes. So that's a small subset. So basically they kept the status quo, except put limits on what they could say, because prior to the FDA implementing, there, you know, you couldn't be fraudulent, you couldn't adulterate, you know,
Right.
you couldn't manufacture
Fundamentally.
unsanitary. And both in the US and Canada, it's not that there weren't safeguards, but you were really like a food in how you were regulated. And we were too. Well, we have our citizen rebellion. It culminates in the later 90s. And just like Congress looked into it, Parliament looked into it. So we had the Standing Committee of Health hold broad consultations, and they come out with these 53 recommendations, which I think they're awful. But when you ask a body whose only tool is regulation, what should we do? They say regulation. But, you know, when I read that report, they're adamant people wanted increased access.
Yes.
They wanted increased access, and don't treat these the same as chemical drugs.
Yeah.
So,
definitely.
but we get really what our chemical drug regulation's soft.
Yeah.
So we have to, for the first time, get government pre-approval. We didn't before. We didn't have to get pre-approval before. The same products in the US don't need pre-approval. Their Congress said that's not appropriate. Let's not do that. So now we need to get pre-approval where and it sounds great. Oh, well, you have to prove that it works, and you have to prove that it's safe.
Yeah.
But the safety thing's a farce, because we're so ultra safe, you can't measure whether they're making any difference. So this happens in 2004.
Yes.
It takes about 11 years before there's a real deadline where you have to comply, because we're in this transition period. But now we've been at this for a good decade where for sure we've had to have this. Sonia, how much do you think the Canadian taxpayer has spent on Health Canada to, you know, have us in this drug model?
Honestly, I think from a like simple math perspective, because when they came out with their cost recovery proposal, which was essentially, you know, like the amount of money that it costs to run the program, it was coming out at about 51 million. So, you know, just easy math's sake times 20. I mean, this is up to $1 billion over the last 20 years to run this program, give or take. Might be less, but the idea is that it's around that. And I think fundamentally the question is, how much safer then at that point is this program versus others that don't have an onerous pre-approval? And has that $1 billion been effective in terms of managing health and safety? And I can say that that's very much what we're looking at right now in terms of our next project on, you know, how to really kind of drive reform. I think the results, I can say at a high level in speaking with other pharmacovigilance experts, especially in foreign countries like the US, who have data from, you know, multiple countries, is going to tell you that this pre-approval system is not necessarily what it's been made out to be in terms of health and safety, and that Canada isn't necessarily much more ahead $20 billion later. And so, or sorry, $1 billion later, 20 years later. So I think from that perspective, this is the next narrative and the next story that we have to tell to actually drive reform, is to prove to Canadians that you've been spending a lot of money, and the public has been funding a program that has been very expensive, but the risk, the proportion of risk is, and where that is, like in terms of pre-approval, looking at things on paper is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. There's a lot of questions involved, in some cases unnecessary questions, and often in many cases unnecessary questions that aren't even tied to the regulations. And that costs a lot of money. And would that money be better spent on a program that is more similar to the States, where more of the efforts are placed on post-market and on the market itself, and on, you know, regulating what comes into the country, versus reading what is theoretical and on paper And that's been a huge debate for us with respect to discussions with Health Canada, with parliamentarians, to really drive reform, because fundamentally we're the only country that does this. And so are we that much safer than everybody else? And at a high level, I'm going to say no. We're going to prove that through the work that we're doing, but I'm fairly confident that we're not safer than others.
Well, just, to have fun with Health Canada. I mean, before the regulations, they weren't saying there were 700 or 800, adverse reactions. But after the regulations, all of a sudden, everyone's going to the hospital. And I know we don't believe those numbers, but I couldn't resist. But now you're just citing government cost. Does anyone have any idea how much the natural health product manufacturers have had to spend trying to comply? Like I know of some that went out of business because they couldn't absorb the costs. And I know, like I was getting complained to all the time of how onerous and expensive this was. And I know CHFA would be getting the exact same message. Like, has anyone costed? It's got to be a multiple of what the government spent.
It's very difficult, because technically speaking, with every regulatory change that the government makes, they are supposed to do cost benefit analysis, right? Like, you are actually supposed to analyze how much this is going to cost industry. But just as an example, when the government actually pushed through plain language labeling for over-the-counter products in around 2014, they actually lost 1 in 6 products. It costed them over $100 million, and the government estimated that it would cost between $3 to $4 million. So costing this kind of thing is obviously very complicated. It is so exponential, Sean, that we could never, I don't think, put a number on it as an industry, because it is the costs are so beyond just what they are. And this is, a bigger red tape reduction and how red tape is calculated. But when you actually put things down to the level of policy, because you've got layers and layers of costs. I mean, you've got the idea of, the Food and Drugs Act and fundamentally what that says. Then you take that a level deeper. You've got the regulations. So you've got the natural health product regulations. So let's just say we're talking just about, I'll give an example just about, let's say, and this is a fictitious example, but it's one to give you an idea. But if the Food and Drugs Act basically says things should be unadulterated and should be safe, the regulations will go into good manufacturing practices, which will detail, for example, a little bit more about the facility, what the expectations are for cleanliness. But then you get to the guideline level and you might see things like, this means epoxy floors. This means, something very, very expensive where, companies
which might
can
make
come
zero
in.
difference at all.
Exactly, where companies can come in with much cheaper alternatives, and here's how we demonstrate how we meet the regulations. Our floors can be repeatedly cleaned. There's no seams, like we've got a way to show you, but that they say no, because the way we interpret in our guidance documents or in our policies is a much more expensive interpretation. And there is so much of that happens at the policy and guideline level, that to calculate the costs of consultants, of, answering questions that are not regulatory in nature, of, having to make adjustments just to comply, to make sure that Health Canada is satisfied, whether it actually be relevant or not to, health and safety, is a number that cannot be calculated. I fundamentally don't think that that's possible.
And, I think even the example you gave would shock Canadians. Like, you were just talking about a plain label change in 2014, I think it was, right?
Yeah.
And the figure you threw out was $100 million that it cost the industry, and a loss of 1 in 6 products. Where it's just the cost of complying. And people might not think, oh, well, a labeling change is going to have a dramatic effect in the industry, but these things do. And there would be no measurable benefit from that, even though it may be well-intentioned. And this is the thing, I refer to what's happening as a death by 1,000 cuts. Like, you're using this epoxy floor as an example. And it's just what people don't understand is that, the manufacturers and distributors and the like, they are really trying hard. And you could not be more proud of an industry than the Canadian natural health product industry. Like, so many people are in it because their own health journeys, you know, they've seen the benefit and they want to help, and
Yes.
we have world-class products. It's not, we're talking about companies that were already doing super, and they'd be happy to take suggestions and, hey, you know, here's a better way. But
Yeah.
we're kind of locked in where it's actually, you know, your whole business can be at risk. You're now having your site license renewal, and, you know, the last time they made you do all these things, but now 5 years later, well, that's out the window and off we go, and you need an epoxy floor and this and that. And we have companies going out of business and it's just license applications, everything. It just goes on and on and on. And people have no idea how difficult it is for the natural health community. So taxpayers spent $1 billion. The industry, Lord knows, but it will be a multiple of, like, my guess, if you threw out 20 billion, you're probably low. And this is now reflected in our prices for the consumers.
Yes,
Do
absolutely.
you want to talk about that? Because this impacts health, because then low income Canadians can't access the products.
Yes. I think, and what we've seen, especially with this cost of living crisis, is that Canadians, I mean, they still want access to health products. And we've talked about how important these are to many, many people. But what ends up happening is that many, many Canadians will turn to the cheapest source possible. And so a lot of them will order, for example, off the internet, order from foreign competitors, because obviously our framework is already expensive, not even considering, you know, cost recovery, which is, you know, coming down the pipeline. But just already our retailers and a lot of our Canadian companies are faced with having to compete with much cheaper options that don't have to go through many, many layers of bureaucracy and levels of review due to this pre-market requirement. And so it is reflected in prices, definitely. I mean, I think, you know, you spoke about the industry and how important it is to really be a part of this health and safety discussion. So the industry, from what we've seen, is primarily small and medium sized. Like, a lot of these companies are, you know, smaller companies. There are a lot of innovators. For example, you've mentioned a lot of people that have had, you know, health revelations, or they've come across, you know, something that's meant a lot to them in their own health journeys. And often you will see people with very passionate and personal stories come out and build a business out of, you know, helping people. And so consistently, we have supported members that have experienced that. And so we have had to go to bat, namely for small and medium-sized businesses. Not only that, but this industry has very small margins. So we don't necessarily have the same copyright or patent protections that big pharmaceutical companies have. So when you actually do come to market with something, you might see 20 versions of it, you know, the very next week. And so purposely, this industry keeps its margins fairly low. And so when you bring in considerations around, you know, a already competitive market against foreign frameworks that are much cheaper, and now you've got a cost recovery program that's looking to recuperate costs on the site. It's looking to recuperate costs on the product, on annual fees. You're really looking at exponentiating costs. We anticipate that there will be, you know, a loss of access. We can say with certainty there will be job losses. We can say with certainty that prices will increase in Canada, you know, upwards of 30%. So there are huge impacts that I think people don't realize in this health and safety discussion, and whether or not it truly is beneficial to have this amount of regulatory oversight, and the way in which the regulatory oversight is currently being rolled out. So much of our discussions is exactly that. It's around competitiveness. It's around being fair with Canadians and Canadian companies. And really, we're not asking to be, you know, deregulated or not regulated, unregulated. What we're really kind of suggesting is that, but what we're suggesting is that this needs to be a fair regulatory framework in which Canadian companies can compete, and really, like, you know, the bazooka for, you know, a fly rather than a fly swatter approach is costing Canadians, it's costing our health, and quite honestly, I feel as though we're handing over the management of our healthcare to the United States or other foreign markets that will take us over. We actually have American companies targeting Canadian companies, or American states rather, targeting Canadian companies and saying, move over here, like, and sell back to yourselves, sell through these loopholes in which you can have, you know, personal importations and 90-day supplies, so that you can pay taxes to us. Who needs to annex Canada when you can just move manufacturing without moving a thing? Like, essentially move the idea of the manufacturing and the tax paying, and we lose access to the management of our own health at that point.
I think we need to unpack this, and I'll just, you know, I'm not against we all agree on fair regulation, protect against fraud, protect against adulteration, good manufacturing practices. I don't know anyone who disagrees with that, but this onerous requirement we have, just so people understand. So remember, Canadians, we didn't need to go through this onerous process. And it's costing, so your manufacturer, like, some have gone out of business, they couldn't afford it.
Absolutely.
Others have dropped products, they couldn't afford it, but they've got this added cost. They pass that on in their prices, they have no choice. So Canadian prices have gone up, and that means that Canadians, the low income Canadians, can't buy them. But the same products in the US, where they didn't impose these strict regulations, haven't gone up. And Canadians can import them from the States. That's what you're talking about. So how can it's not fair to Canadian companies when there's no demonstrable benefit? Like, it's not like our products are safer or pure
be the exact
or better.
same product. Yeah.
They're the exact same products, but because we put this expensive burden on the Canadian companies have no choice but to raise their prices. Well, how do they compete when Canadians can go online and just import? That's what you're talking about. It's so unfair to the Canadian companies.
Yeah. And so balancing, I think with that, like, we're really pushing for reform in terms of, you know, the regulatory framework and how it's currently, you know, being, like, rolled out at this point, and how, you know, it's being interpreted, et cetera. But part of that is really highlighting, especially where we've had such, you know, tense trade discussions with the United States. I mean, they've already, you know, looked at their de minimis. You know, this really comes down to, like, these types of discussions. And so, you know, what we've really tried to highlight is that you need to be fair with Canadian companies, and we need to be able to compete. And being able to compete means reworking the framework and making it more accessible for industry and for Canadians at that point.
I think there's another angle here too that Canadians should consider, and I'd like your thoughts. I've had lots of people share with me, you know, like, so you can go and buy products on Amazon, for example, and that's becoming more of a trend, but you're not getting any advice. And I'll, like, use my wife as an example. She, you know, she's suffering from migraines, so she goes to the local health food store, and these staff are trained. And so they, you know, you need this type of magnesium and this type of B complex, and, you know, just using it as an example. But if she was to go online, you know, you don't know where you're getting your advice. And then there's also story after story after story. You think you're buying a product, a specific brand, but it's a counterfeit. And Sonia, so let's talk about the stores, because I know that, you know, in Canada, the manufacturers have reps, and the store owner knows the reps. They visit, they educate about what's happening and what the products can be used for. And the stores are confident when they order from the reps, they're getting the real product. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have many retailers, natural health product retailers, you know, in our membership. And my heart goes out for those that are fundamentally really trying to, you know, comply A lot of them do talk about how this impacts their bottom, their bottom dollar. They truly are. In some cases, we do have some companies that, you're right, naturopathic doctors literally are on site, which builds community. I mean, people go in, they have relationships. There's an element of trust from these people, and that trust goes all through the chain. Just as you've mentioned, a lot of these companies, they're longtime companies that have been, tried, tested, and true. I personally take some professional lines of natural health products that I can only get, and I get from a trusted retail in-person source. But it's the notion of a natural health food store, which, you mentioned, didn't exist necessarily in the past, but has been thriving, is thriving for a reason. Like, people are going there and finding much more than just a Band-Aid solution to what, could be a minor ailment. And in many cases, they're looking at things more holistically. I know, speaking, for example, with the naturopathic doctor that I go see, it's like there's 10 other questions associated with what you may be, displaying as symptoms. And so it is a different way of accessing healthcare, but such a fundamental and important way that has a whole sequence of trust built throughout the framework. And it's not something that I think many Canadians want to see go away, nor understand that is potentially at risk of disappearing.
No, and I so appreciate what you've just said, because one thing I want to drive home to people watching is we have to protect our local health food stores, because it's not just that they're providing products. You actually know they have a relationship with the manufacturers. They know the reps.
Absolutely.
And so not only are you for sure getting the product, but they have this information. They're basically information hubs. So they get trained by the manufacturers on the products. They get staff that, many of them are trained as nutritionists or, have other training.
Yeah.
And this is valuable.
It's extremely valuable.
And it's why I wanted to have this discussion is if we don't actually support our local stores, we're running the risk of losing that. And they're a vital part of this, I call natural health community. They're the go-between between the manufacturers and the consumers. And if we lose them, then we kind of lose this like knowledge transfer. And I would say literal caring. Like, I mean, it's really hard to describe.
It truly is an ecosystem, because a lot of it is also based on the consumer. So when the consumers are coming in and they're having discussions about certain things, certain ailments, they'll go back to the industry and the manufacturers, et cetera. And then these products end up being rolled out in their stores. Like, it is a whole sequence. So it does keep up to some degree with innovation and with the times. And so, like, that fundamentally is so important. And that's why we've been so loud when it comes to why stakeholder engagement is so important, because, ultimately, like, that whole communication chain and that whole chain of trust and that whole thing is at the brink of a collapse potentially, with costs coming in, with regulatory changes that are uninformed. And so when you're not consulting properly with those that actually are part of it and are hugely impacted by what you're proposing, it is primordial to how to actually have those intended health outcomes we've spoken about, right? Like, when you're actually developing a regulatory framework, it is at the crux and the base. A stakeholder engagement is one of the most important factors. And so ignoring that, or doing that in a rush fashion, or doing that in a less than meaningful way, basically puts it could entirely collapse this entire ecosystem we're talking about. And that has been what has irked me personally coming out of government and being on this side, where it's like, how loud do you have to scream? How egregious do you have to be? What kind of tactics do we have to use for you to listen to us? you know, in what really should be a meaningful dialogue on a regular basis. Like, we shouldn't have to scream and have to send 2 million postcards collectively to get attention on such an important topic. Like, to me, it's like a lot of the discussions we have with members of parliament, like, their eyes open wide and are like, why is this an issue? And how could something so primordial yet so obvious come to this point? And that's what I have so much issue with, is that it's so hard to kind of explain to people what the fundamental basis of why all this is happening is. It's not sensical. And like, these are the discussions we have to have, because there's so many people impacted by it, you know, across this entire country. And that's, you know, that's what our last, and you as well, our last 2-3 years have been.
Mm-hmm. And it's just interesting because, you know, we're having this store discussion, and some people may not connect. Well, you know, if we keep getting ever stricter regulations, increasing the cost of the manufacturers, who have no choice because the margins are slim, who have no choice to then raise prices, well, then, you know, Canadian consumers can no longer afford the prices in the health food store. So they're going to go buy, you know, cheaper foreign products, or, you know, fake knockoffs on Amazon. I'm not meaning to knock Amazon, but this has become a thing. Amazon's not there to verify that a product is real. So, and then we're going to lose these stores. And so we're going to lose this resource, and then this kind of feedback that you've described. And just so people understand, so, you know, people are coming into stores and there's kind of a different problem. Well, the stores will ask the manufacturers, you know, the reps, do you have something for this? Because we're getting, you know, a lot of questions about it now. And then so the manufacturers will get experts involved. Well, what could help with this? And then somebody will come out with a product. And here's, you know, here's the interesting thing. And every manufacturer tells me this, is like, you know, whether a product works or not from the sales. Because if it doesn't work, people don't buy a second bottle and that product disappears. You know, that's your double-blind clinical trial gold standard right there. Because when you're having to pay out of your pocket, if it's like, wait, I notice a difference, you're buying it again. But if it works, then every other manufacturers will make similar products, and before you know it, problem solved. We've got competition, we've got different products, and the industry really responds. And we'll lose that if we don't support our local health food stores.
100%.
Now, you were talking about cost recovery, and I just want to make sure that people understand what you're talking about, because it's an important point that you brought up. So with the chemical drug companies, they get charged fees. So, you know, let's say they have a building they manufacture in, and it's per building, they have to pay a fee to manufacture. And if they're going to label, they have to pay a separate fee. And to apply to get pre-approval for their license, they have to pay a licensing fee. And to renew a license each year, they pay a fee. And these fees are all set out in the regulations. There's nothing secret about them. And actually, most of Health Canada's budget comes from these fees, which, you know, I think is a mistake, I think, in the area of health. Like, this idea of cost recovery came in under the Mulroney government long ago, I think well-intentioned. But, you know, in criminal files where Health Canada has to give me their internal emails and stuff like that, they refer to the pharma companies as their clients. Big problems, because you've got loyalty to those that are paying your wages, right? So, but the idea is Health Canada came up with this brilliant idea. Why don't we now charge natural health product companies that have much smaller margins? They don't have monopolies. They're not getting, you know, the government paying for their products and including them in the, you know, the government funded healthcare system. They're subject to sales tax and GST, which adds prices, which the chemical drugs aren't. So notwithstanding that we're, you know, different worlds, let's start charging fees for per building for manufacturing and labeling. Let's start charging license application fees and renewal fees. And Sonia, I remember, like, it was, you know, a good 20 months ago. Remember Health Canada had that industry call, a Zoom call about, and there was manufacturer after manufacturer saying, I can't survive this. I'm going to go out of business. I'm going to stop doing business in Canada. I'm going to drop product lines. And that hasn't changed, even with Health Canada coming back and saying, well, we'll reduce the amounts and then kind of phase higher over time. This could be the bloodbath.
Yeah. This is definitely our number one priority. Cost recovery will put many, many companies out of business, no question. So there's been 2 proposals for cost recovery. It is one of the fundamental things that they're really looking to advance. Cost recovery is really meant to pay for regulatory services, essentially. So the cost of, reviewing applications, doing inspections. It's a lot of costs. It's built into it's quite complex, but it's built into like 3 major lines of fees. One being, pre-market evaluation, one being site licensing, and then a third being right to sell fees, which is basically just keeping your product on the market. But much of the framework itself was built on a drug model for cost recovering. It was not necessarily, tweaked much to represent how natural health products function. And I'll just give an example of that. I'll give 2 lines of products that I can think of that would be put out of business essentially, but homeopathics and traditional Chinese medicines both have hundreds and hundreds of either single ingredients or combinations of ingredients. And so again, with margins being very low for traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, as an example, for them to have a proper functioning line of practice, they'll probably have 300 to 400 or so products and product licenses. And much of those, so a lot of those could be rare conditions. So if somebody comes in and has something, quite rare, they are going to right now today, you don't necessarily pay a product license fee or a right to sell fee to keep these on the market. And so they can afford to have, keep these like within their line of practice. But if in the future they start to cost hundreds of dollars just to keep it on the market, and in some cases, to be honest, they take a hit on some of these products. It's not even to the point that they're making profit, but they just keep it within the line of practice. But in the future, these are going to disappear. It is to the point where both the homeopathic industry and the traditional Chinese medicine industry have both stated that within 3 years, they will no longer exist from a legal kind of, Health Canada approved licensing standpoint. Very alarming.
Meaning we go underground, meaning we just
either
become unregulated.
They become foods. Like a lot of the traditional Chinese medicines as they stand could become foods. So, what's very unfortunate and what would happen is they have to drop all of the idea of health claims. Like you're really going to pick up a packet and not sure what this is for. You'll have to obviously work with a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but it's very helpful for the practitioners to have information on the label and be able to speak to these products more freely. And so already you've talked about censorship, but this will be even more. And it really just creates regulatory shopping, which, Health Canada hates regulatory shopping. They don't want you to necessarily try to evade, regulations and find the easiest way to be regulated. But that often is what industry has to do to try to get away from very strict and very onerous and very time-consuming processes. So when you look at the cost recovery program and how much it was actually amounting to, we just took a pretty standard example, let's say of a company that has 300, products, and not to mention like many variations create many licenses. Like the way the system is built is in such a way that you for the same products could have many variations and therefore many licenses. So let's say you have on average 300 400 natural product numbers, 300 just for simplicity's sake, you're looking at $100,000, over $100,000 a year in fees. Whereas the foreign equivalents, that's just, one company, and the foreign equivalents are coming in for free, 0 regulatory fees. So we're talking substantial costs, and I'm not over exaggerating that amount. That is probably underestimating the amount more than it's overestimating. But those were costs that we costed out with industry, with companies. And in some cases, they were looking at $500,000 per year, just amounts that are unsustainable for small companies. And really, does it amount, again, does this regulatory framework amount to a safer, within an already safe sector, does it amount to safer products? And that is, the fundamental discussion that we're having to reform how we actually regulate these products in Canada.
Yeah, and we've already kind of had a discussion. I mean, in your opinion, it doesn't, and no one can point to them being any safer. But it's interesting. When we brought in the regulations, another thing that happened was a consolidation of manufacturing, because we've got all this strict, paperwork in that. And so small manufacturers just started going to contract manufacturers, which is a real loss, actually, because if you have more small manufacturers, you've got, expertise more broadly, you'll have innovation more broadly.
Yes.
And, less of a barrier to innovate.
Yeah.
Now, by putting fees on per building, manufacturing and labeling, we will further consolidate manufacturing. So basically, we'll lose manufacturing expertise and we'll really hurt innovation. For no benefit, for no benefit at all, will basically be making us less competitive internationally going forward, because we'll be losing manufacturing expertise, we'll be losing innovation for zero benefit. And where we haven't gone is I think that actually it's less than zero benefit, because as people watching this show, like they'll see story after story of benefit. Well, we take that away from people by adding cost. We take that away from people losing products. Like you've mentioned, people will, like the homeopathic or TCM suppliers, will drop those products that don't make money or lose money. That's already happened in the natural health product field by and large. I've had lots of manufacturers say, I don't make money on this product. And as it got less reasonable and more cost, they dropped those products. Like in some of them, they'd say, well, we lose money on these products.
Absolutely.
But we know there's a small number of people that benefit. So for ethical reasons, not business reasons, ethical reasons, they were there. But when it got so they lost so much money on the products, they had to drop them to stay in business. And that's already happened in a lot of cases.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah. Sonia, we could go on and on and on. I've just loved this conversation. And I appreciate, and I just, so the audience understands, you're on the front line here. You're talking to manufacturers and distributors and stores all the time. You're talking with government, you're coming here as somebody who's right in the trenches. Yeah. And so it just gives authority to what you say. And you've really shared some interesting things. So I'm trying to ask every guest kind of as a final question, what's your message to Ottawa? And that's broad. I mean, I think it's intended to be both Parliament and Health Canada. But so I'm asking you, as somebody that's right there trying to get things reasonable, what would your message to Ottawa be?
I think Canadians deserve the right to make informed decisions about their health. We can't afford to surrender that control to foreign markets with cheaper, faster regulatory systems, and then yet here at home, put access to safe, trusted supplements and essentially regulate this out of existence. So honestly, I think, these are not drugs. Treating them as such threatens small businesses, jobs, and choices of millions of families that rely on them every day. So my message to Ottawa is clear: cut the red tape and protect Canadians' right to natural health.
Well, I appreciate that answer. And when you were answering, I also thought, I should also ask, what do you think of the Charter of Health Freedom?
From a personal standpoint, I would say that, I support it. I think it's genius in the sense of, getting even above the act level and making it a fundamental right to be able to have access to natural health products. I think from a CHFA standpoint, there's obviously still discussions around operations and around the industry, but I think fundamentally it makes sense. I think being able to access and having a right to access natural health is very important and something that should be primordial to how we access natural health products.
Sonia, again, I've just so appreciated you coming and sharing with us. So on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming and being with us.
And thank you for having me, and thanks for all the great work you're doing at NHPPA. We very much appreciate our relationship with you. And, you know, like, we come at this from different angles, but I think fundamentally we're all in this for the same reason. So we appreciate you as well, Sean, and your entire team.
Yeah, no, and we appreciate you guys and look forward to together trying to get somewhere much more reasonable than we are now.
Agreed.
Thanks again.
Let's talk about sections 18 and 19. Now, section 18 gives the Minister of Wellness the power to make regulations. When you're regulating a whole bunch of treatment modalities under an act, you have to pass regulations for people to comply with and to deal with very specific issues. But section 19, it's an interesting section because it puts a bit of a brake on this for our safety. So the regulations are not supposed to be so strict as to take a product away for non-compliance. And let me just give you an example. So back in 2004, when we came out with the natural health product regulations, all of a sudden this regulatory burden is being imposed upon natural health products, and good manufacturing practices are being imposed. I knew of a herbalist at that time whose products I actually used, and this herbalist would go out into the woods and actually handcraft herbs. Well, what if you had a regulation that specified, no, all herbs have to be grown in, you know, a sterile greenhouse, and we're washing it with this and that? Well, that regulation would drive those well-crafted herbs off of the market. Now, as providing it's safe for us to access those herbs and that we know they're not complying with that regulation, then why should they be taken away? And so what Section 19 does is it just causes this break and this kind of more reasoned approach so that you basically can't be stifled with regulations that are unreasonable.
Good evening. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm privileged. I feel privileged to be here this evening. We've got quite the crowd in Edmonton tonight. We're at Church in the Vine, and this is where I attend on Sunday morning. So I'm very, very pleased to be here, and I'm very pleased to see some new faces. For those of you who aren't aware of what's going on, we've been marching across the country, and I'm going to share about that and share about what you're participating in. I first wanted to honor the sponsors for tonight. So we've got Health Matters, which is a health food store in Edmonton, as a sponsor tonight, and I'm going to have Kim Humphreys as one of our speakers, and she's going to share some things with you that you're going to find quite fascinating. And Kim's quite a little spark plug. You're going to see this passion for helping people. I'd like to thank Purica as a sponsor of tonight's event. And Purica is one of those companies, they're one of the few companies that still manufacture themselves, and they're absolutely passionate. And I came across their product Recovery, which was their flagship product years ago. I'm very pleased to have them as a sponsor. Natural Factors, I think we all recognize them as a major brand of natural health products, and very pleased to have them as a sponsor. And Judy Rankin of LifeWave, and she's got a booth outside, so please attend at that booth. So those, I just wanted to recognize those sponsors. We've been traveling across the land, and the cool thing about this is everywhere, tonight included, this is volunteers that put this on. It's volunteers. It's just people that have stepped up and decided, wait, I want to get involved in this project, in what's happening. And at every event, we've had people come up and speak to us, and it's been life-changing. But it's been very difficult. Now, I'll just share with you, we were in Grand Prairie 2 nights ago, and one of the speakers, Karen Peters, she's just the latest. But I'm getting more and more grieved, and I'm getting more and more upset as this tour goes on. And Karen's story was that she was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And the doctor basically did the opposite of giving her hope. The doctor explained to her that there is no cure, that you're going to get worse and worse, you're going to end up in a wheelchair, and it's going to kill you. And the doctor put her, I forget what the one drug was, the second drug was a chemotherapy drug. And so weekly, she was to inject herself, and she did. So she's injecting herself weekly with a chemotherapy drug, which just made her sick as can be, like just absolutely sick. So, the drug combination did reduce her swelling. Her hands had been twice the size, and she was able to put rings on again, but didn't solve. Her feet were extremely painful. And, she could hardly walk, and on walks, her husband would end up sometimes carrying her home. So she's still suffering terribly, and for half of the week, just totally out because of this chemotherapy drug. And then just emotionally and spiritually facing the diagnosis of, becoming completely crippled and then, dying. And so literally, and she would agree with this description, her life was hell. Like her life was hell. And after a year of injecting herself with the chemotherapy drug, she just decided, I can't do this. I can't go on. And a friend had suggested, well, why don't you go see a naturopathic doctor? Now, this was brand new to her, the idea of seeing a naturopath. Like, what's that? And so she starts researching, and she's looking at naturopathic doctors, and she comes across one in Edmonton who had been a medical doctor first. So this fellow was a medical doctor and then decided to train in naturopathic medicine and was then practicing as a naturopathic doctor. And Karen thought, okay, well, that gives the person a little more credibility. I think at the end of the cell show, anyone watching them will not think that anymore. But so she goes and sees this person. And I forget his name, but you can watch her on the repeat broadcast that we have. And she says, so she goes into his office and explains to him that she's got an incurable illness. And the first thing he says is, well, there's no illness that's incurable. And he cured her. just with diet and natural remedies. And he also let her know that the chemotherapy drug that she was injecting her with was almost certain that it would lead to cancer if she continued. And it's just affected me because she was so clear on just how desperate it was and how difficult it was to be facing basically a death sentence and the remaining time here just a living hell. And how many Karens are out there who have rheumatoid arthritis, who are injecting themselves with chemotherapy drugs, and are basically facing becoming disabled and dying? Like how many? 10,000, 20,000, 200,000, 500,000? Like how many? And for what? And you know, what is the emotional cost? Like I can't imagine living without hope. And if you watch this online health show that we have, it's person after person after person that, you know, had lost hope and was suffering terribly, and then they find an answer. And every story has a happy ending. Every single story has a happy ending, but because we realize there's people out there suffering, you know, we're grieving, like we're literally grieving over what's happening. And it's making what we're doing so important, because it's actually illegal for these stories to be shared by the people that know them. And I'll explain to you the censorship. You're going to be absolutely shocked when I explain it to you. But the people that know about these stories, you know, so let's just use Karen as an example. Well, her naturopathic doctor knows about the story. And likely the manufacturers of the NHP she was using, the natural remedies, know about the story. If they share it, Health Canada will hammer them. Health Canada will absolutely hammer them. Health Canada censors basically 100% of health information. I'm going to explain that to you and explain how it works. But to get there, I need to explain the drug model to you. You've got to understand our health system. And our health system, the major part of it is the drug model. And how the drug model works is Parliament has passed a definition in the Food and Drug Act for the word drug. And it defines drug so broadly that it includes anything, absolutely anything that you would either put on yourself or you would ingest, either to prevent illness, so stay healthy, or to treat illness. Anything. Absolutely anything. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. You look so dehydrated. Can I give you some water? Oh, I just made water a drug. No, it's funny, but you see, it's not funny. So if I, you know, handed her this water, I would have broken a long list of federal law. I want you to understand, because this is important. Water's a drug. Oranges are a drug. Bananas are a drug. Anything used, anything deliberately used, covers everything. And this is by design. This is not by accident. So as I'm sharing with you the world you live in, you have to understand this is deliberate. So they've made everything a drug, and the next thing they did was make all drugs illegal. And how they did this is they passed a law saying, well, you can't sell a drug without Health Canada approval in the form of a license. Now, as soon as you pass that law, every drug's illegal. And then Health Canada grants exemptions to it being illegal, temporary exemptions in the form of a license. So that means that it's illegal in Canada. I'm going to speak slowly, listen. It's illegal in Canada to treat yourself with anything the government has not approved. So if the government hasn't approved it, it's illegal for you to use it to treat yourself. Isn't that interesting? Did you know that? Oh yeah. No, this is our law. This is why this is happening. So it's illegal to treat yourself with anything that the government hasn't approved.
which means that the sole authority for determining what treatments we can have access to, we don't have the right to them, they're granted as privileges. The sole treatments that we can have access to are those that Health Canada says we can have. Now, the third part of the drug model is that we structure our drug approval process so that for anything but the most minor of conditions, like, a toenail fungus, anything but for the most minor of conditions, we make the drug approval process so onerous that the only drugs that are approved are synthetic chemical drugs that had a patent. So in the lifetime of everyone in this room, I don't know who the oldest person is, but in the lifetime of everyone in this room, every single drug that's been approved for anything but the most minor of conditions, with the exception of Primarin, has had a patent when it was approved. In a way, you did know this, because if you go to let's say somebody here has a heart attack, or you've been screened for cancer and they text you during the lecture, oh, it's stage 4, go to emergency right now, or you have a mental breakdown, whatever it is, we all know if we're rushed to the hospital, the only treatments other than surgery are going to be synthetic chemicals. We all know that, right? Well, this is by design, because they're the only legal treatments. And these synthetic chemicals are highly dangerous. If you watch, one of the speakers in the health show is Professor Alan Castles from the University of Victoria. I mean, he's an expert in drug regulation and drug policy. And he shared with me when I was interviewing something I already knew. The third leading cause of death in Canada, are chemical drugs taken as directed. Did you know that? Oh, no, come on. The mainstream media is talking about it all the time so that we reduce our usage, aren't they? Oh, no, they're not. No, the third leading cause of death are chemical drugs taken as directed. Now, chemical drugs also are involved in another leading cause of death. So in our top 10, another leading cause of death are highly preventable medical errors, in which the chemical drugs play a major role in that. And most chemical drugs get approved not to treat, not to cure, but to alleviate symptoms. So, but just back to the drug model. So in our world, so everything's a drug. We can only use things that the government approves of, and for all but the most minor of conditions, the only legal drugs, the only approved drugs are synthetic chemicals. And that's why in the government-funded healthcare system, we only have, other than surgery, by and large, there's the odd exception, but by and large, chemical drugs. So, and some of the exceptions are there just to protect us from the chemical drugs. I mean, if anyone shows up at the emergency department bleeding out because they've taken too much warfarin, they'll give you a shot of vitamin K. But, by and large, this is true. So, and it's absolutely by design. And so the federal government that set this up, so they put us in a world where it's only legal to treat ourselves with synthetic chemicals. Then they've also basically broken our constitution, because health is in provincial jurisdiction, but the federal government has taxed Canadians, just a rude amount, and then they have these bags of cash, and they say to the provinces, we'll give you this cash, these bags of cash, for health care. But you have to follow our health policy. You have to follow the Canada Health Act, or you don't get the cash. And the courts should have never allowed this. And the provinces should have never participated. Now they're all addicted to the cash like it's heroin. We're talking billions and billions of dollars per province. No province can now say no. And all of the provinces deliver government-funded healthcare to us. It's funded by us. I mean, I don't know why we pay for it. Who else is paying the bill? We're paying the bill. But we're limited to chemical drugs. And Health Canada is the enforcement arm for the pharmaceutical companies to basically ensure that if anyone else is treating a condition and they're not a synthetic chemical drug, Health Canada will hammer them.
And how they do this is they make it illegal for you to share truthful health information, and if you do, they go after you. So let's talk about the censorship, and this is totally going to shock you. So remember, you have to get Health Canada approval, and when you get their approval, and I'm going to use antidepressants as an example. So let's say you get an antidepressant approved, so you get your drug approved to treat depression. It's not going to cure depression, it's going to alleviate some symptoms. So it gets approved to be used for depression, and we call it an antidepressant. Now that's all the pharmaceutical company is allowed to say. They can't say anything else. They can't share anything else with you, and the same for natural health products. So natural remedies, remember, they're not approved for serious health conditions. So, you know, supports cardiovascular health. That's all you're allowed to say, even though it might do a whole bunch of other things. So let me share with you how this censorship works, and this story is going to shock you. So I'm in a federal court trial, and Health Canada brings in a hired gun expert, and this is a psychiatrist, and all this psychiatrist does is he runs a company that gets psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. That's all he does. Day in, day out, he gets psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. And I was at this guy examining him under oath for days and days. And, you know, at one point, he just started complaining to me under oath. Anyone can get a copy of the transcript. He starts complaining to me under oath how hard it is to get a new antidepressant approved in Canada. And he says, you know, I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works, which is true. And now, just so you know, when he says that show the drug works, what he means is in a short-term trial, because they never want to go over 3 months, because the placebo effect works for 3 months. On average, it's petered out before then. So they'll want to be below that time period, because they're relying on the placebo effect too. They're actually worried about the placebo effect for the sugar pill. So it's going to be a short-term trial. It's going to be measuring just symptom reduction. So people reporting a reduction in subjective symptoms. And it's going to be in a population that they've selected deliberately to avoid deaths and other safety signals. So it's not real. And then if there is a statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug in this measured reduction of symptoms, then we pretend, and I use the word pretend deliberately, then in Canada we pretend that means the drug works. So that's what he means when he says, look at, he's complaining to me under oath and says, I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works. And then he goes on and he says, so right out of the gate, I run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2 that show the drug works. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Now, the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but it has some, you know, uncomfortable safety data. It could be a combination of those things. But he doesn't give those 6 to Health Canada. Now, let me get to the shocking part of this story. It's illegal for the chemical pharmaceutical company to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. Can I say that again? It is illegal in Canada for the chemical pharmaceutical company to share with you those 6 failed clinical trials if the drug's approved. Because if it's approved, they're just allowed to say antidepressant. Isn't that interesting? If people are complaining reporting to the chemical pharmaceutical company of deaths, or they're reporting, you know, serious adverse reactions, it's illegal for that to be shared with you. All they can say is antidepressant. Now, if you had, let's say, a child who a doctor wanted to put on that antidepressant, do you think you might make better health decisions if you knew about the 6 failed clinical trials? Yeah, the law should be that all data on any drug, chemical or synthetic, must be made available to the public. But they do this because it protects the chemical drug industry. It protects our government-funded healthcare system, which protects the chemical drug industry. That's where the profits are made, are in government-funded healthcare. You can only access the chemical drugs through government-funded healthcare. You know, people complain about big pharma. Well, where is your access to these drugs? In government-funded healthcare. Are the dots starting to connect here? Our healthcare system is there to market chemical synthetic drugs, because we all know that if we wanted good health outcomes, we wouldn't limit our treatments in our healthcare system to synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they went through the approval process. And in fact, the game's kind of interesting. Like Professor Alan Castles, he'll tell you quite openly, and he does during the health show, that no, our drug laws are to protect intellectual property rights. And before I ever met Professor Castles, I was lecturing the same thing. I was saying, well, our drug laws are to protect intellectual property rights. You have to be in the system for a while before you figure that out. But it has nothing to do with health. And the game is interesting. So when the patents run out, so patent is just if you invent something novel, you can get a patent which gives you a monopoly. No one else can make it without your permission for the life of a patent. And in Canada, a drug patent lasts for 25 years. So as long as your patent's alive and you get your drug approved, you can charge whatever you want. No one can compete with you. And, you know, on blockbuster drugs, I mean, you make billions and billions and billions of dollars, and no one can compete with you till your patent runs out, and then the generic drug companies can make the drug, and the price drops like a rock. And then the drug is still made for a period of time, and then the companies get new patented drugs through the process, and all of a sudden the published research is on the new drugs, and the drug reps are pushing the new drugs, and the medical schools funded by the pharma companies are pushing the new drugs, even though the new drugs might not work as well and be more dangerous, because we never actually do a comparative analysis in our drug approval world. We could have perfectly safe drugs that are totally effective, but yet we'll approve drugs that are extremely dangerous and are less effective for the same condition. That's not how you get good health outcomes. Unless the patient's told, well, there's these other treatments that work better and are less dangerous, like if we wanted informed consent. So, but eventually the generic drugs, they get stopped. They're not made anymore, many of them, and we call them orphan drugs. And you've all heard that term, orphan drugs. And so what it means is that people my age, if we go to the hospital, by and large, we're treated with drugs that didn't exist when we were born. And when our kids go, when they're our age and they need to go to the hospital, they will by and large be treated with chemical drugs that didn't exist when they were born. Just like our parents were treated with chemical drugs that didn't exist when they were born. And that's the business model. It's all about intellectual property rights. And censorship is the next part of it. Now, how do we feed this machine? Oh, we attack the food supply. So who has control over our food supply? The government. Health Canada, then Canadian Food Inspection Agency. So, and the media and the education system has taught us, well, just trust the government. No, but I mean, we laugh, but you know, I'm sorry, 20, 30 years ago, every one of us, when we went to the supermarket, we just assumed everything was safe. We all did. Like, you tell me you didn't. No, you did. We trusted them blindly. Oh, because Health Canada's watching us. Canadian Food Inspection Agency is watching us. And yet we're now at this point where they've allowed so many dangerous chemicals into our food supply that I'm wondering, and I'm hoping you're wondering, could our food supply be more toxic? Like, is it possible that you could have more chemicals in the food supply without the population reacting? Like, it's almost like, let's say we were devious and our goal was to poison the population. Just, we're hypothetically speaking. Well, there'd be some line where you'd cross where it's too much and the public would wake up and go, what the heck's going on here? And stop this. But I asked the question, it's not rhetorically, could we have more chemicals in our food supply without the population reacting? Everyone in this room, if we tested you, you have glyphosate in you, every single one of us. Just to name one, just to name one of the most dangerous ones. So everyone in this room, even if you're eating organic and raw and, like you're that person that doesn't eat the ice cream, like, you know what I'm talking about. Like those annoying people that somehow have this discipline that I don't. You have glyphosate in you. And the reality is that likely no one in this room even has any idea what it feels like to be healthy. Because it's like we're on this walking journey and we have so many toxins in us, it's like they've put a knapsack on our back with a 100-pound weight. And we're fine. We're able to walk pretty far every single day. But we don't know what it's like anymore not to have that weight on our back. Because it's weighing you down. There's no ifs, buts, ors. And some of the presenters at the health show, they became horribly sick because of this toxic overload. Now, you and I may not have happened to us, but we're not healthy anymore. And it's a problem. And so they've added this toxic burden to us. And then I'm going to share something with you, and I know most of you are going to go, that can't be. The guy's just crazy. Like, I'm not listening anymore. But I'm going to put it out there anyway. As crazy as this sounds, the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. There, I've said it. Who knew, right? The human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. And if you're not getting the nutrients you need to be healthy, guess what? You're not healthy. And if it carries on, then you become chronically sick. And then what do? The mainstream medical system doesn't solve your malnutrition. The mainstream medical system treats the symptoms of your malnutrition, which has developed into a chronic illness, with chemical drugs. We're in Vancouver, and Udo Erasmus basically crashes our event. And for those of you in the natural health world, you know who Udo Erasmus is. He walks on water. He's the guy that taught us about dangerous fats and that we need omega-3s and omega-6s. And he walks up to Teresa and says, oh, hey, can I be a speaker? Well, yeah, you can. So he's up there, and you can watch the Vancouver thing. And he also presented for the online show. So, we've got a long presentation by him. It's fantastic. But he's sharing at the Vancouver live event. He says, listen, there's this list of essential nutrients. This isn't a secret. And you can't live without them. And I'm okay, like, really, like you need these. And he says, well, that's why they're called essential. Like if you're missing even one of them, you die. So this isn't a secret. There's a whole bunch of nutrients. Like you're going to become chronically sick and die if you're just missing one of the essential. We need them. In fact, arguably, if anyone was to deny you access to those, that would be a criminal act because it's so predictable. It's so predictable that you will get sick, you'll suffer, and then die. Well, the government that has control over our food system, our food as it used to be, like 100 years ago, you could get what you needed. You could get your essential nutrients out of your food. You can't anymore. And the U.S. Department of Agriculture has measured. Periodically they do a survey and they measure how many nutrients are in our foods. And it's gone down and down and down and down. I think it was the 1949 survey where they're sounding the alarm and they're saying, well, if you're missing this, here's the chronic illness that develops. And if you're missing this, here's the chronic illness that develops. It's not a secret. This isn't a secret. If you're not getting what you need to be healthy, you're not going to be healthy. So how is it that we arrive in Canada in October 2025, and even if you're eating well, you can't get the vital nutrients that you need? You see, we've given up control. Wouldn't it be better if we never had that and we were just taught we needed vital nutrients, and then we'd be demanding of our food suppliers that they would provide food with vital nutrients, and we'd have it actually, they'd be in the grocery store, oh, these carrots have this, these have that. You've never seen that. You can't even shop properly. And then the industry would be fertilizing broadly to make sure that we've got all the nutrients we need, all the vitamins and minerals. But instead, the government controls it. And we don't have all the vitamins and minerals. And in fact, they're spraying glyphosate over everything, which pulls the vitamin or the minerals out of our foods. It chelates the minerals in you, and it destroys your gut flora. Plus, it causes cancer. And it's in every one of us in this room. So the government, in control of our food supplies, put us in a situation where we have to supplement. So in Canada today, if you're not taking vitamins and minerals, if you're not supplementing, get some professional advice. You need to supplement. You absolutely have to. Or, bad things happen. I got to share a story that just came to mind. So one of our speakers was a young mom, two young kids at home. And she ends up with what her doctor diagnosed as restless leg syndrome. And what would happen, as she describes, and you can watch her online on the show, she describes, she would get it's like she's getting electric shocks into both legs. And it was very uncomfortable. And the only way to stop it would be by walking. Well, then she can't sleep. Every time she goes to lay down, shock, shock, shock. Twitch, 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 and she's got to be walking. She's got to be on her feet to stop it. And she's not sleeping. And she's getting not easier to live with. And her immune system's getting compromised because she's fatigued, and her mood's getting bad, and she's losing the ability to care for her children. She's losing the ability to care for her children because she's walking all night long. And she goes to her doctor, and her doctor says, we don't have a treatment for restless leg syndrome. Let me write you out a prescription for a Parkinson's drug. Well, we had rheumatoid arthritis, Karen Peters, on a chemotherapy drug that was guaranteed to cause cancer. So anyway, the doctor's wanting to put her on a Parkinson's drug. She looks into the drug profile, and she wasn't willing to do it. And then a friend recommends she goes sees a naturopathic doctor. She does, and the naturopathic doctor hello, you need magnesium, and puts her on magnesium, and bang, it's gone. Now, that story, that was one of the earlier interviews that we taped, and I'm sharing that as I'm interviewing people. I might have shared that with you, Dr. Lana, when I was interviewing you, and all of them are getting back to me. It's kind of if you're dehydrated, drink some water. If you're getting muscle twitches, you're magnesium deficient. It could be something else, but that's out of the gate what you're going to get, and likely it'll go away. So the natural health community, it's just known. It's known. It's kind of like I say, if you're thirsty, drink water. It's kind of duh. Well, why didn't the doctor know that? Why didn't the doctor know that? Why is the doctor writing a script for Parkinson's medication that's going to destroy this young mom's life and cripple her and shorten her life and not solve her problem? Why doesn't the doctor know about magnesium deficiency? I've interviewed 3 doctors for the health show. So 2 of them, all 3 of them practiced for over 40 years as medical doctors. 2 of them, partway through also became homeopathic doctors. And, one of them became an expert in nutrition, Dr. Rona. I asked them, how much training did you get as doctors in nutrition? I think the most was 2 hours. They're clear, doctors are not trained in nutrition. Okay, let's connect some dots. So the human body needs specific nutrients to be healthy. The government ensures that we don't have those nutrients in our food supply and forces us into a mainstream medical system where the doctors aren't trained to recognize nutritional deficiency, but to treat the symptoms with chemical drugs. This is your country. Now let's get to the fun part, where it's actually even illegal for the supplement companies to provide you nutrients in amount for you to actually stay healthy. It's actually illegal in Canada for natural health product companies to provide you with enough nutrition for you to be healthy. And the way this game works is recommended daily allowances, right? We've all picked up bottles. Oh, vitamin D, 2,500 international units, 100% of your recommended daily allowance. You know what I'm talking about, right? We've all seen that. Isn't the word allowance interesting? So the government, this is your recommended daily allowance, like we need their permission? Well, we do. They're drugs. They're being used to treat nutritional deficiency. So they're drugs, and that's why they have to be licensed. But using vitamin D as an example, vitamin D is essential for your immune system and a whole bunch of other things. And not a single Canadian in winter can get enough vitamin D from the sun. You can't. The sun's too low on the horizon. Even if you live in Alberta where it's warm in January and you go outside to get the sun on your skin, you're just not going to do it. It's just the rest of Canada's watching. They don't know how warm it is in Alberta in the winter. But you can't. So you must supplement. You got to supplement. You know, we call it flu season. Right? You all know what I'm talking about, flu season. A more accurate term would be low vitamin D season. It's low vitamin D season. That's what it is. If we all supplemented with vitamin D, we wouldn't have the flu season. We'd just have this, you know. So, but Health Canada only allows 2,500 micrograms of vitamin D. So if a manufacturer, you pick up any vitamin D in any health food store, the maximum dose is 2,500 international units, the same as microgram. That is so below what you need to be healthy that you might as well not even take it. But by law, if a manufacturer tries to provide you the amount you actually need to be healthy, they will be attacked. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, this is fun, isn't it? So that's why we're doing this. That's why we're doing this. So I would like to invite Kim Humphries up. Kim runs Health Matters, and we're going to talk about why you need to support local health food stores. And it's actually going to surprise you why. There's like reason after reason after reason. Kim, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Well, thank you, and I'm excited.
Yeah, well, let's have a seat and have a conversation. So first of all, how on earth did you end up owning and running a health food store?
Well, we talked a little bit earlier about Udo Erasmus, and surprisingly, he was a very big catalyst for me and my health journey. Back in the 80s, I went to a seminar with Udo Erasmus, went home and promptly threw almost 90% of the food out of my house, threw all my chemicals out. My husband at the time went, "What the bleep is going on?" I had 2 small children, and he was a catalyst for changing my life and helping me to look at what needed to change so that I could have young children that would be healthy. And yeah, so that was kind of interesting that he crashed your party.
Yeah, there's some synergy here, isn't there?
Yeah, he crashed my life a long time ago. So
it's funny how that happens. And okay, so you end up purchasing Health Matters. So it was already a store, and you decided to purchase it. Now, many people may not understand how health food stores are a resource.
Right.
Because the reality is people coming to health food stores, they're expecting advice. And so can you share with us kind of how you ended up training, and then also, you know, how you ensure that your staff is trained and why this is important?
Okay. Back in the day, so before I decided I was going to go back into the workforce, I was teaching some classes for another health food store, homegrown. And at the time, I was very well learned. I spent a lot of time studying. And so I would teach the classes, and they'd say, "Well, do you have a health degree?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm a self-study." I homeschooled my children at the time, and so I spent hours learning and immersing myself in nutrition and lifestyle. And so I felt, okay, I need a degree. People don't want to listen unless you got a degree. So I went and spent 2 years getting a degree. So that was a catalyst for when I did buy the store, that I really wanted my team to have some grounding, some background, because it really made a difference.
And that was a Bachelor of Science in Nutrition.
Yes, it
that
was
you
a
got.
Bachelor of Science in
Right.
Nutrition.
And then there's regular training of your staff, and
Yes.
you probably also hire staff that's already trained.
Yeah.
And then there's ongoing training. Can you share about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I feel that for us to be a good resource for you, it's really important that we actually know how the body works and what those essential minerals and vitamins that are needed and what are some good sources. So that was part of why somebody that works for me needs to have that really good foundation so that we can make recommendations that are going to be effective. And there's a lot of really good schools out there, so I try to source my team to have those credentials, and then we just build on it. We do trainings every month. A lot of our really good vendors have really excellent trainers that are biochemists, they are the scientists, they are the catalysts behind these new innovative products in the health industry, and they come and they actually train us. So we're getting it really good science-based information, and that allows my team to be able to assimilate it and then say, hey, we know what we're doing, because we even get more ongoing education, plus we do our own.
So I'm just going to follow up on the vendor thing, because I think a lot of people don't understand that in Canada, our manufacturers, and I can tell you from the lawyer's perspective that have acted for a lot of them, almost all of them got into the industry because either they or somebody close to them was helped by natural remedy, and they feel passionate about it, and they take helping people very seriously, and they have extremely highly trained people that come and train the store staff. So the store staff understands the products, understands the research, understands the quality. And if you want to elaborate on that, because when you just say, well, the vendors train us, I think it has more meaning than that. And people don't understand the resource that the Canadian manufacturers are, and the outlay that it's quite an expense and all of that to be sending people around training the stores.
And it's really exciting to see the quality of trainers that they do send for us, because they are naturopathic doctors, they are the biochemists that are really, they develop the product, they know why they did it, they're looking at the niche things, they're looking at what the consumers say, we need help with this, and they look and they go and they research products so that they can find the next best thing that's going to be helping people to sleep or for stress or whatever else is going on, and they really spend a lot of time and energy to educate us, and it's critical, because we want the science. We don't want just, oh, here's something. We want to know why, so we can share it with you.
Now remember, so one of the things we're trying to stress on this health show is you have to protect your local health food store. If I go to Walmart, there's not going to be somebody with that training there to give me advice. If I go to a big box place, there's not going to be somebody there with that training to give me advice. And if I shop online, and if I'm lucky enough to actually get the real product, as opposed to a knockoff, then I'm not going to get that advice. And if we don't support our local stores, then we're going to lose that resource. Now, I wanted to segue into something else, because as a store, if you're selling products that aren't working, then people aren't going to come back. They may not come back to your store at all, and they're definitely not going to come back and get that product. And I imagine, and you can share with me if I'm wrong, that you kind of learn, okay, what products are working, and you stop selling those that don't, maybe entire lines, and you focus on, products and brands that you've come through experience to trust. Is that?
Absolutely. I mean, our team has our favorites because we all have our own health journey, and we have had the opportunity to share it with other people and get feedback saying, thank you very much, I haven't slept in a really long time, and your recommendation helped. So for us, it's having that really impactful, meaningful relationships with a lot of these companies, and having our own personal health journeys where they work for us and they work for other people, and that allows us to share, with you. And yeah, our selection changes all the time. We're always looking for the latest, greatest that's out there, that's really able to put more the higher end products in, or get more in a capsule, so we can get closer, a little higher than allowances. I'm allowed to have this much. So a lot of the companies are really working to push those upper limits with the Health Canada so that they can get more into capsules. But yeah, it's an exciting journey to be able to just be my own owner and just curate what we carry in the store. And we really look for stuff that works and stuff that doesn't stay.
Now, just switching to a different topic, so first of all, the people that come from the manufacturers, the representatives, you actually build a relationship with them. So when you're ordering the products, it's coming from the company, it's the most recent batches and things like that. Yeah. So, but there's also feedback with them, right? So they don't just train the store staff, but the store staff gives feedback. Well, I'm getting this reported, I'm getting that reported, which allows the manufacturers to change and adapt and get better. Do you want to speak about that?
Absolutely. And a lot of times at our dinner trainings, we'll have those conversations and say, well, we really need this, and this product really works phenomenal, and we love it, and can we get it in a bigger size, and all these other inputs. So they listen to us. It's a very intimate relationship. We love our reps. They come and they train us and they train our team, but also the higher ups a lot of times will come to these dinner trainings, and we get to speak to the people that are designing. We get to speak to the people that are working with their team, and they're saying, oh, this is what we're hearing back. And anybody that's in the health industry, we all have the same struggles, so they hear it from us, and maybe in Vancouver and Ontario, and then next thing you know, next year we get products that are speaking to these things that we're looking for. So they do listen, and it's really exciting.
So another thing is so if I go to a big box store, I don't think there's this feedback loop, and I don't think they're vetting the products like a small store's vetting. But some people, I think, might think, oh, I'm just going to get a better price if I go to a big box store. And first of all, shame on us if we're thinking that, and shame on us if we're trying to save $2 because we need this resource. But it's not even true, is it? Because you're part of what's called the Health First Network, which is a whole coalition of stores. So you guys buy together. You've got big store buying power, and then you also have your own brands, which are deliberately designed, the Health First brand, to be really cost effective. Can you share about that? Because some people might not understand, well, your local health food store is part of a much bigger buying unit. So they actually do have that big store buying power.
Yeah, it's exciting. I've been, my store when I bought it was part of Health First Network, and we're 155 stores across Canada, and it's a co-op buying group, and it really gives us the buying power to be somebody big, like let's say, I don't want to say a Walmart, but we have that buying power, we have that voice with our vendors, and it really allows us to pass on those savings to our consumers through beautiful flyers, through products that we have a private label, Health First, and it's really high-end quality, and we really try to keep it priced for the everyday person so that we can make it, accessible to everybody. But it's very exciting to be part of the Health First. I love it.
Okay, and another thing, just, on this value of information is I know that people are now going online and searching this and that. And I spoke earlier about, magnesium deficiency with this story of this young mom with the restless leg syndrome. And there's type of magnesium after type of magnesium after type of magnesium. And so somebody might just go to Walmart and buy a magnesium and totally get the wrong one. Can you kind of share, let's just use magnesium as an example.
I love magnesium.
So, but just that there's different ones for different things, and that's why you need to go to a health food store where the people are trained. Because if you get the wrong one, or you don't know how much to take, it's not going to help you.
Right. So there's probably 8. Well, no, there's more than 8. So which one? And what do you want it for? You know, you want it for sleep. You got leg cramps. You want it for your brain. I have 4 shelves in my store. That's how important I think magnesium is. That's why I laugh when we pick magnesium, because it's so essential. It does over 500 things in our body. And yeah, I need to have a conversation with you so that I can make sure that you go home with the right one and not the one that's going to leave you in the bathroom all day for, you know, and you can't go to work. That's not the right one. But there is a person that needs that one, right? They need that one. And I need to make sure I give you that one, not the other one. And so it's critical that your team knows that, and my team knows that. So we'll sell you the right magnesium.
And I also want to talk about kind of the relationship you develop with the people that come to your store. You know, in my opening this morning, I shared a story about Dr. Charles Popper, who's a psychiatrist at Harvard University, who started using Empower Plus to treat serious bipolar disorder. And I remember at the trial, he said, you know, it's a curious thing, like somebody might be on 10 capsules and no difference at all, but at 11 capsules, bang, fully healed. And I know it's the same with a lot of supplements. So if the person isn't coming back to the store, or they're coming back to the store and saying, oh, you know, well, how are you doing? I'm not really any difference. You guys are able to give them dosaging advice and other suggestions.
Well, not under the new regulations, no.
No,
but
well, that's
in the
right.
back
I
in
mean,
the day,
when you move your store to the United States or other countries, you're able. No, but in all seriousness, you get to know your customers over time, like,
absolutely.
and so you know you've marched them through where they're sharing parts of their health journey, and that probably helps you then, you know, when something new comes up. Oh, okay, you know, this and that is. So tell about kind of the relationships that you develop.
Yeah, it's really good, because being a brick and mortar, you buy something, you have a question, maybe you just didn't quite get all the information, or you can come back and say, hey, Kim, you know, I didn't quite, you know, my legs are still giving me grief. We can say, hey, what was the dose? You know, do you need a little bit more? Because I am uniquely me, right, hun? And you're uniquely you, and what the amount of magnesium that I may need compared to you is completely different. And so we're able to help you to navigate those parameters and make sure that you're taking something correctly, or maybe at the right time of day, or, you know, move your dose up a little bit to find what is your magic number for whatever it is that, you know, we're trying to help. So that can't happen if you buy it online. That can't happen at Walmart. But it can happen when you know, I see so many familiar faces here, like when you know people and you feel that you can trust us and come and ask us these questions, because we love to share, and sometimes we talk too much, but it's okay. You know, we want you to be happy and get results.
So don't go to Health Matters if you're in a hurry.
We can do fast checkout, for sure. You just let us know. You're on a time crunch, man. We'll get you in, we'll get you out. But, you know, you're always free to come browse.
Yeah, and I also know that your store, you really built a community.
Yes.
And, you know, you're really involved with the community. I hope that everyone's coming to appreciate. We could go on and on and on, but I'm just trying to touch on the major points. Our local health food stores are a tremendous resource. And if you're not using that resource, you need to start using that resource. You need to find a team that, you know, you feel a community with, and plug in. And you see, you're going to serve them by giving the feedback, which then goes up the line. You're going to enjoy the community, but you're going to get products that, listen, a little, you know, a smaller store, I'm not saying you know what I mean, you're not Walmart.
Yeah.
They're not going to stay in business if they're carrying lines that aren't effective. Because some lines are more effective. Some manufacturers, it's better quality. Walmart and Costco, they don't care. They're just high volume and price. But a smaller store, they're going to have the lines where the customers are buying it again and reporting good results, or you don't survive. So you're just on economic laws alone going to be getting more effective and better products. And I know it's just the reality, but you're also going to get that community, and you're going to get that advice. And like I say, you know, even just one pill can make a difference.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah, so Kim, and also I just feedback from the audience, isn't it clear she loves people and wants to help? You know?
Yay!
But that's what it's all about, right? It's about loving each other, like loving others like ourselves. And you're going to find that in health food stores because almost everyone there is there either because they've been helped and they're now passionate about it, or they've just got that healer personality. Like you're going to see it. So Kim, it's just been a pleasure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. And you know, being part of the Health First Network, that was one thing I really found, is that being with all these other health food store owners, we're all the same. We're crazy, we're passionate, we go above and beyond, we love to share. You go to any of our events and all we do is talk, you can't even hear, the din is so high. So it's a passionate industry, and you know, we only get sometimes to see you a little bit, but hopefully you know, we can make an impact in everybody's life, you know, positively, whether you know, do it through nutrition or just, you know, doing supplements. So I just wanted to say thank you guys for all coming today to the store. We had an event, so thank you everybody that was there. And also thank you everybody that came to, this is our third event this year, well, since last year. We've had 3 events with Sean because we're passionate. We've had 2 barbecues and this event, and we really care. It's a lot of fun, but we want to get the message out.
Yeah, no, it's just been a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. So Kim, thank you for coming and sharing with us. Thank you for your passion for helping people. So I'd like to have Dawn Chris come up. Dawn, do you want to come and join me up here on the stage? Dawn, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Thanks for having me.
And Dawn, you're here to share your health journey.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of a personal journey, and it's been a bit of a rough last 11 years.
Yeah, now, can you hear her? Is her mic close enough? So you got to just hold it closer to your mouth. So can you share with us your journey?
So back in 2014, I got really sick. We came home from a vacation in Hawaii, lovely time. And 2 weeks afterwards, I started getting really upset stomach. And, you know, and I thought, geez, you know, you hear all these things about don't drink the water in Mexico and don't drink the water in, you know, wherever else. And I thought, well, I didn't do that. And I didn't really have any bad food. I didn't eat out anywhere I wasn't supposed to. And so, you know, I started out with, okay, well, maybe I did get a bug. Maybe I got a parasite, something like that. But I continued to get worse. And I had gone to see couldn't get in to see my regular GP. So I ended up going to a walk-in clinic at the hospital. And the first thing the admitting nurse said to me was how far along I was. She thought I was pregnant.
So I'm just going to slow you down here.
Sure.
So how long is this going on before you go to the hospital?
It was probably going on for about a month, about 4 weeks. I tried to get it under control myself, tried to, you know, figure out what it was, and just wasn't having any luck. And so finally thought maybe I better go in.
So when you go into the hospital, because you're a fairly small person.
Yeah.
Your stomach is distended so much that they thought you were 9 months pregnant.
Yeah.
Okay, now that, aside from the embarrassment, that had to be uncomfortable.
It was very uncomfortable. So I was in and out of the bathroom every 20 minutes. You know, I had to plan my days around like my errand running, my work, everything. I had to plan it around washrooms. If there was a washroom close enough, you know, did it have a lock? Did you need a key? Did you have to go back to a cashier and get a key, or could you just go in? It was panic. It makes you have anxiety. You know, I mean, these are issues that you don't want to admit when you're going out into public. And so they sent me through. There's a protocol. You got to start with an ultrasound. Then you have to go for a barium enema. Then you need to go for a CT scan. Then you go for an MRI. Then finally, you might get a colonoscopy after 6 months to a year. And I was in such bad shape that, you know, I had phoned the doctor's office and I had said, you guys got to get me on a wait list. You got to put me on a cancellation list or something, because I'm not going to make it. Like with how I was feeling and the amount of blood I was losing, They didn't have a diagnosis. They didn't have me on any drugs to slow this down or to help me out. I thought I was doing everything right. I was a healthcare aide at the time. So I thought I was doing my due diligence and that I was taking all the steps I needed to take, but yet I wasn't getting the help I needed.
And just, just so everyone understands, I mean, you're talking about blood. There's blood in your stool.
Yeah.
And you basically can't keep anything down. It just goes right through you.
Yes. So
And-
every time I would eat, within 20 minutes, it was gone. So I was absorbing no nutrients from my food at all.
And so I imagine you have no energy and
Correct.
your mood sucks. Were you restricted? Like obviously you had to be near a bathroom, but was your daily activities restricted otherwise?
Oh, they definitely were restricted. And, even my husband, I mean, we didn't do anything socially for at least 3-4 years after that, like after the diagnosis, which came obviously a little later that same year in 2014.
See, that's huge. So it was so onerous to be going out because you'd be like say if you wanted to go to a nice dinner.
No, not a chance.
You can't be sitting there for the hour ordering your food, eating it, appetizers.
I would be lucky if I made it into town, the drive to go into town.
Right. Okay. You see, and that's it being disabled.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I couldn't imagine not getting your nutrients, like just things going through. So what happens then? You go to emergency or the walk-in clinic because you can't get in to see a doctor.
Yeah, so that was the start of it. Had gone to the walk-in clinic. They had sent me for a basic x-ray that day, and that was it, just an x-ray. Well, of course, the x-ray didn't show anything. So I persisted, and I kept on going back and kept on going back, but there is a protocol. So you can't they don't just take your word for it or see what's going on and then send you for a colonoscopy. That doesn't happen. You have to go through all their different systems first before you finally get what you need. So I was doing that. Now, I never made it to the appointment. So it was like I said, when I had called the doctor's office, I said, I'm not going to make it. They had made me an appointment. This started in March, and my appointment for the scope was in August. And by the end of April, I was probably losing about a cup of blood a day. And it was not replenishing itself. So when we, the appointment was set for the middle of August, and I made it to the first week of August. And the one night I was laying in bed, and every time when you're really, really tired and you fall asleep, and sometimes your body jerks awake like that, that's actually your heart stopping. And it's your brain telling your heart to start again. It's like a tripwire for your brain, for your heart. And that was happening to me about every 4 minutes. And my husband was awake. He was reading his book beside me. And so it was happening about every 4 minutes. And finally he said, you know what, I'm taking you in. He says, I don't think you're going to be alive in the morning if we don't go in. And so we went in, and that was a whole other story. So it was three or 4 days in and out of the hospital that week till they finally got me in for my colonoscopy. Took me into the Misericordia Hospital. And when I came out of they used anesthesia for the scope, so I was very, very thankful for that. I was in a lot of pain, a lot of agony, didn't have a lot left to me at the time. And when I came out of the anesthetic, the doctor and the nurse were standing over top of me, and she said, I haven't seen a patient this bad in my whole career. And she didn't know how I had lasted that long. And I didn't even know what to say. I mean, I'm laying there just coming out of the anesthetic, and I'm thinking, well, geez, maybe you could have got me in for a scope sooner. Maybe you could have assessed me a little bit better to what my condition was at the time, and maybe moved me up a little bit higher on the list, because now I'm living with residual issues from that.
Right. And so eventually they diagnosed you with something. You later on will say, I don't think that was it at all. But they diagnosed you with something and then put you on a protocol. Do you want to share with us kind of what that was?
Yeah, absolutely. So they ended up diagnosing me with ulcerative colitis, severe. While I was in the hospital, I was admitted. I was in there for 2 weeks. They gave me 2 options. They gave me an option of going on this drug that had no long-term data, which was an infusion. I would have to go in every couple of weeks. It was going to cost $10,000 every 2 weeks to go in and have this drug infused into my system. And when I asked how long I have to be on it, they said forever. So the other option was they wanted to do surgery and they wanted to take my large colon. They wanted to take my large intestine. And I basically said to her, with some of my last words that day, I said to her, you better sharpen your pencil because I'm not doing either one of those two things. And, you know, to this day, I don't know how many times over the last 11 years I have gone in and they have said to me, you need surgery now. And I have refused because I have said, no, you have not done your job and you have not helped me cure what I have wrong. You've only masked the symptoms and gaslighted me the whole time.
Can I just share something? Teresa, Dr. Rachel's name from Kamloops, Maurice. So we had a Kamloops. One of the speakers was Dr. Rachel Maurice, who was an anesthetist. So it was 10 years of training, and then she practiced 20 years as an anesthetist. And one of the things that came out clear in her presentation was she would do anything on earth to avoid a surgery, because anesthetists, that's what they do. They put you to sleep and watch the surgeries, because she just says there's so many complications. Like, she doesn't trust the surgeons. She doesn't trust the process. It came out so clearly. Wow. So I think your intuition was...
Well, and funny that you actually, you bring her up as well. So I used to manage a private surgical facility here in Edmonton. And so I worked with a lot of anesthesiologists, and there was one in particular, and he's close to my heart. He's a very wonderful man, and he came to see me every day in the hospital because he thought I was going to die. And he wanted to make sure that I had support. And I'm very thankful that I had that. So they did put me on a protocol. They put me on a high-dose prednisone. So when I was in the hospital, they had that going into me, and I had both arms full of IVs. I had 4 poles hanging beside my bed. And within the first week, I started losing my hair from the prednisone. So prednisone, it can be, I think pharmaceuticals have their place, but I think they have to be few and far between, because I think there's a lot of better answers than that. But they did put me on the prednisone. They put me on another one called mesalazine, which is a maintenance drug for ulcerative colitis. And I was on the mesalazine for a very, very long time, till I started, when I would go to see my regular doctor, my blood levels for my iron and my liver enzymes were not good, but yet nobody was saying anything to me. So good thing I was watching on my own, because I knew that I was getting damage from those pills.
Right. And you were on them for 4 years, I think.
4 years, yeah, 4 years in the beginning, but then longer after that again.
Okay, now your health journey doesn't end there.
It doesn't.
So do you want to carry on?
You bet. So, in 2018, I had this very strange thing happen. And, I had to... It's a bit of an embarrassment, because you do something for yourself in your life and you think it's the right thing for you, and then it turns out that it wasn't the right thing. So in 2008, I decided that I wanted breast implants. And, it wasn't anybody else's decision. It was a decision for myself. I was always a very, very tiny person, no chest at all. I wanted to feel feminine. I wanted to feel that femininity. And so I made that choice, and I got them in 2008. I thought that I had done all my due diligence. I was still a healthcare aide at that time. I had done research online. I had spoken to my surgeons. I had spoken to others who had gotten it done. I wanted very particular ones. I didn't, I was just looking for a little bit of lift. I didn't want anything outrageous. So anyways, fast forward the story in 2018. So now we're 10 years later from the implant time. I wake up in the morning and I've got one breast that's over twice the size of the other one. So I decide to go in, and I get an ultrasound done, and the radiologist comes out and he says, I don't want to alarm you, but I was just reading something this morning by chance. He says, I think you might have this man-made cancer from your breast implants. And, I'm not an alarmist, so I just I looked at him and I said, okay. I said, give me the lowdown. what do we need to do? He says, well, I don't know. It's really new. He said, it's rare. We haven't heard of it before. He says, we've just been getting these emails lately. He said, so we've got to do more research. So I was the first one that was diagnosed with something called BIA-ALCL. And from here in Edmonton, they diagnosed me here. And what that stands for is breast implant associated anaplastic large cell lymphoma. So it is a T-cell lymphoma. And if anybody knows anything about lymphoma, lymphoma is a blood cancer. So it's a lot harder to treat as well. You know, it comes in that rare category, right? Now, a lot of us advocates, because after I was diagnosed with that, we decided, I joined an advocacy team. You know, we wanted to do the research. We wanted to know what was going on with other breast implants, and we wanted these ones taken off the market. I had met women now, you know, who had the same thing I had, and why? Why did we have that? Like, these were supposed to be safe and approved. They were approved by Health Canada. The data should have been there, but it wasn't.
I want to elaborate on that, because you actually went and met with Health Canada.
We did.
You looked into how they go about this,
yep.
and you can share kind of your thoughts on whether they can be trusted to approve things like this.
For sure. So, you know, when I heard that Sean was doing this tour, I thought it would be a really great opportunity, because I don't think people understand a lot. Well, we didn't understand. None of us girls understood, the ones that got the breast implants. We didn't understand how Health Canada works when they approve things. So there was 3 of us who went to Ottawa in March of 2019, and then 3 of us that we had on virtual as well. And, you know, we had I want to say there was about 30 people in the room that we were discussing things with. We got to meet with the medical device team. So we learned how they approve devices and drugs, because it's kind of the same process. They're part and parcel. And what it is, you know, a manufacturer will go to Health Canada and they will say, you know, we have this new product. We've done this many years of research so far. So let's say they've got 3 years of data. You know, we want to bring this product on the market. So Health Canada looks at it and they say, okay, let us, you know, tell us about your product. What does it all do? You know, how is it going to help people? How is it better than the other ones we already have on the market? Yada, yada. Well, they can approve, Health Canada can approve that product for market with conditions. And you might not know about that at all. It could be a hip replacement, it could be a knee replacement, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be a breast implant. And it could be on the market, and it might only have a couple years of data, but if you don't go to Health Canada's website, you will not find that data. You have to be very specific, put it into their system, and then find what comes out of that. But the thing is that they're already being lax with their medical devices and their drugs. Because what I found out is that, so my type of breast implant was Allergan. At the time, Allergan had made the ones that I had. Allergan, after don't quote me on any of this because I don't quite have the years down pat, but Allergan was bought out by another company, and so their research and development department got shut down. So even though they were given conditional approval to have their implants in Canada, they never finished their research and development and came back to Health Canada with their data. So now picture me going in there 10 years later, after having these implants in for 10 years, and I have cancer. Now they will sit there and they will say, you have BIA-ALCL. No, I have cancer. It is the C word. It's no different than any other. But yet we were treated different. We were treated as though it was all in our mind. So when we told our stories to the medical device team, they were very shocked. Because, see, they provide information to the plastic surgeons. So they provide medical device data in a user manual, but that information is given to the physician. It's given to your plastic surgeon. It's not given to the patient, but that's where all the data is. So that's where it said all of the side effects. My implants had over 10 pages. I didn't know that. And
it
they
would have been
didn't get the
helpful for you to know.
Exactly. And now, now here I am coming in 10 years later and I'm saying, where's the data? You guys are supposed to have oversight over these devices. You've approved them. You've given them a condition. Let's just say 10 years. So after 10 years, that company was supposed to come back to them with long-term data to say, this is how many patients are improved. This is how many patients are happy. This is how many patients have breast implant illness. This is how many patients now have cancer. They didn't have any data. So the only good thing that came from that is that we were able to get the implants off the market by June of 2019. So after we dealt with Ottawa and we spoke with them, 2 days later, they also had implant hearings at the FDA. So we also went with hundreds of other women that came globally from every country of this world. And they gave testimony to the FDA of the harm and the gaslighting that we've experienced.
Can you share with us, I mean, because the gaslighting's real, can you kind of share with us about that? Because you'd also kind of alluded to, you weren't being taken seriously.
No.
And
no.
I think it's important to understand what that experience was like.
So, and I mean, it's kind of difficult actually because it's still happening today. So I actually stepped away from the advocacy because it was too much for me. In order to heal, I needed to step away. And, I was probably, aside from my full-time job, my part-time job, my family and my acreage, I was probably putting in an extra 40 hours a week, just helping other patients get the care that they deserved. We were included, us as patients were included in many conferences that the plastic surgeons were putting on over the last, I'll say 5 years. And so we've been able to converse with them, to really give our serious concerns and our thoughts and our data, right? Follow us. We are the ones who had the cancer. Follow us, But we were told that we needed to see a psychiatrist. We were told that plastic surgery patients needed to have a follow through, we should be having mental help as well, that a lot of the issues were in our head. I don't understand how you cannot take a patient seriously, and I don't understand how you can because the pharmaceutical companies, it's no different than with vaccines. Vaccines they're a protected thing, right? The pharmaceutical companies are protected. It's the same thing with breast implants. Breast implants are also protected. We are unable to sue.
Right, and that's what she meant by protective, is you can't sue for injury. And so you were in the same place. So in Canada, you are not allowed to sue because a breast implant caused cancer.
Yeah. So there is, I think they are still trying. They are still trying to do some lawsuits. I will not get involved in that. I feel that I am moving forward. As long as I can, help one more person get well or remove their implants so that they don't have the same thing happen. Because what the journey ended up being is that the implants is what caused the colitis. So they are part and parcel. They were what was my ticking time bomb that was it was putting me into an autoimmune state. So I ended up with, I think they diagnosed me with about 8 or 9 different autoimmune diseases. My personal belief is to wake up every morning and say, I don't have them, because I don't believe in it. I believe that now moving forward, that my supplements and what I take to protect myself and to keep my immune system healthy is what is most important.
And I'm wondering if you can share that part of your journey. So, but just to kind of fill in the blanks. So you end up having surgery, but even with the implants removed, you're facing, you've developed autoimmune issues, you've got the hair loss. Can you kind of share with us about that and then how you've come to become healthy again?
Sure. So, it's a long journey, and a lot of naturopaths will tell you that sometimes, as long as you're as long as you have been sick, it might take you twice as long to get well. Now, we don't want to think of that because that's a longer journey than we want to have. But the good news is that every little step is actually healing you. It is curing you. It is not just masking the problem. It's actually healing what's inside of you. So I did have surgery. I had to have 2 surgeries done. I had all my implants and extra tissue removed for margins just in case. Since then, it's been a little bit of a journey because you need to treat the whole body. So my clinicians that I was seeing at the time, sure, you have one that's treating my colitis and one that's following me for my breast issues. But that's not enough because everything has been affected. Everything in your body's been affected, including your mind. Because to go through something like that, to be at death's door, and what I mean by that is I was so sick by the time I ended up in the hospital with the colitis that yes, they didn't know if I was going to make it or not. I wasn't there because I have a lot of faith. And so I was just going through the motions. So I knew I was going to be okay. But I guess everybody else didn't think that. So I was worse than I thought. Now, yeah, so after the surgery, I started taking my supplements again. But it was extra. It wasn't just for my intestines to heal my intestines. It was to heal everything else that had been damaged by the drugs I had to take prior to that. So the healing of my liver, the healing of my kidneys, the healing of my lungs, the healing of my joints. They had diagnosed me with connective tissue disease. Well, I want to be able to run after my grandkids, I don't want to have that. So now that I have been treating everything naturally with natural medicines, no more maintenance drugs, no more gaslighting my body, telling it it's okay when it's not. No more tricking my mind into telling my body that it's okay when it's not. I'm healing and I'm curing. And I guess the best proof that I can say is I'm here. And I wouldn't have been able to be sitting here for more than 20 minutes 5 years ago. So I think that's a big accomplishment, and that chalks up to natural medicine. And so what it's also, it's also really led me into not just the supplements and being able to, to support, places like Health Matters, but I'm also foraging in my own yard and finding things that help me personally. I'm finding plantain in my yard. I'm finding, all kinds of things in my yard. But things also I can grow. I can grow my own slippery elm. I can grow my own, St. John's wort. I can do these things in my own home garden, right? And I know where it's coming from, and I know it's not going to harm me. I know it's going to help me, and it's not going to harm me. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think Health Canada needs to stay in their own lane. They already do not have enough oversight over what they take care of now. They can't follow their medical devices. They can't follow their drugs. They don't know which ones, who's even supplied their research and data for the ones they currently have. We don't even have a registry, we don't even have a breast implant registry where we could contact our patients and say, hey, if you have these implants, you have a high chance of getting cancer. We don't have a registry for that. We have advocates who were in the House of Commons last year and the year before begging for this. We need a champion. So if there's anybody out there, any nonprofit who would like to help take this on with us, by all means, please contact me and I will put you in contact with the right people. But Health Canada has enough on their plate. I think they need to leave us and our natural medicine alone.
So you've kind of preempted. I usually, end an interview saying, hey, what's your message to Ottawa? And you anticipated. But it is interesting, isn't it? So you've been suffering all this time, and even after the surgery, you were still suffering because basically your body's been ravaged. But
yeah, because you can't just treat the one thing. It's your whole body. Your whole body works together. It's not just one thing at a time.
Yeah. And and now you're doing well.
I'm doing very well right now. I will say, just, do I have time to say a little,
Yeah.
a little other? Okay. So, you know, I had an issue here in March where I had some really bad upper GI pain. It was so painful, I thought I was having a gallbladder attack. That's how painful it was. I could not, I bent over, sideways, had a bath, did everything I could possibly think of, couldn't get rid of this pain. Finally, it was just, it was so bad I was almost passing out. My husband took me into the hospital. It ended up being, and I'm gonna say this lightly because I don't really, there isn't really any blame to put anywhere, but instead of listening to me, listening to my symptoms, they looked at my chart and said, oh, this woman has severe colitis. Let's treat her for that. So even though my pain was not where it should have been for colitis, they decided, hey, let's just treat her for that. So I spent a week in the hospital. We don't have first world health care. I'm going to say that right now. We don't have first world health care. The week that I was in there, you know, I had 5 more instructors with students with them because it's surgical. It was surgical practicum in March. 5 instructors with their residents came to me, encouraging me again to have surgery to remove my colon, and said that I would never, ever heal or be healthy enough to live a normal life. To me, that's the worst gaslighting of all. So I spent that week there. Again, they put me on high-dose prednisone. They put me on other drugs. When I got home, I was in such bad shape. I had lost 17 pounds in a week in the hospital because they don't have the proper food to feed somebody, even if that person does have ulcerative colitis. So once I got home, I went off of their drugs again, and I went back onto my natural medicine, and this is where I am today. And I have no more bleeding. I have no more running to the bathroom. I still have a little bit of gut anxiety, you know, those butterflies you feel when you're just getting ready to talk to Sean, right? And but otherwise I'm doing good, and I can function, and I take care of my granddaughter on a regular basis now, and for that I feel blessed and very, very fortunate.
Okay, well, Dawn, it's just been an honor.
Thank you.
I think
Thank
everyone.
you for having me.
No, but I think everyone's appreciated. Like, you've had a tough health journey, but then you became an advocate, and you stood up to make a difference. And especially when you're not healthy.
I didn't feel like I had a choice.
Okay, share that, because this is, I think this is going to help people. So when you say you felt you didn't have a choice, share what's going on inside.
Well, I guess my nature is to help others. That's always been my goal. You know, I've always been a caregiver, right? I used to work in long-term care with you know, the older residents and taking care of them, and some young residents too. You know, and it's heartbreaking when you know you're working with a younger resident who's maybe in their 30s and their family comes daily to visit them, but they're in the hospital in long-term care because they've got Lou Gehrig's. You know, you've got patients who are begging you to put the pillow over their face. You know, this is, you know, I come from a very compassionate place, a very empathetic place. I actually quit working at the hospital because I couldn't do it anymore, because I couldn't stand how residents were treated and how they were not given the opportunities to continue their life with dignity. And that really, really bothered me. So that's where I come from. So when something happens to me, if there's a way that I can help others to not suffer through that same thing, then I'm going to do it. So I felt I didn't have a choice. And I wasn't just going to do it locally. I was going to go to the top because that's where we needed to be. And you know, just a side note, we did have, and we do still have, kind of a relationship, like our advocacy group has a relationship with Health Canada. You know, we talk with their medical device team, well, the rest of the advocacy team does, where we even helped give them data for their website, you know? And to me, it's like, well, why are we the ones doing that though? Why is it the advocates? Sure, we have the answers, but we had to research that. You guys have got all these companies and all these businesses and all these scientists at your fingertips. Why is it us? But we're still more than willing though, and that's the thing. If it's going to help get out the correct information and it's going to help somebody else, then that's what we're going to do.
I think that's inspiring, isn't it? Dawn, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very
much. I think I speak for everyone, and you spoke about butterflies. It's not easy to get up in front of people and share a story, and basically, personal things.
Sure.
But I think I speak for everyone that you've really inspired us today. So
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Lana Nichols, can you come up, please? Welcome to the world's greatest health show.
Thank you.
So, how many people here know Dr. Lana? Oh, okay. So, can you share with us what you do?
Sure.
And then what the heck brought you that? But first of all, let's talk about being in the sports halls plural of fame.
Oh, little known fact. I was quite a nerd when I was growing up, but everyone thought of me as a jock for sure. I played in lots of different sports, but excelled in volleyball when I was younger. Played provincial volleyball, then went on to play university volleyball. Met my now husband when I was 16 playing provincial volleyball, which is awesome. And then played at MacEwan for a number of years and was really blessed. I actually got inducted into the Alberta Hall of Fame in 2015 and then the Canadian Hall of Fame in 2017, I believe. So yeah, it's kind of fun. My kids think I'm kind of cool.
You're the only one in the room
Right,
that can
100%.
say that. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, totally do it. Bring it.
So tell us what you do.
Yeah, so by trade, I'm actually a doctor of chiropractic. I went to school in California in 2000 after I was done volleyball and coached 1 year at MacEwan as the head coach there, but gave it up so I could become a chiropractor because it totally changed my life. Practiced down there for about 12 years in wine country.
You're going too fast. Okay, so it practically changed my life.
Yes, it
that
sure
in
did.
itself is a story. So
Yep.
can you, in a slower way,
Sure.
tell us, how it changed your life? So what was going on?
Yep.
What was the journey before you found that chiropractic solution?
Yeah, so I suffered from very, very severe migraines from a very young age as a teenage girl. And they would affect me like 2-3 days where I'd have to just like lay in a room. I'd puke, I couldn't handle lights. I remember crawling one time to get to the office in junior high school to call my mom to come get me because I couldn't function, right? So I missed school, obviously. I missed sports. I missed out on social things. And then the pain was excruciating. And if you haven't ever experienced a migraine, it's very hard to wrap your mind around how intense they are. But yeah, I suffered very significantly from those. And I had a cousin who was a chiropractor, and I happened to go down on a trip. He was practicing in California, and he offered to give me my first adjustment. And I said, sure.
Before we get there,
Yeah, okay.
So how many years are you suffering with these migraines?
It had been probably about 8 years.
Okay, so 8 years.
Yep.
And is it almost weekly where you're?
Yeah, I was having them at least once every 2 weeks, if not weekly.
Okay.
Yeah, and they were intensifying as well.
And so every time it happened, like you're out for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, could be. Yep. So it was significantly impacting school and sports for me, for sure.
Right. Okay. And what are the medical doctors doing to solve this?
trying to remember back. I had pretty crunchy parents, so I literally had to be like dying in order to go to the hospital, which ended up serving me fairly well as I grew up. But yeah, I did go to the doctor. I remember this. Their initial thing was to want to put me on birth control pills. So they thought that it was hormonal in nature and that my body was going through the different puberty changes. So that's what they thought it would help to regulate my hormones, and that would in fact change my migraines. My parents were not impressed with that answer. Yeah. But they became so severe that I actually did try that for a period of time. It didn't make a big change for me. So I just basically suffered with them. So.
Okay, so after 8 years of suffering,
Yep.
you were down in California visiting.
Yep.
And you have a cousin that is a chiropractic doctor who says, hey, I'll do an adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens?
Yeah, so a little bit nervous because I'd obviously never been adjusted before, but it was my cousin and I trusted him. He's a 6'4" big dude with like massive hands. It was like crazy. Anyways, he adjusted me and I literally experienced, this might sound really woo-woo, but like a flash of light. Like someone like turned the light on in my head. And I remember just kind of laying there. He's like, yeah, why don't you just sort of hang out there for a little bit? I'm like, yeah. So I just laid there and then, got up and just felt different, felt lighter, felt like a connection between my brain and the rest of my body. It was pretty wild. And then he said, hey, you got a lot of stuff going on in your neck. It was probably from all my jumping on the trampoline days and quadding and motorcycle riding in my acreage growing up. But he's like, you should get under care when you get back to Edmonton. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna trust him. And he said, yeah, your neck needs a lot of work. So that's what I did when I returned home. I sought out a chiropractor and I started getting under some regular care. And little by little, it started to shift. And then all of a sudden, it like really shifted for me. And that was when I was 19. And I haven't had a headache, let alone a migraine, since then, since I was 19. Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you how old you are.
I'm turning 50 in 3 weeks.
Wow, okay. So you had gone then, so 8 years, every other week, but more likely weekly, 3 or 4 days where you're out, like basically suffering horribly. Like, I mean, you had made a point of saying if you haven't had a migraine, you really can't appreciate what it's like. So really, these chiropractic treatments freed you.
Absolutely. It gave me my life back. I got to not miss out on sports and friends and family and just the freedom of the pain. Like pain it wrecks people. It sucks the life out of you and it's draining and you would do anything to help it go away or to stop it. So yeah, it was life-changing for me for sure. So
it's interesting. We interviewed for the health show, and just so you know, we interviewed Dr. Lana for the health show. So there's quite a neat interview there. But we also interviewed Dr. Cooper, who's Dan Cooper, who's a chiropractor who also, like, he was a diver, like very athletic, and then got vertigo, and it couldn't be solved, and then bang, solved by chiropractic, and it's like, okay, and now he's a chiropractor, and you're suffering, you're cured by chiropractic. And now you're a chiropractor. Tell us about that, because I think people are already getting the idea she's very passionate about healing people. So tell us that journey, because it's a big commitment.
Oh, definitely. You had to finish, obviously, undergraduate degree here, went from Grant MacEwan to U of A and had to do all the pre-med parts. And then had to get a visa to go to the United States and go to school. I could have done it in Canada, but I wasn't super impressed with the holistic nature of the school out east, so I chose otherwise. But yeah, moved to California, which going from a very small rural, grew up on an acreage, to San Francisco, it was like shock of my life. So many people. But yeah, and then 4 years of schooling and then an internship as well. And then I also committed myself to doing a lot of mission work in third world countries. So I did 7 trips. I did to El Salvador, Nicaragua, Brazil, just serving people. And so yeah, it was a big commitment. And then I chose to practice in California for a few years. I was there for 12 years in private practice. Yeah.
So you're describing education, and I have to say one of the things this health show's helped me, like the beauty about this is I get to interview people, and you know, and we pre-interview and all of this, and so I'm learning things. I didn't appreciate just how much training is needed, and like it's like our medical doctors on a pedestal, like we worship them, and I find on average they have less training than our natural practitioners. So you had to do basically a Bachelor of Science and then pre-med classes, like you guys learn all the anatomy, physiology, all of that stuff, and then 4 years of chiropractic. So, you know, what I found is that with all of these traditional, you know, the traditional Chinese, and I say doctors, they're not allowed to say doctor, but I say they're doctors, and naturopathic doctors and homeopaths, they get more training than the medical doctors, and same with chiropractors.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we take a lot of slack, actually, for sure, as chiropractors. You know, people tell us we're not educated often. It's incredible. My favorite is like, I like your white coat. It's not a halo, though. So, yeah, it's unbelievable how many times I had people attack my education. But we take basically the same schooling, but as a medical doctor, and then we also take far more anatomy, physiology. I did 2 years of gross anatomy. I had to dissect human bodies. Then we also then do a ton of nutrition and physio and all of the natural care stuff that's where they're going to study drugs and surgery, right? So that's the off branching. But yeah, we have an unbelievable education, and very, very proud of that. But yeah, we take a lot of slack. It's pretty interesting. Get called a quack and a cracker and all the things, right? Like it's awesome. I just laugh because bring it on.
So can I share, like everyone loves lawyers, so I don't, I've never had, but I have to share with you, just because it's kind of the same thing, right? Is what I found just absolutely amazing when I became a lawyer is, you know, at a social event, and this is how it happens, and in this order, is you'll hear a couple of lawyer jokes, so now you're offended, and then they ask you for free legal advice. And I can tell you, I always thought you should reverse that. You should ask me for free legal advice before you offend me. So,
so true.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I always get the, oh, my back, as soon as they hear I'm a chiropractor.
What is the practice of chiropractic medicine? Because there may be some people watching that really have never been to a chiropractor. They don't know what the practice of chiropractic medicine is.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's a wide range, actually, to be honest, because I think the perception is, you know, you go to a chiropractor when you're in pain, okay? And the people think that you have a bone that's pressing on a nerve and it's causing pain. And I get that part. There is physical things. People actually do have what's called a subluxation, okay? So it's less than a dislocation. It's a misalignment that places pressure on your nervous system. So there's a big part of that. When I saw that switch of light, I swear that's exactly what happened, is like something got relocated. It wasn't dislocated, but shifted in my neck. And it literally connected my brain and my nerve system. I was trained very much like more holistically, even in the chiropractic realm. Immediately I was very drawn to caring for babies and pregnant moms and kids. I even took animal chiropractic, which I didn't pursue it entirely. I would have had to do even veterinarian stuff, like that's a whole other part. But if you look at the word subluxation, sub means less, lux means light, and ation is expression. And so when I connected those dots and had an unbelievable mentor who taught me that chiropractic was about connecting man the physical with man the spiritual and turning on your life and your light force, and you're serving up life every time you make an adjustment with love. It rocked my world. So that's how I see chiropractic.
Now, I also wanted to talk, because you do live blood analysis.
I do.
And some people might have no idea what that is, and what you see. And so can you share with us about live blood analysis?
Yeah, so I moved back from California about 10 years ago, and at that time found out I was pregnant, so decided that I was going to be a mom for a while and not actually actively go back into chiropractic practice, which would have meant doing a few more steps in Alberta. I had done my written parts of my boards for chiropractic and what have you, but I decided to just put that on pause, which ended up being a really amazing blessing because I didn't have a college with a noose around my neck. And then COVID happened. So I didn't have technically a chiropractic license in Alberta, right? Because I didn't do my jurisprudence and what have you. You can't take away my chiropractic experience, my license, any of that stuff, right? But I was able to speak very freely because I had zero fear. What are you going to do to me? They called me once. It was an awesome conversation. I enjoyed every last minute of it, let me tell you. But
I have a feeling they didn't enjoy it with the same
I bet they did not.
joy de vivre.
No, they did not. But yeah, I got to educate them and just say, what are you going to do to me? I'm not licensed by you guys. You really don't even have a right to be calling me right now. So I'll say whatever I'd like.
And just back to the live blood cell analysis,
Yep.
You're still going to explain
I'm
what it is, but
coming
I'm
there,
curious
yeah.
how you even came across it.
Yeah, so I had a very dear friend that I'd actually known since I was 17 when I worked at McEwen and played volleyball at McEwen. And we reconnected. She's very dear to me, Lisa Patet. And she said, hey, I have this friend who works in Ontario and she does live blood analysis. And I didn't honestly myself really know. I'd heard of it. I didn't know a lot about it. And she said, hey, like when you were doing your undergrad, didn't you work with like microscopes and you're all nerdy and sciencey? And it would be so cool because you'd be able to incorporate all the knowledge you learned as a chiropractor. And then also all my nutrition background. I also got my personal training certification, and then all the specialty I did with babies and kids. And she's like, you could bring it all together and do this whole looking at people's blood thing. It would be so cool. You should check it out. So I was like, okay. So I did. I started looking into it. I reached out to her friend and mentor and hummed and hawed about it for obviously a while. And then during COVID, with all of the injection stuff and the concerns about, all the different effects of what was going in people's bloodstream, which I had already studied very deeply, childhood injections. So I was very clear on that in the first place. But I was like, you know what? People are going to need big help. And I'm not sure I want to be a part of a college who thinks they can call me and threaten me. So I did the schooling and I got to fast track it because of my background. And it was incredible. And learning all about looking at people's blood, which is your river of life, and looking at your cells, which are your smallest unit of life. I knew how to read blood labs. I've done that for 20 some years now. This was a whole other level that I could look under that microscope with the person in front of me and say, that's you. This is your cells. This is what is bathing your cells. These are organs that are not working well and it's showing up in your river of life. We got to clean that up. And it has been, honestly, I love being a chiropractor, but I also feel like it was the next lily pad for me of helping people to another level.
Can I just slow you down a little bit? So you actually, when
I
you
go
say,
fast,
no,
I
but
guess.
when you say live blood analysis, so
Yep.
you take some blood.
Yep.
Like not a whole lot, don't be
No,
scared
just a little
here.
poke of the finger.
But it's still alive, it's still moving.
Yes.
There's things, you're seeing living cells moving
Absolutely.
around.
Yep.
And you're studying that. What types of things do you see when you're doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
I don't know, but I wish we had slides or something, but.
Oh, I should have.
So
It's
tell
very
us what
fun.
you see.
Well, you do see. So I have the live and the dried. So we look at both samples. The live, as long as it's bathed in its plasma, those cells are happy. They don't know any difference and they just keep doing their job. And so I get to obviously look at red blood cells, which is the most abundant cell in your blood. One of the most abundant cells, period, in your body. And, obviously hearing Dawn's testimony, losing a lot of blood, yeah, it's a big deal, right? But your red blood cell health is the cells actually turn over in 4 months. So it's a really good window to be able to see in the last 4 months where people are at. The plasma is the fluid of the blood, and that carries things like heavy metals, microclots and clots, crystals, proteins, filaments, parasites, fungus, mold. These are all things that we can see. And then you also have your immune system in there. So you got all your brilliant white blood cells, which I think is always fun to watch people's experience of seeing their own immune system moving around. You know, you got different cells that do different things to keep you healthy. There's certain ones called neutrophils, and they're really like brilliant. They look like diamonds, but they move like Pac-Man through your plasma, and they eat stuff. And it is so cool to watch. And I think even just that experience for people, you get this profound sense of like, whoa, I don't have to think about this. These cells are working on my behalf, doing their very best to try to keep me healthy. And you start realizing, I need to take care of my cells. It's my job to nourish them, bathe them in the right environment so they can thrive, because man, they're trying hard for you. So those are, and there's many things that you see as well. Like if you're doing well with, for instance, certain vitamins, minerals, protein, are you getting enough of the nutrients that are required to be healthy and alive and thriving and not just surviving? We've gotten to this point where, you know, people are so fatigued and so sick and so overweight, and disease is normal. And none of that is normal. It's not normal. So it's a really fun education piece to see your own cells. I think it helps people take action too, because it's like, whoa, that's me. That's me up there.
And imagine then in real time, you're able to do a diagnosis and basically make recommendations for people.
Yes.
So it's not like you're waiting for lab results coming back. You're right there.
Yep.
Perchance, could I ask you some stories, or like I don't want to get you into too much trouble. Just
I don't have to give names.
Just a little bit,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
maybe share some stories just so people come to appreciate. There's this whole world out there in this natural health community where people are really finding relief.
Yes. There's so many wonderful stories. Like I love when I get to do rechecks with people and see where they're at. You know, one of my favorite things is just energy. That's one of the biggest concerns that people come into the office is fatigue and energy, and they just feel so tired. You can shift that a lot. And there's many ways to do it. B vitamins are a good place to start, and all of them, not just B12. Almost everybody knows that one, but you need all of them. So energy is one that helping people get that back, because when you feel better and you have more energy, you can do better in your life. You show up as a better version of yourself, right? So energy is a big one. Some of my favorite stories are around gut health. So very interesting to hear Dawn's story. That's another big, concern that I see in the office. So many people with digestive tract issues. And I firmly believe that has to do with all the chemical load, all the, just the junk in our food, the big pharma meds people are on, the glyphosate you mentioned. The food is just not the way it used to be. Like when I was growing up, I never heard of celiac and like gluten intolerance. Everybody seems to have that. And to me, I'm like, no, you have a glyphosate intolerance. Your poor gut lining is so inflamed, it can't even absorb anymore. So that's a really big one. So here's a great example. We talked about this actually when we, had our chat together earlier. I had a little girl come in my office. She's the youngest little girl I've ever checked. I do check a lot of kids, and she's under 2. And the amount of eczema on this child, it was like I couldn't even. Covered from head to toe in oozing skin that she just it was crawling out of her skin. As we were checking out the family and getting them on their way, she even just pulled down her underwear and was just couldn't she would do this at night, not even knowing, to the point of bleeding. It was so intense, you guys. And I've seen lots of skin issues. But what people don't realize is that that's often related to gut health, because your innermost environment expresses itself. Your skin's your biggest detoxifying organ in your body. So what I found with her, and they were desperate, because I almost tried to talk them out of it, because I'm like, she's 18 months old, she's not gonna like me poking her. I'm the person who doesn't like to cause pain at all. They're like desperate, they're like, we need your help. I'm like, okay, we got it, it's all good, she'll do great. And she did. But she had very, very serious leaky gut syndrome, which we can see in the dried sample with blood analysis. And it helped me to know a plan with her of what to do. Also loaded her up on D, because D is highly connected with skin issues, highly, it's a hormone. And within 4 months, okay, and we did some glutathione with her as well on her skin, like we had a spray, like we did some really, basic stuff though. And the parents were very wise, like they were definitely on the train of like, we need to reduce chemical load. They were questioning some of the childhood injections, like there was some things happening because they saw some connections, right? But within 4 months, they sent me a picture of her, and it's like she's a totally different little baby, little girl. Her face, her skin was like healthy. It was beautiful. Yeah, I can't show you that picture necessarily. I'd have to get their permission, but just to know that she's not scratching herself to bleeding every night, and she can be a kid with her siblings and not be consumed with like crawling out of her own skin. So that was a really big one. That is like one of my most satisfying things to be able to help that family with. So that's a big one. And then liver health is huge also.
Which one?
Liver health. Woo.
Okay,
Ooh.
well, let's talk then about liver health.
Yeah. This is my belief, okay? Every organ in your body is perfect and brilliant, and it's there for a really important reason. I do think, however, I think your liver is your most important organ in your body. It is filtering and cleaning your blood. And then it does, in addition to that, about 500-ish functions. And people don't know this. It releases hormones, it releases bile, it releases glutathione. That's a big buzzword because of all the Tylenol stuff that's happening in the States right now. Glutathione is the master antioxidant in the human body. Prevents your cells from aging. Okay, and I could go on about that. Your liver produces cholesterol, which is a very critical component to every single hormone in your body and every single cell wall. It's critical for your brain health, your nerve system. Every fatty tissue needs cholesterol. Woo, did they ever villainize that one? Okay, so, and I'm just touching on what the liver does. And most people have banged up their livers a little. Whether it's intentionally or not. There's obviously some things that are much more intense on the liver than others. Big pharma medications, though, are some of the biggest. The third leading cause, actually, no, I think it's the first cause of liver failure in North America is Tylenol use. It kills your hepatocytes. Okay, and like you just go and pick up a box and read the warning yourself. You'll be shocked what it just says right there.
And you have no warning in that it's happening. You don't know.
Yeah. So, the liver is also, though, on the other side, okay? And I, when I said just medications, but I'm even talking about, like, obviously food. People often forget the stuff we put on our body. 60 to 70% of what you put on your skin goes right in your bloodstream, people. So your hair dyes, your makeup, your skincare, right? Your soap, your laundry soap, what you brush your teeth with, that's going into your bloodstream, okay? And it's your poor liver that is trying desperately to clean that up. And then add maybe alcohol and drugs and all the things. There's a lot our poor livers handle over a lifetime. And the more we grow up and age, that liver's had that accumulative effects, right? But here's the deal. It's the most regenerative organ in the human body. You can take a chunk of it, donate it to someone else, it'll regrow for them and regrow for you. Think about that. Nothing other than bone regenerates like that. So it's by design, because that organ is kind of designed to take a bit of a beating. And then here's the other cool thing is that if you give it some love, I love giving love on my liver and I love on my clients' livers, it will respond and it'll impact all those 500 functions powerfully. So liver health alone and gut health alone, like those two things, major in my practice. It's major, and it's major for me as well. I drink dandelion tea 3-4 times a week. It cleanses your liver. It's also one of the most anti-cancer things on the planet. Now, if someone needs an actual liver cleanse, ooh, that is so fun. So I had a gentleman come to me who had cirrhotic liver. Okay, he abused his liver for many years with alcohol. Had his blood labs, his liver enzymes were through the roof. It was not good, you guys. When your liver starts showing up with enzymes elevated on blood labs, that's a significant mayday from your liver, and your body is going down. It is not good. Okay, Don can attest to that, I'm sure. So he came to me and said, I need help. I don't know how he found me. And so I said, okay, well, they told you have cirrhotic liver. You have abused your body with alcohol. Okay, so obviously they told him you need to, get off the booze, which is sure. That's the first thing. Get help with that, which he was getting help with. But I said, well, how did they tell you to heal your liver and support it? He's like, just don't drink. And I'm like, oh dear. So he got no actual active help to help his liver. He didn't know anything. So I did one of the most intensive cleanses I've ever done with anyone. I'm like, what do we have to lose? Like, I was looking at him, I'm like, he could die. Like, let's let it rip. So we did this whole protocol and, checked in with him. And yeah, it was mind blowing. After 4 months, he went back to do his blood labs, came to see me first. So I already knew what was going on with his liver, but went back to have blood labs and his liver enzymes were normal. And his medical doctors were like, no, doesn't happen. So that's the power. But just because they don't study it and don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. They also don't have a fundamental trust and ownership, which is where natural practitioners shine. We firmly believe that you have an innate intelligence that knows how to heal, mend, thrive, survive, overcome. You just got to support it and it will express itself brilliantly. You're fiercely and powerfully made. That's the foundation that we believe. That's not what they believe. Because if they did, why would you put something in your bloodstream directly that if you read all the ingredients and what they did, there is no way, if you just think about it for a minute, why would you put that in your bloodstream? In a beautiful river, Mountain Creek, think of a mountain creek. Would we go up there and just dump a bunch of chemicals in it? Because we could do better.
Our provincial governments will.
Yes,
Glyphosate.
That's right. That's right. But what's going to happen in that river if I dump a bunch of chemicals in that beautiful ecological system? You're going to kill the fish, right? The grass on the side of the river is going to be damaged. Now we got the deer eating the grass. They're going to be damaged. The water downstream is going to affect the people. It doesn't make any sense, you guys. And it's like, we haven't stopped and thought, does this make sense that we do this? And that we could somehow improve upon innate intelligence, God, whatever you want to call it. It's literally, in my opinion, crazy. But I'm the crazy one, which bring it. I'll take the names all day long. I'm good with it. I got called some names today, and it's only Saturday. It's awesome. But it's just a really big difference going to a health and wellness care practitioner versus sick care and death management.
And it's a whole different paradigm. And I know that, chiropractic doctors and naturopaths and traditional Chinese doctors, they look at the whole person. And you've kind of mentioned that. If I can just share a story that struck me. So I'm interviewing a naturopathic doctor, Dr. Eric Arata, who, does a presentation for the show. And I asked, well, explain the practice, naturopathic medicine. Oh, we look at the whole person and, emotional and spiritual, all of this. And then I said, well, what were the most impactful patients? I learned, don't ask what their success stories are. Ask the most impactful, because that could be a disaster too, but there's something about it. And his first one was like a 10-year-old girl who shows up with her mom, just severe allergies. And the medical system was just being a total train wreck for them, which is why, the mother brought the daughter. And he says, oh yeah, well, I'm evaluating, and it's clear to me it's emotional, right? So he develops a protocol
where, you know, it's motion. And I have to say, honestly, I was thinking, you know, this is sounding a little out there for me, right? and it, you know, I'm just being honest. So I asked him to explain, well, okay, so like, how can this be? And he gives me an explanation. It's like, holy cow, of course this makes sense. He says, look at, you know, it was clear to me there was a really bad dynamic between mother and daughter's in fight or flight. He says, you know, your parasympathetic nervous system, if you're in fight or flight, if you're locked there, it's designed not to digest your food. And if you're in that locked there for long enough, you can get a whole bunch of inflammation. And she's got leaky gut and she's allergic to her foods. So really, it's an emotional problem. I have to solve that. And it worked. And it's just kind of like, okay, like we all know intuitively our emotions affect us. If we're not connected to God, it affects us, because that then affects our whole mood and our reason to be. Is we know it's off, we're off. We don't have that peace, right? And so it's not just nutrition. And the thing is you know, if we go to the government-funded allopathic, which is there to treat our symptoms, not address who we are, not address how we're living, not to address our environments, not to address our nutrition. I mean, that's like, you know, we're on this journey, this walking journey. It's like asking a blind person to help us across the street. It just makes no sense.
Yeah.
You know?
That is so true. Yeah, you know, the emotions, you know, mind, body, spirit, it's all connected. You can't ignore that. You know, thoughts, I often say this to my clients and to my children, right? Thoughts become things. You bathe yourselves in everything you think and feel. It's your hormones. So, you know, you talk about being in stress and fight and flight mode. I think that's one of the biggest things for people, because it actually connects all the pieces, right? It's your physical, your emotional, your spiritual, your mental. Because if I'm just in this mode of like, oh, wow, I've got lions chasing me, okay? And you're just like, could you imagine a little zebra trying to run for months and years from a lion? Like, how the heck are they gonna feel? Like in nature, that doesn't happen with animals, right? Because either the lion eats the zebra and it's over, yeesh, right? But if the zebra gets away, the two animals are not dumb enough to chase each other for months and years, because no one's going to be able to forego that. But humans do it all the time. And then we're in jobs we hate, right? We have no passion and inspiration. We've lost our connection. You know, I really think that we're so disconnected from nature. Almost everybody's looking at screens now. We're the most connected we've ever been, but yet the most disconnected we've ever been. Like, people need to get outside. Get outside, you know, and look to nature for healing. You know, just breathing. People forget to breathe. Everyone's breathing right here, which is I'm being chased by lions, instead of like, I'm safe, I'm cool. Breath is medicine. Deep breathing can change your blood pressure and your heart rate. Just breath. It's medicine. People can be medicine, right? Surround yourself with good people, medicine. Avoid the ones that are maybe the toxic ones. It matters. And these are the things that I don't think that gets that full view and look, and it matters. And how do you establish that in 11 minutes with your patient? And you get to talk about one symptom and one symptom only, people. It's really dysfunctional, yeah.
Right, so you're listening, because the natural practitioners, as I'll call them, are trained to actually spend time with you. And, you know, if you're in a job you hate, you know there's a problem.
Yep.
We do, right? If your social circle is toxic, we know there's a problem, and it's going to affect you emotionally, it's going to affect you spiritually, Absolutely. It's going to affect you physically.
Yep.
If you're not taking care of yourself physically, that's going to affect you emotionally, that's going to affect you spiritually. We're all connected.
We are.
And so, you know, if you don't have balance, you need to find it. And the natural health practitioners will help you find it. Mm-hmm. So that's the thing. It's not just physical, is it? No. Sometimes people come to you and they're expecting a physical solution, and you develop a protocol that has nothing to do with that.
100%. As a chiropractor, I used to call it the checkup from the neck up. Because when people would come in, like I would adjust them, but I'm like, whoa, like what's happening in their thought process? It's not good. We got to talk about this, you know? And even just, I think, loving on people and listening to people. It's so powerful. Because everybody is, I think, well, not everybody, shouldn't say that like that, but people are really yearning for connection and to be heard and understood. And that's, you know, something I think we can all provide for one another. Plus that one little nugget you might get from that person could change your whole trajectory of your life. Like when I got adjusted, that was it. And I'm so thankful every day that I got to go to chiropractic and learn about things I would never have known. I home birthed my babies in the water. I knew before they were born, I wasn't gonna be putting chemicals in their little pure river. Not happening. I have 4 children. They have nothing in their bloodstream. They've never been on an antibiotic. They've never needed to. They've never had an ear infection. Do they have the odd cold or whatever? Yeah, and it's usually because they ate too much sugar, by the way. So when I call it flu, and you were talking about flu and cold season, agreed, it's low D season. It's also, we just had Halloween, and then we had Christmas, and then comes in Valentine's Day, and then comes Easter, and then comes, you know, like guys, it's just sugar, right, left, and center with children, and us, right? So yeah, I can't believe the little things that I've learned along the way, and I'm so grateful for it because I am now impacting, hopefully, generations in my ancestry to come because of what I learned, because of one adjustment, or one supplement, or one moment at Health Matters. It could change your life. Hearing Dawn's story, you're here for a reason, listening to Sean and Teresa, one little nugget, and your life just went totally different trajectory. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Lana, I think God has a destiny set out for each one of us. Yeah. And that if we don't follow that, we just don't feel right. Yeah. You know, you talked about being in a job you love and pursuing things. So it's just been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to interview. I know I speak for everyone. We can just feel that you love people and you want to heal them. So let's give Dr. Lana a hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming and sharing. So we're getting near the end of the evening. I hope that you can appreciate how important this is. So, you know, actually having people share their stories, actually learning about different healing traditions. What we're hoping is we're hoping that the word will get out and people that are suffering can come to understand, wait a second, there's hope. I don't have to suffer. There's a different way. And, you know, we are in this process where Health Canada is bringing in this new regulatory framework that is literally threatening our ability to access the nutrients that we need to be healthy. And, you know, even our right to choose. I hope I shocked you today in just sharing with you, you know, the reality in Canada that it's literally illegal to be healthy. Like, I mean, that's the box we're in, and this is important. So what we're doing is we've drafted a law called the Health Charter that solves the problems. And what it does is it just takes the health rights that the courts already say that we have, and it sets them out and says, hey, these are them, they're above all federal laws, and they're above all federal actions, and there isn't a subjective clause that allows the government to weasel out of them. And then it says, well, wait a second, we shouldn't have to be fighting for vital nutrition. Like, we shouldn't even be having this discussion. So it takes the regulation out of our natural remedies, for our vital nutrition, and it moves them into a ministry of wellness with a legal duty to protect and promote our access. Because government shouldn't be restricting. We should be absolutely free to be healthy. We should be absolutely free to decide how we're going to prevent illness, and how we're going to treat illness. We all agree there can't be fraud, there can't be adulteration, things have to be manufactured in a reasonable way. But beyond that, you know, we so anyway, we wrote this thing, and we had a petition just calling on Parliament to pass it into law. We had that approved by the clerk of petitions. And then, you know, people in health food stores and individuals and stuff like that have been having people sign them. Well, we found out that we're the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. Like, isn't that cool? So, we're over 150,000 signatures, and Judy in the crowd here, who's a volunteer, told me tonight, notwithstanding the mail strike, like we got another 3,000. And how many are sitting there in the mail? So what's it going to be like when we get there? But we're basically marching this charter and the petitions across Canada, holding events like this, and then another group starting in Charlottetown, PEI, and driving to Ottawa, and another group in Quebec City to Ottawa, and another group in Whitehorse. They refused to drive to Ottawa from Whitehorse. So we're letting them fly. And we're all meeting on Parliament Hill on October 25th. And we're presenting them to an MP that's agreed to enter them. And we're holding an event on Parliament Hill. I hope to see you. You're all invited. I hope to see all of you there. No, but don't laugh. You're all invited. Why not? This is history. And then we're having an event later that day, because the weather might suck on the hill, in Bikers Church. And that itself is going to be incredibly cool. So I do expect to see some of you there. But participate in what we're doing. If you don't subscribe, so our organization, these products are called Natural Health Products. It's just Natural Health Products Protection Association. So NHPPA.org. If you don't already subscribe to our newsletter, please do. We're the only group left standing trying to protect our access to natural remedies. We're the only group you can tie into that's going to tell you the truth and involve you in activity. So right now you can send an e-letter to your MP asking them to pass the Charter of Health Freedom. You can print off our posters, because this is an online event, so it doesn't matter that the Edmonton one is finished. We want people to participate. You can share that this is happening. I'm going to invite my wife Teresa up in a second to kind of share, how to do this. We've got, postcards. And when you see postcards in health food stores and you've already filled one out and you're there the next week, fill out another one, right? Like, just keep doing it. We have MPs have sent us photos, like of their closets filling up, and they're paying attention. And then they tell us this is the biggest issue on Canadians' minds. They do notice. So don't just do something once. And then also I'm inviting you to, to help us financially too. We're doing this to share with you truth. We're doing this to give people a voice. And, we have to pay for an AV team. We've got to stay in places. We've got to pay for venues and the like. And it's expensive, frankly. But we trust that we're doing the right thing, and we're just inviting you to participate. But we've got to blow this wide open. No longer can we sit and agree that we're going to be sick. One of our presenters is Dr. Michelle Perro, who's a pediatrician. She's been a medical pediatrician for over 40 years, but she also now is a homeopathic doctor. And she has shared that, like, basically 1 in 5, 20% of children in the US are chronically sick. Well, the figure will be the same for Canada. Well, that's happening on our watch. Like, our children are getting sicker and sicker and sicker, and nobody's looking into it because it's all by design. It's the business model, and we can't tolerate this anymore. So we can't tolerate Pharma Canada having control of our food supply. We can't have them telling us we can't have nutrients. So we have to build such a citizens' movement that it's irresistible. Because it's likely these policies aren't even coming within Canada. I mean, our government's been quite candid. We're a pan-nationalist state. Well, pan-nationalism means you're taking direction on important issues from outside of your country. I mean, this is in your face. I'm just stating it doesn't make sense to me that Parliament doesn't bring Health Canada to heel what's the political downside in allowing us to have vitamins and minerals? What's the political downside in having a public dialogue on health policy where we're asking the question, how do we get good health outcomes? Like, there's no political downside. In the NHPPA alone, we can track in the last 20 months 3.1 million communications to MPs. There were only 338 of them. And, you know, over half of those paper communications, like literally they would send us photos of their closets filling up with these postcards. Well, they know that Canadians want the freedom to have access to vital nutrients. They know that we want our natural health practitioners to have access to the products that they need to help us. So why aren't they doing something? I don't have the answer to that. I have to say I'm totally, I totally don't understand. And, you know, maybe it's that the Privy Council, which is in control of our country, read our Constitution. You know, maybe we need to lobby there instead of Parliament. Maybe we need to lobby our King, which is our executive, instead of Parliament. I don't know, but subscribe to us. We're going to figure this out and do it, but there has to be more of us. And I think, you know, when Dawn's up here, she basically said, well, I didn't have a choice to help people, right? And clearly Dr. Lana couldn't not help people. And clearly Kim could not help people. And I think they're setting examples on, you know, you've got to catch that fire with us. And Teresa, do you want to just come up and share with us what to do? So this is my wife, Teresa. And and she wants us to sit down so the picture's framed better. But she's an amazing person. I had been involved with the NCI for 3 years, and everyone comes, oh, great work you did. Well, she set up and ran communications. And then after the first set of hearings, basically ran it until the end of the March hearings. So, you know, all of the admin and lion's share of the work. And so here at the NHPPA, we felt we needed to do this, and we're absolutely struggling. So I asked if she would come in and help, and she's basically coordinating all of this. And I'm just very proud. So there you go.
Aw. Thank you, Sean. I just wanted to share with you the challenge that was placed on my heart when I agreed to help Sean, even though I'm not actually sure if I signed the volunteer form or not. Probably not.
I signed it for you, hon.
So when we were volunteering with the previous, with another organization, people would come up to me afterwards and would say, what difference did it make? Like, where does it go from here? Like, and it really weighed heavy on my heart. Like, we're just two little mosquitoes here, and we can only do so much. But then the question always comes, what next? And then there's silence, because we don't know necessarily what to do. And I was really struggling with this. Fortunately, about 3:30 in the morning, I was woken up by my best friend upstairs. And he reminded me that I complicate everything. And he said, it's very simple. You just have to tell people to tell people. Full stop. We can no longer take this information, sit here on an evening, digest it, maybe share it with some safe people that we know, that we won't feel threatened or attacked by sharing information. We can no longer do that because it hasn't worked. We have to tell people, and then we have to instruct them to tell people. If you don't like speaking with your regular circle, go talk to the person at Safeway. because I guarantee you they're suffering and they don't know why. They can't connect the dots. But when you speak with them, tell them to tell people. It's very simple. It's grade 10 calculus. It's exponential. If we just take it 3, look at the room here. I don't know however many people we have here. If we just went 3 deep, we're there. That's change. So I'm here to put everyone here on notice because I'm volunteering, even though I haven't signed the thing yet. And this is how we do it. And I have it on good authority that if we do it, it'll work.
And we'll end on that, but I just want to remind you we're part of something much bigger, and I think you all feel it. We've shared an experience here today, and what needs to happen is we need to share what we've experienced. We're experiencing truth. We're experiencing a revelation of truth, and we've come to understand that there are people really suffering because of the way, as a society, we've been trapped. And we need to become free again. We need to be free to stop suffering. We need to be free to be healthy. And we need to be free to make our own decisions. So I just hope that you appreciate you're not here by accident. You're here because you're being called to help participate in shedding light into the darkness. And with that, we will end for today the world's greatest health show.